visionary debate world come together with 3 nights, 1 platform, 1 spectrum. This is not just another debate event. This is the grandest stage of them all. Debate Mania is the premier event in the debate community, the Super Bowl of intellect, the WrestleMania of words, the brightest minds, the fiercest rivalries, the biggest stakes. Here, champions are made, legacies are written, and only the sharpest minds survive. Debate Mania is the grandest stage of intellect. 2 voices, 2 visions, 1 destiny. For generations, the fight for black liberation has taken many forms. But at Debate Mania, the battle is not fought with fists. It is fought with ideas. In one corner, the pseudo hunter Enql conscious, a fearless atheist, a relentless skeptic. He believes pan-Africanism is an outdated ideology, and at Debate Mania, she plans to prove it. But standing in his way is the champion, the defender of the people, the voice of pride, power, and pan-African unity. Super Pan-Man, pan-African atheist. 2 giants of power, 2 unstoppable forces, 1 collision that will shake the foundations of the versus series. This is more than a debate. This is the main event. This is Debate Mania. Only on Paradigm Shift TV 314. Be there for this historic 3-night event.
Black African power. What's good? What's happening? A well-organized lie. Defeats of disorganized truth. Every time. Woo-hoo-wee, man. Y'all already know what it is, man. It's God killing the house. I come to do what I got to do. And I'm going to do what I got to do. Standing tall. Standing strong. Hey, man, y'all know what it is, man. Bobby banging this bitch. Man. Had great discourse over the last week and a half with Jabari and Stinky Inky. Both at times present pseudo ideologies. And I'm thinking it'd be on purpose. Fluctuate back and forth. And one of those pseudo ideas is that we should know everything. It's crazy, man. Or we should know everything about a topic. Crazy, man. That's the first sign and red flag of pseudoisms. Beware of those that think or claim that you should know everything. We understand that the scientific method starts out with the question, clearly showing that the scientist is trying to know. And if you don't know, that means, if you're trying to know, that means at that point in time, you don't know. So ain't nothing wrong with I don't know. But this is what they stand on. This particular video, we're going to deal with Enql. Y'all seen it in real time. So this is the playback. What's going on, brother Lau? How you doing, man? Alex Taraz. What it do? What it do? Make sure y'all like and subscribe to the channel, man. I know this in the middle of your Saturday, but maybe you just tune it in as you doing your thing. And I appreciate everybody all day, every day. So let's get this thing cracking and let's get this thing moving. Man, we're going to get this thing in full effect, man. It's important, man. Make sure y'all hit the Cash App, man. Show some love. Keep the channel bubbling, man. And big up to all the supporters, man. Big up to the pseudo killers, man. Community skeptics, man. Y'all already know what it is, man. Big up to the Facebook groups that reside in the alleys, hidden on Facebook. Big up. So let me get this right here. Let me see. This ain't the one. Let me hold on. Let me get this right here. Let me get what I want to get going. All right, here you go. All right. We share this and get this thing cooking with hot grease. I want y'all to pay close attention, man. Them people get up in the building, man. All right, y'all see it. Y'all see the title of this, man, Understanding Science. Not Understanding Science, Forsters, Pseudoscience. We talking about pangenesis, man. Was way over his skis with this topic. I mean, way over his damn skis on purpose. For sure. We did this on Sarnetta TV, man. Remember, I was in town last week. Also got some footage from the museums that we're gonna get into. So let's get this thing rocking, man.
Right? So without any further ado, I bring to you a young master up in the building. A young master that breaks down evolution the best that I have ever seen. Who am I talking about, y'all? Who am I talking about? Talking about the God Killer. That's what I'm talking about. And I want to know why I don't see him. I see you, Unc, but why y'all don't see you on the screen? I must got something blocking it.
Yeah, you got your thing. You gotta move your look over there in your whatchamacallit.
Yeah.
You just got yourself on the thing.
I know.
Because you arrogant. Take yourself.
Nah, man.
The other button. Hit the other button, yo. Nope, that ain't it. Nope. I'm gonna go over to you. Nope. 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 There you go.
All I did was took you out and put you back up. But anyway, brother, what's going on, man? Enql is coming through, and I see a lot of people is giving him love. They supporting him. They saying that he cracks you and Jabari head, man. Is the people ignorant, brother, when it comes to this information?
So when I use the definition of ignorance, I'm simply meaning not to know.
Right, that's what it means.
Yeah, it's not like I'm not throwing it as a slur.
But that's exactly what it means. So we all know what it means. Go ahead.
So I never called Enql out. He's a flim-flammer. What happened was I mentioned his name in talking about pseudoscience and how he presents pseudoscientific information. And, you know, our interactions have been volatile. And it's because the pseudo never wants you to put out proper information because their very existence relies on the ignorance of the audience and misinformation. So he used that to get himself back in the fold, and Ngozi Ben beat him down. You know, I would propose let him debate Ngozi. Okay, big up to Ngozi and Ngozi. All right, it's my right hand man all day, every day. He's been running from Ngozi for years. You know it, Saw, and I know it. I think it's time to go ahead and make that happen. But for this particular show, we said ignorance of how science works causes pseudoscience and pseudoisms, okay? And Dr. Enql's misinformation. So he's relying on your ignorance. So I want to kind of explain what went on yesterday. And big up to Jabari, he did a magnificent job. And, you know, we go back and forth at times because I feel like he uses pseudo tactics, okay? And I'm going to bring out the number one pseudo tactic in the community, okay? The number one pseudo tactic in the community is no one will allow you to say, I don't know. But that's actually a high quality in science and a high quality in intellectual conversations. But in the conscious community, it's a death sentence. In the conscious community, it makes people will make you seem you don't know what the hell you're talking about when you say, I don't know. So science is counterintuitive. So I want to start off with I don't know, because that was my answer to a couple of the questions. And we're going to get into, with sources, how Enql does it again. Misinformation, okay? And it's a new Wapian tactic to ask you all types of questions, because the layman audience does not recognize that saying, I don't know, is the best thing you can do instead of making up stuff. The pseudo will fill in the gaps with untested and unproven pseudoisms. They will mess up the terminology. They will say it crystal clearly. They will sound high level in intelligence, but the idea they're trying to represent will be totally wrong. This is exactly what he did when we talked about pangenesis. Now, he didn't give you any sources. He gave you a fake AI overview, and I'm never calling AI fake. I'm saying he never showed you the whole thing, the whole rendering of it. And so we're going to get into this thing right here, and I'm going to get my damn lick back. And in the process, I'm just going to teach. Now, I'm not needing people to agree with me in the audience. What I'm needing is for you to take a step back and remember those moments when you was Christians, right? Following Jesus Christ. Y'all remember those moments? And you took a step back and you looked at everything, you realized that, man, I might have kind of got that wrong. And you shifted yourself to the cosmic God, and then some of us shifted ourselves to just, we're not going to believe that shit. Okay? So take yourself back to that moment and realize the world we live in is vast. The cosmos is vast and unlimited, right? And there are going to be things you're not going to know and understand. Just understand this. We are a marginalized community. And being in a marginalized community, right, our emphasis should be on education. But since we seem to fight education, we think we're going to destroy or we're going to defeat the white man's science and the white man's education. I understand what you're saying, but at the end of the day, people far smarter than us have taken the educational system and rose to great heights. So let me get this in here. Let me make this point. I want to start off with this. Okay? All right. Share my screen. What is this, man? Hold on 1 second, so I got to get this one. Hold.
All right, all right. Yeah. Let the brother go ahead and handle his business. Let the brother handle his business. And the viewers that's in the chat, that's doing all the chatting and all that, the chatty patty stuff, y'all should be donating right now. Donating something. Support the channel, man. Support the goddamn channel. I got to keep on telling y'all, because it make it look like Sarnetta is just begging y'all. No, I'm not begging you. This is my job. This is what I do. This is my business. You know? Support the channel. That's all I'm saying. Support the goddamn channel. Everybody always want free information. I'm the only one that been giving it up to y'all for free for years. So show some love. Here's the link. Drop the link, Sarnetta. Why you ain't drop the link? Drop the link, because we can see who supports and who don't. While we waiting on Ankh, there's the link right there in the chat, man. The link is in the chat. Paris, thank you.
Right, I'm back. Okay, I'm back. So, Sarnetta, we're not going to actually worry about, we're not going to trip with the chatties and the patty because they're working through a level of ignorance. Science is counterintuitive. So normally when a person say, I don't know, specifically in the conscious community, oh my goodness, You know, this is my work day. I got my own business. Hold on one second.
Yeah, come on. All right, I only got 3 people so far that donated. I know y'all take it as a joke. I know y'all probably taking me as a joke. And it's going to be some changes. And believe me, y'all forced me to make changes. You just forced me to do it. So you ain't giving me a goddamn thing anyway. I'm not making a dime off you anyway. So what's the problem? I could make the changes. But anyway, go ahead, my brother Ankh.
So
Man,
let me go
on. Be very careful. Make sure
no.
eyes and cross your T's.
No, bro, listen to me.
No, I'm just saying, be careful.
Nah, we good. Listen, man. Hey, we good over here, bro. We don't got to do none of that. We're going to be better than what he ever could be. So I like this comment in here, right? Put that up there about Augustine III. Let's read that. I'm going to start the lecture off with this. He said, Enql said yesterday the Darwin theory of natural selection is based upon pangenesis. Can you ask to Google, is the theory of natural selection based off pangenesis, and see what it says. I like that. And of course it's not. And we know it's not because it's a valuable theory right now today. So if it was hinging on pangenesis, right, then it would have got discredited. But that's the mistake that this man does willfully and on purpose, right? So we'll definitely Google pangenesis. Another thing, like Enql even said, we have handheld computers. So don't think it's a bad thing because a person looks it up. We should be able to look up anything that anybody says. Not to do so will keep you in ignorance. Then after we start looking up things, we need to figure out what are qualified sources. This is what we do. Big up to the pseudo killers and big up to the community skeptics. Make sure y'all like and subscribe over there. Make sure y'all like and subscribe Black News 102 and Sarnetta Studios. But never allow a person to make you ashamed of 1, not knowing something, and 2, looking it up. This is the crust of being intelligent, and this is the crust of learning. When you're in a classroom setting, the teacher allows you to look things up. Only in the pseudo community is this a badge of foolery if you look something up. So we got the rules all wrong around here. We got the rules super crazy. So I'm going to fix this, right? And you may not understand when I say, I don't know, but let's see what science has to say about it. First of all, let's do this. Okay. Share my screen. All right. And let's make this point. Let's get it funky up in here. All right. Good. You can take that down. So I don't want that comment to block the screen, but I'm going to definitely look that up for you. Look that up for you, and I appreciate that. Okay, so here we go. All right. Put up the screen, Sarnetta. All right, so let's play it. Let's see. At high levels, I just ended my point.
Okay, go ahead, Enql. Respond.
Okay, so quick question. To clarify your point, right? So that I understand your point and the audience understands your point. Are you saying that Charles Darwin's theory of pangenesis has nothing to do with Charles Darwin's theory of evolution? Ankh.
Can you explain to me what pangenesis is, Enql, please, sir? Because I have no idea what you're talking about. Please explain that. And then I could answer your question because I don't know what you're talking about. At all. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
Where the videos at? Hold up, sorry. Where the laughing emojis in the videos at?
Hey, bro, just explain it. You don't have to. Just explain it. I'm forthcoming. If I don't know and understand something, I'm simply going to say it. So explain to us what that is. What sources can we use to understand what you're talking about? Pangenesis. Explain that, please, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please allow me to speak without interruption.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Okay. So, Sa, early on in this conversation, you told me that this was not my lane.
I'll stand on that.
Okay. And you told me this was Ankh's lane.
I'll stand on that.
Okay. When I pulled up what the pangenesis theory is, right? It clearly said that was Charles Darwin's theory. Did you say?
Brother, hold on. Question. Just explain.
Wait a minute. Stop. I get to say whatever I want to say. I'm grown.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Now I'm asking you to bear witness that I put up on the screen from the AI Google search, right?
Yes.
That pangenesis theory is Charles Darwin's theory. Did you see that?
I bear witness that you put up an AI.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Jabari. This is why you wanted me to deal with Jabari. You gotta relax. You gotta relax.
Around the corner, bro.
Listen, no. You gotta relax. You gotta let it go.
Don't let me know Unc killed you with just one question, bro.
Oh my God. Stop. You gotta relax. You don't behave like this with nobody else.
Go ahead, because I see what you're doing, man. And
you see what I'm doing. You see what I'm doing.
To the people what you're gonna do, and you're doing exactly what he said you're gonna do.
Of course I'm gonna ask questions. He's scared of me asking questions, so he tried to create a safety blanket where I don't get to ask him any questions. Now, what the people are going to see, is that Unc is not as familiar with Charles Darwin's theory of evolution as you may think and as he may have led everybody else.
You hear his question to you.
Oh, stop. You have to relax. I'm not going to modify what I'm saying. If I got to wait for people to talk in order for me to talk again, I'm going to say what I wanted to say.
I ain't going to cut you off.
Along with my response, I'll address the question. But you can't curtail what I'm saying on my video, on my platform. What are we doing?
Go ahead, brother.
Now,
go ahead.
Let me start again from the top.
Go ahead. I put him on mute. I put that cough on mute.
Yeah. Listen, he might need to get some of this.
Okay, so we clearly see how he played this game, right? And first of all, he explained it all wrong. With this, I really appreciate Enql. You know what he does for you? He will say something that is actual, and then he will pseudorize it. So pangenesis is part of some of Charles Darwin's work. It absolutely is. But if I was to tell you like Copernicus, those who study understand who Copernicus is. He actually came up with the heliocentric model. He was basically saying that the planets orbit around the sun, not the other way around. Okay? But if I was to say to you, what did Copernicus get wrong? Most of y'all wouldn't know it. So what did he get wrong? He died with messing up the orbits of the damn planets. He just didn't get it. He didn't know. But nobody, and absolutely nobody, continues to say that. Because why? It's discarded as bad and wrong information. It's not brought forward. So the question is today, why would Enql bring a discarded idea by a credible scientist forward? He does it so he can misuse it to distract your understanding of evolution, which is a scientific theory. And oh, by the way, he does not understand what a scientific theory is. Most people that fight with me don't know what the hell a scientific theory is. This is the crux of the conversation. If you don't know what a scientific theory is, if you don't know what a scientific hypothesis is, if you don't know what a scientific fact is, if you don't know what a scientific law is, you will mess up everything after that. And this man has clearly shown that he doesn't know what any of those things do. So once again, Copernicus showed the world the heliocentric model. Prior to that, people thought the sun orbited around the planets because humans are human-centric and we think the whole world revolves around us. But through his research into empirical data, he verified and proved, right, that the planets actually are caught in the sun's orbit and they orbit around the sun. But he messed up the orbits and the rotations of the planet. He did not know. But just because he did that does not change the heliocentric model. Enql is trying to say that because Charles Darwin, he didn't make a theory of pangenesis, it was a hypothesis, and Jabari does a great job at explaining this. Just because he purported this hypothesis, scientific hypothesis, right, and couldn't get it past that stage because he just didn't have enough evidence, doesn't mean that that discredited the scientific theory of evolution. Now, I'm saying this as plain as I can, and hopefully as y'all play this over and over again, y'all will get what I'm saying. So let me do this. So now that you were sitting there, did you understand what I just said? Did that make any sense to you at all? And I know you barely pay attention.
All right, listen real quick. I want to say this.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to be, I'm not going to be biased in any of this. Let me finish. Yesterday, they told me a new one because they felt that I was being biased towards you and Jabari. So I promised Enql that I will fall back and don't ask me no questions. I don't have no friends on this topic, brother. I don't have no friends. You or Enql. Y'all on your own on this.
I'm agree with him because you always be on Jabari's side. Shit, I don't know why I changed that now. Nigga, you get the bomb thing. The champ is here. And then you said I was the nigga student. I ain't that nigga student.
That's all I'm doing.
Yeah. You gotta take that back. I'm not Jabari's student.
I take it back. You're not his student. I'm falling back from all of this. I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and do y'all thing.
Listen, it was the pseudos that was claiming you wasn't being fair. That's what pseudos do. Pseudos do as pseudos do, right? They don't understand because they don't understand these things I'm about to push forward right now. So let's get this cracking. So now let's talk about what I don't know to the layman and to the scientists and the experts. This is important right here, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. All right. Very, very important. This is something that I've been wanting to talk about for a while. Man, y'all need to go ahead and jump in the Discord. Pseudos will get beat up in there. But if you're willing to learn and operate under excellence, man, you're definitely welcome to join the Discord. Okay, so go ahead and share my screen, sir. So right here, the role of I don't know in science. Pseudoscience and everyday thinking, the comparative analysis with academic sources, comparative chart, category, view of I don't know. In science, acknowledges uncertainty as basis for further inquiry. How important is that? In pseudoscience, this is what Enql and them do. Rarely admits uncertainty, claims certainty without evidence. They know every damn thing. They know from the greatest distant star, right? They know everything about evolution, biology. They know everything about damn medicine. They know everything about evolution. They know everything about everything. They know everything about the cosmos. And ain't nothing they never say, I don't know. This is the mark of pseudoscience. The layperson. It represents personal lack of knowledge, not always field wide. So watch this. So just because I don't know as a layman doesn't mean the field does not know. Now remember, in that conversation, he took all of that and ran with it. Let us continue. Role in knowledge drives hypothesis and research in science. So the hypothesis is basically saying, I don't know. How counterintuitive is that? It drives hypothesis and researchers not knowing, drives research. Wow. Pseudoscience avoids gaps by using unfalsifiable claims. This is exactly what the pseudoscientist does. Say it again. They avoid gaps by using unfalsifiable claims, meaning they always fill in the gaps about everything, all day, everything. This is exactly what Enql does. He knows everything about everything. He fills in all the gaps. But a scientist will use an hypothesis research. The layperson stops at personal ignorance unless explored further. Meaning, I'm ignorant on that. Let me stop. Let me explore it further. How beneficial is that? How important is it for us as African Americans, Black Americans, whatever the hell you think you are? How How important is it in your daily life to say, you know what? I don't know. Attitude towards uncertainty. Science. Honest and transparent and temporary. Pseudoscience. The pseudoscientist rarely admits uncertainty, right? No, my fault. The pseudoscientist conceals and denies gaps in knowledge. They hiding it. So you wouldn't know he don't know because he's concealing it and he denies gaps in knowledge. The layperson, neutral, may rely on experts for answers. I've been trying to do this for the last 20 years to get y'all to rely on the experts for the answers. But you know what you do? You throw tomatoes at me and you scoff at the experts. And even when the experts look at you, you do not truly care about wisdom and knowledge because you won't go to the highest level to gain your knowledge. You'll go to people running their mouth, pseudoscientists, because they sound good, they say their words crystal clear, and they fake your ass out. My sources, Popper, 1934, Logic and Scientific Discovery. Cohn, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, University of Chicago Press. Fleming, The Pleasures of Finding Things Out. Nonsense on Stilts, How to Tell Science from Bunk, University of Chicago. You can bring that down.
Remove the slide, you're saying?
Yeah, you can remove the slide. This is an important part of what we're doing right here, right? We're getting it straight. We letting you know that if a person says they don't know, ain't nothing wrong with that. Matter of fact, that's part of the scientific method, not knowing, because you ask a question. And why do you ask a question? Because you don't know. This is important to understand this. Stop doing this in the community, acting like because a particular person don't know that what you're saying is right about what you're talking about. All it means is they don't know. And oh, by the way, he explained it all wrong. So how in the hell would you know about a scientific endeavor that was quote unquote debunked? Nobody actually talks about it, but the pseudoscience trying to debunk Charles Darwin theory of evolution. So I'm going to say this again. Pangenesis absolutely, positively has nothing to do with the debunking of evolution. It just does not. There we go. So let's move on. So we right there with a I don't know. Got that straight, right? Now we want to move on to the next clip. Go ahead, yo. You can take that down and do the next thing.
You got to remove it. You got to
Okay. Oh, I got you.
delete it.
I got you. Stop screen share. Okay. All right. Let's move on.
Now, get the next one up.
All right. Let's go. Here we go. All right. Here we go. Y'all see it? This clip is dealing with the title. Remember, I'm going to source everything up. I just gave you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sources. Now, let's deal with the book title. And I think Jabari did a great job. All right. But once again, the pseudoscientist did all he could not to deal with this. Now, on the origins of the species by means of natural selection, or the preservation of the favored races in the struggle for life. Let's play this.
With white folks kissing your feet and Ankh being you know, I ain't gonna say necessarily your right-hand man, but Ankh's been around for a long time. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm just trying to understand, like, how has he made it a point all these years to stick around and teach white supremacy, right? So here's the book, right? This is the actual title of the book. On the Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection. Now, when people are trying to hide the truth, they just leave it like that. They just say on the origin of species by means of natural selection, or they will paraphrase and just say Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. They leave this whole entire second part out. You see what that say? Or the preservation of photos with white folks kissing your feet.
Hold on, let me move it up.
You see what that say? Or the preservation of favored races in the struggle for life. You heard that?
Mm-hmm.
This is the white supremacist Bible. This is the white supremacist Bible. This is the science that backed any and all justification for what Black folks would experience throughout the rest of, you know, the 1800s going into the 1900s. You know, this is how we get, you know, Francis Cress Welson's famous debate and you know, the bell curve book and all of these things that some of the people that are just getting into, you know, quote unquote consciousness, they might not even be familiar with.
Okay, so he makes two vital mistakes here. The first mistake is that the nigga can't read. He does not comprehend what he's reading. He does not understand the subject matter, no matter what he says. Let me verify this, how he is misrepresenting that title. At a certain point, y'all gotta say, man, he's really misrepresenting that title. Let me stop for a minute and pause that. What I would like to say is there are rules and regulations to dealing with science, and there are rules and regulations that make something pseudoscientific. Now, if we're going to talk about a subject matter that clearly requires science, there are rules and regulations. First thing, a scientific theory has to be a scientific theory. You can't say, that's not a scientific theory, and then overthrow the whole field of science. That does not make logical sense. You can't make up your own words for, like, Nafali did the same thing, observational science. He made it seem as if it was a whole different type of science. You can't make that up in science. The rules are safely fixed to guide us to get you the answers. Okay? So, what was Charles Darwin trying to say right here? We'll just come to the Wikipedia article. Easy work. Here we go. So right here, this is the book, right? On the origin of the species. Watch this. On the origin of the species, or more commonly, on the origin of the species by way of means of natural selection, or the preservation of the favored races in the struggle for life. Now watch this. It is a work of scientific literature. So if at this point you thinking that you don't trust white people, then get out of the scientific conversation. Because if you don't trust white people, you're definitely listening to the white pseudoscientists. None of them have showed me the high-level Black people that they get this misinformation from. They get it from white people. So if I was going to choose between white people, let me choose a smart white people, a white person, and a scientific white person. Why the hell they always give y'all the retarded white people? What's the joke? So watch, it's a work of scientific literature by Charles Darwin that is considered to be the foundation of evolutionary biology. Now we're going to act like evolutionary biology doesn't matter. It absolutely matters. We're surrounded by pathogens. We're the arms race. They're trying to kill us. The pathogens and the virus. And guess what? They evolve, they change. Viruses change rapidly. It takes 10 months to have a damn baby. But viruses, they reproduce quickly. You have to understand this. And the only way you can understand this is through evolutionary biology. It says it was published on the 24th of November, 1859. It says Darwin's book introduced the what? The scientific theory. We're going to play the video when this man said it wasn't a scientific theory. Now, why is he allowed to say that Charles Darwin's work is not a scientific theory? That would not be following the rules. Y'all so far off the goddamn box that your damn brain didn't fill out. Thinking outside the box, right. So he's not allowed to say that the theory of evolution is not a scientific theory because all scientists from around the world, not just United States, Russia, China, Australia, every part in Africa where they practice science, Native American scientists, Anglo-Saxon scientists, Black scientists, gray scientists, they all understand that Charles Darwin's theory of evolution is a scientific theory. And it says that populations evolve over the course of generations through the process of natural selection. So let's move on. Let's get to the portion where he misconstrues what the title actually was meaning. Let me scroll down here. Let me get you the... By the way, real quick, this is a side thing right here, man. This is in Charles Darwin's book, man. All right. And you see that right there? See them branches right there? That's Charles Darwin work. You will later see things pop up like phylogenetic trees, but it all starts from this particular tree right here. You'll hear me say at times, Luca, universal common ancestor. Right? But that first inference of the phylogenetic tree is right here in Charles Darwin's work. Scientists use that to this day. So let me keep getting here. Let's get to the title. Let's stay on course. With sources. Let me get to the publisher. Okay. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it. Okay, I think we're getting here. Murray as the publisher, choice of the title. So they actually went back and forth of choosing the title. First, Charles Darwin wanted the title, then he didn't want the damn title, right? Okay, so let's see. Let me see if I can get right here. Get right to the point. I believe this is right here. Here we go. Murray's, okay. Hold on, let me see. Murray's persuasion, the title was eventually agreed. With Murray's persuasion, the title was eventually agreed on as On the Origin of the Species, with the title page added a title page by means of natural selection or the preservation of the favored races in the struggle for life. All right, we have a source there. Okay. All right. The works of Charles Darwin, an annotated biographical hand list. Okay, now goes on to say in this extended title, so this is actually the extended title. And elsewhere in the book, Darwin used, look at this, the biological term races interchangeably with varieties. And this is what Jabari was trying to say. Varieties meaning varieties within a species. See, he wasn't talking about races. But if you don't know this, then that man got you. The question is, why would this man get up here and lie like that? When he hits this damn panel, he's going to flim, flam, bam, bam, boom, going to start asking all kind of questions, but he won't deal with a source that clearly says that the biological term races was interchangeable with varieties, meaning varieties within a species. And here's two sources on that. Make this man source up or shut the hell up. Defining Evolution, National Center for Science Education. That's one source in that. The second source is the idea of race. Okay? The full title employs the term race only in the broad biological use of the word, which refers to varieties throughout the organic life. However, okay, speculation about the implications of this view specifically for the question of human races began almost as soon as the book was published. Man, specifically for the question of human races began almost as soon the book was published. Basically, what we're saying is that that book of scientific work and scientific theory wasn't even talking about humans. But if the dude would have bought the book and looked at it, he'd have seen it was pictures of cabbage, flies, insects, trees, birds, bees, everything but humans. Had no pictures of it. This work was not about humans. It was about the varieties, okay, of insects, the other animals, and everything else but humans. But why didn't this man say that? So we see right here, he's never going to answer why he got that title wrong. He's going to say, he won't say, you know what? You're right. See, I can say that, you know what? You're right. But he could never say that. You know why? Because his knowing everything is supposedly his strength that will make you spend your money and get flim, flam, bam, bam, boom. See, this is what's actually going on here. I guarantee you he won't admit this. He will not show you a source that says it don't mean that. He'll show you a wild source by a crazy white person, a religious Christian person now, right? He'll do all that. Let us move on. Where we at now? Move on to the next video. The bar does a great job right here. Now, this is important for us understanding what's really good. We need to be able to understand the scientific terms, because if we're having conversation about science, right, and we're using the term and using the layman understanding of it, then we tripping. Pick up the DMG too. Let me say this one more time. If we misuse scientific terms and give them the label, the layman definition, then everything after that will be crazy. Man, if we supposed to be reading and comprehending what we reading, that man would get up here and say, yo, I got all this wrong. Let me start over again. But he will never do it because he be absolutely scamming your intellectual real estate. And not to mention some other things. Because if we really got to get it cracking, I got everything. So we best to be keeping it scholarly and we best to be keeping it honest and forthcoming. So I'm going to say this again. Jabbar did a great job right here. And I'm going to give you the terms and what they mean. Make this man adhere to the damn definitions that I put up here. Don't let him do what he want to do. And that's 1 second. Let me get this back on track again. Hold on 1 second. The hell I did. I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you.
Correct. And I want you to just be honest about that. You done came up here and did all this talking, and you have not one time just said straightforward, you know what, Enql, you're correct. In the 1800s, Francis Galton and other scientists performed experiments on the pangenesis theory and found it to be incorrect.
Enql is absolutely right about that statement right there, but he's absolutely wrong in the way he's characterizing it and the way he uses it. I'm going to say it again. He's absolutely right. Charles Darwin's blood, second cousin, Golton, him and some other scientists actually tried to apply the scientific method, and they debunked the scientific hypothesis with pangenesis. They did that. Where the pseudoisms comes in is that he's acting like Golton and the rest of the scientists debunked evolution. They didn't. Golton never said that. Golton just misrepresented Charles Darwin theory of evolution. And it's funny to me because he will call Charles Darwin a damn racist, right? But yet follow the guy who orchestrated in eugenics, pure racism. Ask that man, then why? Then if you can't use Charles Darwin, right? Nobody actually claims him to be a racist, but Golton is an outright racist. This nigga couldn't read neither. He misrepresented Charles Darwin theory. Crazy work, nasty work on the hearts and the minds of the people. Hey, Sarnetta, quick question. Why you block Cedric? Why you blocking the pseudo killers?
I did not block no Cedric, brother. I don't block nobody.
Listen, if you blocking the pseudo killers,
I do not block anybody, brother.
if your moderators,
moderators, I don't need my moderators fall back.
Yeah, you gotta unblock them. Y'all can't
block not block
my people. Then that means y'all don't gotta respect us, but you fucking can't.
Yo, listen, man, calm down, brother. Just calm down.
I'm actually calm. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
you have to respect what we saying, but you can't disrespect us. And let me finish saying this. And Cedric and everybody pseudo killer, learn how to stay your ass in the movie too. All right. Don't inflame people. Use your words, I'm saying, to get at people. I'm saying. There's a lot of ignorance around here. So we're going to play it right on both sides, bro.
Yeah, they didn't block them. They probably timed them out or something. I don't know. And you got to wait until the time is up.
A year?
Huh?
An hour, 2 hours? Come on, bro.
Nah, brother. No. Ain't nobody did that. Nobody.
Hey, you know what's funny about Enql? Look, look. And I watched the video. Jabari had Enql frustrated.
Yeah.
You know how Jabari will long when you have to won't let you talk. You
keep telling my people don't block
stop that, yo. So anyway, Enql is talking about, let's get back to the thing at hand. Enql is talking about being honest. Let's see how honest he's gonna be. I'm gonna say this again. Enql is right about pangenesis, right? Being disqualified by not having actual proof of it. Charles Darwin himself wasn't even certain of his hypothesis, and he said in a few of his writings how he is not quite sure that he's not finding the evidence that he needs to move this thing forward. But it has no connection to the disrupting and the debunking of evolution. But this is what this man came on here to do. He came on here to do that, right? And then I'm not going to forget, he called me a racist. He called me a racist because he's claiming that Charles Darwin was a racist and that I supported racism. So let's see if Charles Darwin work actually supported racism, or the guy he's using, Golton, work supported racism. So let us move on. Now we definitely cooking with the hot grease. Here we go. Let's see where we at. I believe this to be it. No, that's not it. Oh, no, sorry. Let me get that off. Hold on one sec.
You don't want that one up?
No, I didn't want that one up. Hold on, let me see if I can get the right one. Shit. Is it this one? No, that's not it neither. I just did that one, right? No, let me see. What the hell is this one? Hold on one second. I got it. Okay. I'm going to get this right. All right. Man, I appreciate.
I don't want no mods blocking nobody. I do all the blocking, so no blocking nobody. As long as they're not cursing and cursing nobody out, let them say what they want to say. They could be disagree, but don't block no goddamn body.
No, we good.
Come on, man. That fucks up the channel. It messes up the channel.
Yeah, and all my people, man, make sure y'all use a high level intellect to get your ideas across, yo. Be real witty in what you do. Don't get put out the damn movies. Are you sharing my screen?
Yes.
So remember, he said that you were supporting a person that actually supported racists. He said that. Remember that? And
I don't ask no question, man.
Huh? No. I'm saying that that's not a question. You remember when he said you supported me as supporting racism? Come on, bro. What do you, man? You don't never let the chatties and the patty dictate what you're saying, bro. So here you go. So we're gonna actually qualify through real sources, right? If Darwin's work, okay, his works support scientific racism, right? Because there's a difference between Darwin's views and social Darwinist misuse. Remember, Darwinism was created after Darwin was dead. I'm gonna say this again. Darwinism was created after Darwin was dead, and it is the misuse of his scientific theory by people like Golton, who are the true racists. We're going to prove that. Here we go. Darwin versus social Darwinist. Darwin's views: all humans share common ancestry, monogenism. He opposed slavery. Racial differences are superficial. Recognize cultural variation, not biological inferiority. Heretical language reflects Victorian content. What is the Victorian language and context? Well, we know how they were speaking in those days. Would you expect them to speak a whole nother language? Now, social Darwinism. Social Darwinist misuse. How did they do it? They claimed races were fundamentally unequal. Had nothing to do with Darwin, but they used his name, though. Justified slavery and colonialism as natural. Charles Darwin never did that because he opposed slavery. Matter of fact, he didn't even come to the United States because they had slaves. How about that? Applied survival of the fittest to nations and races. Charles Darwin was talking about survival of the fit genes. He never was talking about survival of the fittest, like the strongest will survive. That's not what he meant. Now watch this. Promoted eugenics. So Darwinists promoted eugenics. And who was that? Francis Golton. This is the guy that the pseudoscientist named Enql was talking about Darwin's blood. Francis Galton, y'all can look it up. He promoted eugenics, but he didn't tell y'all that, did he? No, but he decided to use a real racist, right? Who thought slavery was natural and claimed the races was fundamentally unequal. He used that guy. It's a recast cultural hierarchy as biological determinism. Yeah, so once again, Darwin and Darwinists is two separate defy imperialism and exploitation of colonized people. You know, the same thing Christianity do to you. It's a tool of the colonizers. Eugenic movement, this is Golton's thing, invention by bad scientific reasoning and misuse. Eugenics movement claimed to improve humanity by what? Man, they was saying, yo, these people are inferior. We're going to eliminate the inferior groups. This is what Enql is supporting. He's supporting Francis Galton, but yet saying that I'm supporting racists. Wait, well, you can't make this up. Misrepresented Darwin's culture and hierarchy as biological racism. So it's the misuse of Charles Darwin work was going on, and Golton is the culprit. Scholarly assessment, Adrian Desmond and James Moore. Darwin's abolitionists emphasized unity in humankind. Stephen Jay Gould, Darwin's undetermined pathogenesis, but carried Victorian racial language. So it's the language he was using that you all up in arms with. I get it. We're going to gig him with that. Modern consensus, Darwin was not a proponent of scientific racism, but his works was misused. Matter of fact, his works is part of the tapestry of things we use to debunk scientific racism. Let's deal with Golton, Francis Galton, and pangenesis and eugenics. Francis Galton, Darwin's cousin, initially interested in Darwin's theory of pangenesis. Geminoes as hereditary units. You will hear in the next video how, man, Enql does a great job in explaining that. Tested pangenesis via blood transfusions, experiments in rabbits. So he used blood transfusions and experiments in rabbits. I'm showing you how he debunked pangenesis. It's a failures-led Galton to critique Darwin's idea. What idea? Not the theory of evolution, but the idea of pangenesis. Now, eugenics. Coined the term eugenics in 1883. That's your man Galton advocated selective breeding. He was like, yo, breed them niggas out of here to improve humanity. So he was saying selective breeding. This the man Enql is supporting. Watch this. Misapplied Darwinian variation and selection to human societies. Watch this. This man Galton influenced the 20th century racial hygiene and eugenic policies. So those wild racist policies that we had to get rid of, it was Francis Galton work that did that. And Charles Darwin work actually influenced it in the other direction, right? To bring us together in understanding that no human is smarter than the other. That African Americans and African people are not deficient, are not monkeys, and are not less educated based off of the color of their damn skin. But whoa. The guy that Enql is supporting, Francis Galton, did exactly that. Man, that's we're gonna make that man answer the question. I'm not gonna let this man put me on the hot seat again. He's gonna have to answer all these questions with sources. So now, the misunderstanding and the misusing of these scientific terms that Enql regularly uses over and over and over again. Scientific method. He just explained how. Hold on, let me play that clip again. I want to play the clip again, right? Scientific method, and watch how he messed it up. All right, like I said, Jabari did a great job of explaining the scientific. Hold on. Here we go. Okay, here it go. Yeah. All right, let me share that. Man, hope y'all taking your time and understanding the conversation today is important to make people source up. Go ahead, share the screen, Sarnetta. Share my screen. I know I'm running out of time for you because you be jumpy. I get it. We don't make this too
very clear. The scientific
brother, take your time, man.
That scientists have developed through the process method is a process that scientists have developed through the process of observation and study. So what they do is they actually have a hypothesis. Then they have a bunch of studies that say, is this hypothesis true or not? That's basically the scientific method. And I want to be clear that the scientific method has corroborated Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. And so that is what those scientists are actually saying.
Okay, now, hold on.
Now watch how he messed this up, because he does not understand these terms. He doesn't understand what a scientific theory is. He doesn't understand what a scientific hypothesis is. And he doesn't understand the scientific method. And the scientific method does what? It asks the question. It says, I don't know. That's why you ask a question, because you don't know something. And the scientific method starts off with a damn question. I don't know. So what if this, and this, and this occurs, then will we get this, and this, and this? Very interesting here. How the conscious community has taken a simple I don't know and has misturned it and messed it up. When in actuality, your ancestors started with the asking the question of I don't know. And I'm going to prove that today. And if not your ancestors, at least Africans on the continent of Africa. Let me get that super clear.
Because I think that you are purposely avoiding what I'm asking you, because as a professor, I know that you know better, Jabari. There's a word and it begins with the letter E. Let me help you out. There's a word that begins with the letter E. It is a essential part. See, that's how I did that. That's like a bar right there. I gave you another word with a letter E, essential, right?
I'm going to let you know right now, if you got a hat on your head, that's a funny hat, and it say melanin versus diabetes, you're a damn pseudo. I'm going to say it again. If you got a hat on your head that say melanin versus diabetes, you're actually positively promoting wild pseudoisms. Man, boy, I tell you.
To give you even to double down on. So there's a word that begins with the letter E that actually backs up studies. So it's the part of the thing they're observing. Like what are they writing about in the studies? Because hypothesis and theory are almost synonyms. Hypothesis and theory are
not true. They're not synonyms. He made that up. They do two different things. One starts off with the question. You know what I'm saying? You ask a question because they do not know. And the other is the organizing of the scientific facts through empirical data repeatedly. Two separate things. How could he get this wrong?
Not facts. They're not facts. They're not something that's
a scientific theory does not have to be a fact because it organizes the scientific facts. He does not understand this. And he's saying it with the wild melanin versus diabetes hat on. This is a red flag, ladies and gentlemen. If you got a melanin versus diabetes hat on, and you talking about a scientific theory is not a fact, then you're pseudo. And you shouldn't be teaching what the hell is on the back of that board right there. MCH, melanin, grit, Hiru, shoe, a saw set, nut, yeah, man. Yeah, man. Right behind him.
That's factual, or it wouldn't be called a theory anymore. It'd be called a fact. So
made that up. A scientific theory never becomes a fact. It actually organizes the fact. I'm going to say it again. A scientific theory does not become a fact. A scientific law does not become a scientific theory. A scientific theory does not become a scientific law. He does not understand what he's talking about, but yet he's talking about me and what I don't know. At least I understand the basic understanding of these facts. The basic understanding of a scientific theory. A scientific theory is different from when the layman talks about a theory. It's a different language with different definitions. A law. It's different from a scientific law, a fact. It's different from a scientific fact. It's two separate languages, and he's mixing it all up. We will never get it if we do not understand the language the scientist is speaking and the definitions that they're using. He's misapplying mumble jumble pseudoscience.
So what are the things specifically? Like what's this that E word that they use? You know, there's an E word they use to validate hypotheses or theories. I'll help you out. It's called experiments. And so when they did the experiments, and it can't be any more biased. You don't get any more biased than your own.
Now, wait a minute. When they did the experiments on pangenesis, the racist Golton was unable to verify it. Darwin himself had questions about pangenesis and trying to explain heredity. Now, he was definitely familiar with Mendel's, but his work was kind of obscure. So they're not sure if he actually read his work, right? But Darwin was trying to explain the mechanism in heredity, and he just got it wrong. Okay? So what in the hell is this man talking about? Obviously, it was experimentation repeatedly. How do we know? Because it's a scientific theory.
Own flesh and blood. You don't get any more biased than your own flesh and blood. When Charles Darwin's
He's talking about Golton, his second cousin. Okay?
own flesh and blood did the experiments, Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, the idea, the philosophy, the theory was debunked because the actual scientific mechanism he proposed was found to be absolutely 100% incorrect. And I want you to just be honest about that. You don't care.
Okay, so we're going to see how honest this man is going to be. Let's get into these terms real quick. How honest is he going to be? We're going to start off with the scientific method because it's your African ancestors that was part of the putting together of the scientific method. The scientific method is an imperial method of acquiring knowledge that has been referred to while doing science since at least the 17th century. Historically, it was developed through centuries from the ancient and medieval world. Okay, the scientific method involves careful observation coupled with rigorous skepticism, okay, because cognitive assumptions can distort the interpretations of the observation. Let me bring you to something that this community is definitely familiar with. Y'all see it, ladies and gentlemen. Let me move right here. Bam. We want the history of the scientific method now. The history of the scientific method, okay, considers change in the methodology of the scientific inquiry as distinct from the history of science itself. The development of the rules. See, there's rules to it. This man break all the rules. That's why we call him a pseudoscientist. The development of the rules of the scientific reasoning has not been straightforward. Scientific method has been a subject of intense and recurring debate throughout the history of science. And eminent natural philosophers and scientists have argued for primacy of one or another approach in establishing the scientific knowledge. This is something you're absolutely familiar with, ladies and gentlemen. And here y'all see right here, y'all see the Edwin Smith, the ancient Egyptian medical textbook, 1600 BCE, a set of empirical method. So we start to see the early rudimentary understanding of the scientific method comes from Africa. Last time I checked, Egypt is in Africa. Last time I checked, Egypt was formulated by populations in Africa. It was formulated by indigenous river cultural hunter-gatherer people that over time and millennium developed systems of understanding to get to the point of having the Edwin Smith mathematical papyri. So let's read it. There are few explicit discussions of the scientific methodologies in surviving records from the early cultures. The most that can be inferred about the approaches to the undertaking science in this period stems from descriptions of early investigations into nature and the surviving records. The empirical medical textbook that Edwin Smith papyrus applies the following components: examination, diagnosis, and treatment, and prognosis to the treatment of disease, which displays strong parallels to the basic imperial method of science, and according to G.N.R. Lord, played a significant role in the development of this methodology. The Ebers Papyrus, 1550 BCE, also contains evidence of traditional imperialism. Let me see. I would like to show you something real fast. I moved it. Let me see if I can just get it. Because although we consider books as not being actually the higher standard, it would be like textbooks and journals, right? You should have certain material in your library. Let me see if I can, do I have it? Yes. All right. So got this right here. Y'all can see this right here. I have it. All right. Ancient Wisdom. Here, I got the book, Magic, Reason, and Experience. Studies in the origin and development of Greek science. But in his work, he talks about the indigenous Africans and how they did it. We also had this, hold on, Sarnetta. Put me on the screen so they can see the book. I want them to get it and read it so they can know the difference between goddamn magic, reason, and experience. Goddamn Enql practice magic around this motherfucker. Yes, he does. Here we go. We got the book, right? We also have this book right here. Okay, it's called The Atlas of Human Body. Okay, and if you come to the back of the Atlas of the Human Body, once again, you will find indigenous Africans, right, as used as a reference. The same thing I just showed you. It's right here. And this says right here, it says that Edwin Smith papyrus, written in an ancient Egyptian script, 1950, the 1550 BCE, is the earliest known medical literature consisting of 48 case histories. It describes the conditions, diagnosis, and treatment in a rational and in a systematic way. Is the beginning of what we would call the damn scientific method that this man does not understand and refuses to use. So you talking about somebody going against black people, that's that man with the pseudoscience. Africans are at the forefront of creating science and science innovation, but not pseudoscience. He's promoting pseudoscience. He's promoting pseudoscientific ideas. Let's move on to the next term. Ooh-wee. Yeah, we cooking them with hot grease. Let's get to the scientific theory. This man don't know what the hell a scientific theory is because he said out of his mouth that Charles Darwin theory of evolution is not a scientific theory. How so, Sway? Show my screen, sir. My screen up, Sarnetta. Here we go. You got to get the, well, that's the money right there. My cash app is down, Elder. Keep doing your thing, Sarnetta. There you go. Come on, sir. Hey, you have it. Here we go. Scientific theory. Now watch this. A scientific theory is an explanation of an aspect of the natural world that can be or that has been repeatedly tested and has corroborating evidence in accordance with the scientific method that the early rudimentary forms of it come from Africa. The people you love, Nile Valley Africans. Using accepted protocols and observations, measurements, and evaluations of results. Where possible, theories are tested under controlled conditions and experiments. In circumstances not amendable to experimental testing, theories are evaluated through the principles of deductive reasoning. Established scientific theories have withstood rigorous scrutiny and embodies scientific knowledge. And this is exactly what the theory of evolution is. So I don't want to hear a person come up with the, hey man, that's not a theory. Wait a minute. All the experts say the Charles Darwin theory of evolution is the damn theory. So why is he allowed to do that? Now watch this. A scientific theory differs from a scientific fact. Oh, Remember, he started messing up what a fact was? It said a fact is observation and a theory which organizes and explains multiple observations. Man, I told you, he don't know what the hell he was talking about. A theory differs from a scientific law in that a law is an empirical description of a relationship between facts and other laws. For example, Newton's law of gravity is a mathematical equation that can be used to predict the attraction between bodies, but is not a theory to explain how gravity works. So a theory explains the how. Man, I'm trying to tell you, bro. Watch you get up here and start flim-flamming. Definitions of facts, theories, and law in the scientific work. All this is real important for y'all getting to arguing about evolution. And they will all say that Charles Darwin theory of evolution is not a theory. Science uses specialized terms that have different meanings than everyday usage. I said it, man. These definitions correspond to the way scientists typically use these terms in the context of their work. So you can't start using terms out of context. Note especially that the meaning of theory in science is different than the meaning of theory in everyday conversation. So why he gonna get up here and start doing that? Because he is. What's the fact? In science, an observation that has been repeatedly confirmed and for all practical purposes is accepted as true. Truth in science, however, is never final. See, that's counterintuitive. And what is accepted as fact today may be modified or even discarded. Yeah, I know. See, science, they don't know nothing about no facts. That's why they changed their mind. No, they changed their mind because they got more available information that wasn't available at the time that they came up with it. Hypothesis. We're talking about scientific hypothesis, just like we were talking about scientific facts. A tentative statement about the natural world leading to deductions that can be tested. If the deductions are verified, the hypothesis is provisionally corroborated. That's why Charles Darwin came up with a provisional hypothesis. It's in the deduction, if the deductions are incorrect, see, the original hypothesis is proved false and must be abandoned and modified. So why in the hell would Stinky Inky bring up a abandoned scientific hypothesis? He brings it up because he don't know what the hell a scientific hypothesis is. But he'll get up here and start asking all kinds of questions. He won't answer these things, though. And he's going to hit you with the flim flam bam bam conspiracy. He's going to tell you that, no, it's not a scientific theory. He's going to make all kinds of excuses. He won't say, because he's a pseudo, he won't say, you know what? I just was wrong about the whole thing. He will not do it. You know, like I said, he was right about certain parts. He can't do it. Because if he do it, it then discredits him as being a damn liar. Hypothesis can be used to build more complex inferences and explanations. Law. Descriptive generalization about how some aspect of nature would behave under stated circumstances. Third, in science, a well-substantiated explanation of some aspect of the natural world that can be incorporate facts, laws, inferences, and tested hypotheses. Man, boy, we banging. Let me see. I thought I put the facts up here. Let's see. Did I put the facts? Watch this. It's always different, yo. Let's see. Let me see if I can get this for y'all. Real quick, we'll end it with the facts. A fact. Here we go. And we use Encyclopedia Wikipedia because it's very simple and it is an encyclopedia on par with Britannica. I don't care what y'all say, but we start with Wikipedia and we'll end in the scientific journals. A fact is a true datum about one or more aspects of circumstances. But we're not, in this particular conversation, we want to know about a scientific fact, right? We don't want to talk about a regular fact. Let's see if we can get to it in science. Let's see. In science, see the difference? In science, the definition of a scientific fact is different from the definition of a fact, as it implies knowledge. A scientific fact is a result of a repeatable, careful observation or measurement by experimentation or other means, also called empirical evidence. These are central to building scientific theory. Various forms of observations and measurements lead to fundamental questions. See that? Questions about the scientific method and the scope and validity of scientific reasoning. Man. In most basic sense, a scientific fact is an objective and verifiable observation in contrast with the hypothesis or a theory, which is intended to explain or interpret the damn facts. My man should spend a week or two getting this down. That's what he needs to, right? So let me get right here, end it right here. I want to kind of move it forward to when he says that Charles Darwin, hold on, let me see. Hold on. Let's see. I said this yesterday. Hold on, let me share my screen. We're rolling down to the end. I just want to pound them out the world at this point. Pause. See.
Oh, are you cutting me
Keep
off?
going. No, yeah, keep going.
It's Zali. That's the Zali.
Okay, whoever that is. The first thing that Ankh did when he came back in after doing his quick little research is he confessed that pangenesis is incorrect and it was debunked 200 years ago.
See, I said it. No problem. No matter if he's misusing the idea, the flim, flam, blam, blam, boom you, I still have the ability to say what you said was right, but the way you applied it was wrong. You know why I can do that? Because I practice scientific literacy, which requires you to have accountability and requires you to be honest and forthcoming. That's why I can say it. It's the opposite reason why he can't say it, because he gets his money off of being a pseudoscience scientist.
Grand opening, grand closing. You should have dropped the bomb right after he admitted to what I said all this time. That's what you should have did, because I told you everybody's going to come up here and they're going to argue with me on a whole bunch of different things. But nobody is going to be able to tell you that gemules or gemules is real, that pangenesis is a fact, or that it was not debunked in the 1800s.
He's right. Nobody can tell you that it wasn't that, because that's exactly what happened, Enql. So why are you playing this vicious game? Nasty work. Of course we can't beat you up on that part right there, because that's a valid point. But the fact that you invalidate your point by saying that it disturbed or some kind of way invalidate the theory of evolution, in some kind of way all preceding work by Charles Darwin is wrong, that's the scam. That's the part right there that invalidates everything he's trying to do. So no, ladies and gentlemen, pangenesis did not change the theory of evolution. Pangenesis was simply trying to explain the inheritance. Later on, they would explain the inheritance by genes. That's how they explain it. How genes are transferred through sexual selection, through having sex. The chromosomes. Come on, man.
Nobody's going to be able to do that. Not even Ankh. Ankh just got up here and admitted that what I've been saying this entire time is actual fact.
Yeah, the only part that was actual fact was the pangenesis. And Golton and them debunked it. That's the actual facts. But the fact that he debunked evolution is a lie and scammery and misunderstanding of the scientific fact and misunderstanding of a scientific theory and misunderstanding of a scientific law and misunderstanding of scientific principles, ideas, and understanding that was first purported amongst ancient Africans in Africa. So you got to ask this man, why is he against black people and why is he practicing racism, white supremacy? Because it's racism, white supremacy that put us in a state of disorganization by giving us wild religions that made us go against our own ancestral, deep-rooted shrines back to our primary ancestor.
Are you ready to open up the floodgates?
Anyway,
Hold on.
like I just don't understand what you're doing. Let the other brother speak.
Well, hold on. No. What happened was my phone got disconnected. What you've done for the last hour is mischaracterize what that was and what relevancy it actually had to the topic, which is absolutely none. That's why I didn't hear about it, because it has no relevancy to the theory. Scientists get things wrong all the time. Einstein did it. Scientists die with getting things wrong, but they leave a legacy of things that get right. That's okay. The fact that you overwhooped, because you overwhooping, bro.
Okay.
Nigga, that's why. Now, I can't read. So I can't read. So let's get that out the way. I cannot read. So that's why Sarnetta's going to read. Now,
Bring it up. Send it again.
Huh?
All
Send it again.
Sarnetta, for what? It's in your email.
I don't see it. Nothing came through, brother.
So we get into the scientific theory, right? We get you the part because the nigga always say, I can't read. Now we realize who can't read is him. It's called reading comprehension. Not how you pronounce words or mispronounce words, right? Reading comprehension. He can't comprehend what he reads, because if he did comprehend what the hell he was reading, he wouldn't have called Sarnetta the flim flam bam bam boom everybody. Because he would comprehend the pangenesis absolutely has nothing to do with debunking the theory of evolution, because that has not been debunked.
Come on, bro. It's going to knock me off the stream, y'all, bro. Hey, Juju, can you look up a scientific theory on Wikipedia, please?
I was just going to give him the simple explanation.
No, read that. Just read that for me. Is
you
that
need
possible?
to read it.
It on Wikipedia.
Okay. It might not me out. I'll try it.
It's going to knock you off, too.
Maybe. Hold on.
Annetta, is it just
I just type it up. A scientific theory.
On Wikipedia? That's the simplest one. We don't want to get them too complex. That he can't even answer the question.
Are you kidding?
Can you just give him the simple explanation? I'm trying to tell him. Scientific theory is just an explanation or set of organized facts.
You want me to read it? I got it.
She right on point with it. Big up to Juju, Pseudo Killer Official. Big up to all the pseudo killers in the server. Big up to all the supporters, man. Big up.
Pull that.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Who's
read
that?
it for
Who's
me. Read
that?
it for
Who's
me.
that?
That's Cosmic Chris Nod.
The Cosmic Chris don't understand what the hell a scientific theory is, neither. It's crazy how they will read it and then deny what it is. Crazy.
My brother, I don't know what's up.
Man, just read, come on, man. Just read the.
I'll read it. Let me read it.
On Wikipedia.
On Wikipedia. Look, Wikipedia. A scientific theory is a well-substantiated explanation of some aspects of the natural world based on a body of facts that have been repeatedly confirmed through observation and experiment.
So if Charles Darwin theory is a scientific theory, then what the hell is all the pseudos talking about then? Because that would mean as well substantiated, and it means the facts has been organized around it with empirical data. Then why the hell is they teaching the black community that it's not? Just say I don't understand it. Just say I do not know, and we can move forward. But watch this. I asked him, is Charles Darwin theory a scientific theory? And watch what this man says out of his mouth. No matter how much literature you read, you will never hear a scientist, a credible scientist, say that it's not that. You'll hear pseudoscientists say, like Chris is definitely a pseudoscientist. So he'll read the definition and say, that's not the Charles Darwin. Get out of here. It's a bunch of crap, man. And I'm tired of them disorganizing our community with this misinformation. Woo!
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
So Enql.
Do you hear Enql cheering that? Woo! Thank you, Chris. Watch.
Come on, man.
Order that.
Come on, man. Hey, son, that to control this, man. So, Enql, do you agree with that, Enql? Yes or no?
You want me to answer the question?
Yes. Do you agree with that? Yes or no? Then you can give a long ass explanation if you want.
Absolutely, I agree.
Okay, so thank you. So now, is Charles Darwin theory of evolution a scientific theory?
No.
Okay, hey, son, that I rest my case. We got him on tape, lying. That's a straight out lie.
Hold on. Now,
hold on. No.
You ain't no hold on. Go ahead and hit that damn button, yo. Hit that button, yo. Let me beat the brakes off of the pseudos, man. Oh, hold on.
Yeah. Before I let you two go, let me just say this. I want both of y'all to respect each other. The people are here for the information. Y'all not going to be talking over each other. Allow the person to finish.
Hold on.
Yes.
Bring other people up too.
Okay.
No.
One conversation.
All right, but hold on. Just hold on. I got this, y'all. Just relax, y'all.
I'm having it the same way he had it.
Right. I got you. But
hold
right
on.
there,
Hold on.
He's not trying to write the one-on-one with me yet.
Everybody
know what a scientific theory is.
Yo, come on, brother. Stop. Y'all already starting to be rude and disrespectful, man.
No, I'm not.
All right, both of y'all, man. Calm down, man. I'm not on nobody's side, brother. I'm not going to hold nobody.
Read the damn title, though.
All right, I got you.
Let's go.
All right, so Enql, it's on you, brother.
Okay, so before we get going,
I'm gonna see who get frustrated first, man.
Well, then Ankh already lost.
I wasn't frustrated at all. Shit.
Okay, so first things first.
You have something to say about the presentation, sir? Because I'm not going down a wild rabbit hole or New Wapians or polite, because you know you're a polite-ian, question and answer. This is what we're not doing. We're sticking to the presentation, brother. This is what
all right, let him speak. Come on, man. Because when you came in his show yesterday, you was able to talk about what you want. So allow this brother to say.
The pseudo show.
Let him, but it don't matter. Let him speak on the same topic. Go ahead.
Well, we're right. Go ahead.
Man.
Yeah.
You scared of what I'm gonna ask you?
I'm not going to think if I don't know, I'm gonna say I don't know. So let's go.
Okay. So I just want to get some clarity on what we're doing before we start. Right? I want to be able to ask you, because while you was talking, I was taking some notes. So I have a variety of questions that I want to be able to ask you. Also, at the same time, you had a bunch of questions that you was asking me hypothetically throughout the course of your video. So I would like us to be able to exhaust all of our questions and get answers. Like I want to ask you all of my questions, and I want you to be able to ask me all of your questions so that the audience can hear both of our sides of the conversation. And then we open up the panel to the rest of the people so that they can judge or make comments or whatever the case fairly on whatever it is that you have put forth and whatever I'm putting forth. Is that fair?
I'm not doing none of that.
Okay.
Yeah. Not doing that. Ask the question about what I presented. Ask the question about what you talked about yesterday. I'm gonna stay right there.
But that's what I'm talking about. I want to ask questions about what you presented and what I presented.
Right.
So is that fair?
I don't know when you start asking the crazy questions. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So all right. So let's do this. Can you put that slide back up on the screen where you presented your sources? You presented 3 sources to us early in your conversation. Can you put those 3 sources back up on the screen?
I don't even know what you're talking about, Enql.
You don't remember? You had a slide.
I had a lot of slide presentations, bro.
Right, but one of your slides had 3 sources, and you made a big deal out of having sources, and I didn't have sources, is what you were saying. So I just want you to put
all my slides had sources. Everything. What was the subject matter? What is the subject matter you want to figure out if I got sources?
The first set of slides that you put up on the screen.
With Popper?
You had three sources on the screen, sir. Can you just put back up your slide and I'll show you which one it is?
If which you tell me, I'm gonna read it to you. You tell me which one you want. I'm gonna get it for you. Let me see. I don't even got that right here. All I got is the only one I got is Darwin's work in scientific racism. It's the only one I got back up. See if I can find it. Go ahead and ask your question. Let me see if I can find it because I already just killed it. Let me see.
No. I'll wait till you get it. We got time. Because my question is directly about the slide. So I want everybody to be able to see the slide when I ask you the question. I don't want to be like blindsiding you or tricking you.
Do you want Karl Popper or Kuhn?
No. I want you to pull up the slide so we can see the slide.
Or Famian? Which one? Come on, man. I know what you. Come on, bro. Which you hear me?
Okay. What's that last name you just said?
So you want to say that I'm mispronouncing the thing?
No.
Yeah, nigga, that's what you're doing. Me and you both know that's what you're doing.
No, that's not what I'm doing.
Hold on. Feynman. How do you pronounce that?
Feynman.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
So we know what you're doing. Jabari did the whole damn thing. So what about Feynman? What about him? The pleasures of finding things out. What about the source, bro?
Okay. No, what I'm saying is, hold on.
Go ahead. You good?
A part of Jabari's commentary was that my sources was no good because Jabari says that you can't use AI, you can't use Google, you can't use Wiki. Like those are all three sources that, according to Jabari, is not scholarship.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't agree with that.
Okay.
And Jabari is in an academic setting. So like Dr. Mayat, she doesn't use Wikipedia. She does not allow her students to do it. But I ain't in the goddamn college, and I need basic shit. So I can understand. It's like Wikipedia. So he's wrong because he can't hog ties like that. But that's part of his thing. That's what he do, bro.
Hey, all right, I gotta come in. Hold on.
No, you don't. He making
no, you don't, son. Why do you gotta come in?
No. I gotta come in. Objection. I gotta come in.
Oh, you got to defend Jabari. So
yeah,
I'm not defending Jabari. What I'm saying is,
highly of him though. Just now, he's a professor. Professors like him and Dr. Mayat do not let you.
What I'm saying is, let Jabari defend himself.
What?
And he's not here.
Stop.
Let nobody.
All this time, hold on. Stop. All this time,
off track by bringing up somebody else. It's you two on the screen. Sir. You two do battle. All right. Time is in. Y'all two go ahead. Back to y'all.
Nah, I'm with you on this one, Enql. I don't appreciate that.
Like, exactly. Exactly.
That's what I'm not doing. I'm not doing that.
We're discussing the conversation that started yesterday with me, Ankh, and Jabari. So it's not even possible for us to have this conversation.
All you're gonna do is make Jabari hit the link. You don't want to do that, y'all.
Jabari can hit the link when it's time for Jabari to hit the link. I would love Jabari to hit the link after me and Ankh finish having our conversation.
See that? Even y'all shaking his head at y'all. He's shaking his head at y'all, man.
No. The people gonna get back on you, bro. They see what you do with Jabari. It's crazy. You gotta stop that. You really gotta stop that.
No, listen. I can understand you defending the person when they lie on a person, but you forgot we just did an interview, me, you, and him, when I came to New York. And I said, let's have a scholarly discussion. I said, talk to me like you talk to one of your colleagues. And I brought up Wikipedia. It's like, yo, you told me this, you can't use that. And I was like, knock it off, bro.
Boom.
That's the same tactic he used on Enql. But for what he's doing in a college setting, they don't allow you to use it.
And wait, Ankh, let me add this. And when I reviewed the video, we caught Jabari Googling and using AI.
I don't mind that. Hold on.
Listen, because you know how when you talking, Sa like to put the camera on somebody else. So I'm talking, and while I'm talking, we caught Jabari like this, and I stopped talking, and we can hear Jabari pressing buttons, looking at the screen.
But listen, man, I ain't getting on your side.
But wait, all right. So hold on. Let's go to the slide.
You should be able to look up stuff. I don't agree with that, but go ahead.
All right. So you said you used Feynman, and you did mispronounce it. So I was gonna troll you a little bit.
I know you was. That's why I got you for you troll me. You know.
But what I wanted you to do was to tell us the information that you used Richard Feynman for a source as. Like when you say Richard Feynman is the source and you quote the name of his article, what is it that in his article or his subject matter that you're using for a part of your argument?
The part of the argument I was using for to make the explanation of, remember I use it and we don't know. And he's basically just him and Popper and them. They're basically trying to show you how science works. Okay. So he's basically finding out things, right? That's his book, The Pleasure of Finding Out Things. You know, how do you find out things? And so the way you find out things is through questioning, right? So that's what he's used for, yo. I use Popper for talk about the logic of scientific discovery. You know, Popper always talks about different things. So
I just wanted to ask about Richard Feynman because I'm very familiar with Richard Feynman. Like he's one of the people I use all the time as a source because his main thing was QED or quantum electrodynamics. Okay. So he talks about the science of light and matter and how, you know, light and electrons and just atoms, you know, just that interaction between light and matter. So so I use him all the time. So I was trying to figure out how is it that you use the reference of Richard Feynman for anything that has to do with Darwin, because the material that Richard Feynman has, again, didn't come about till 100 years later, which would fall under the category of mostly like quantum mechanics and subatomic particles and, you know, post-Copenhagen when they started to deal with the double slit experiment, things like that. So I just was saying to myself, like, that's not even in play. But I get it, I get what you was trying to do with the you know, saying that you use it for a reference. But
right, I wasn't using it against Darwin or for Darwin.
Okay. Now, the other part of that is I don't have a problem with somebody saying, I don't know.
All right.
So my only thing with that was, if like Sa was doing, you know what I'm saying? I'm not even going to put it on you. I'm going to say like Sa was doing. Sa said you are the resident expert on Charles Darwin's theory, right?
Yeah, that's hyperbole. I'm not an expert. You know, he just talking shit, just like you ain't a doctor.
But no. But whatever you say got to hold up. I'm not a medical doctor, but I'm absolutely a naturopathic doctor. So whatever you say, like what Sa was saying, to discredit me, I'm just saying, if you're an expert on Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, then you're supposed to be familiar with pangenesis because that was the scientific portion of it. That's how Darwin explained his theory of evolution. That's how Darwin explained natural selection when he was challenged. He was challenged on his theory of evolution, and his response was pangenesis. And when it was tested, it was found out to be incorrect, right? So when we talk about the scientific method, like you bring up the scientific method, and we discussed it the other day, and even when Juju came in, Juju actually agreed with me. That was the funniest part of the video. Is like everybody that disagreed with me, the substance of what they were saying actually was what I was saying. So like Juju was trying to disagree with me and support you, but in the middle of what she was saying, and you know we got video, but in the middle of what she was saying, she said, when people create scientific theories or hypotheses and they test it, and they, you know, they test it to validate it, and it's found to be incorrect, it's no longer science, right? It's no longer considered to be a scientific theory. So that's actually, in essence, what I was saying, right? That's what I was saying, in essence, is that Charles Darwin's theory of evolution was tested and it failed. So, so there's that part. Right there's that.
Can we discuss that part? Is that
absolutely part? Go in, do your thing.
So, and this is where you keep getting it wrong at. Everything you just said was actually misorganized because that's not what pangenesis did. And so, I'm not an expert on evolution. That's just something There's something that it says, bro. I'm a layman like everybody else to decide to read a damn Dr. Ben's book that pushed me to scientific endeavor and reading high-level scientific information. So I'm going to make mistakes, right? I'm not going to know as much as an expert would. So you can expect me to say more often than an expert. I don't know. At least we to the elevation point where you can admit you don't know something. That's all I'm saying. So that's not a game.
Cool. That's cool.
But you take advantage of that, though. That's
I didn't. No, I didn't. That is between Sa and Jabari. That I did not take advantage.
Let me finish my point, though. My point is the way you're characterizing a pangenesis. Now I'm gonna ask you for a source. What sources you have that will say that pangenesis actually debunked the scientific quote unquote theory of Charles Darwin's evolution by way of natural selection? See, that's the question. But now, so I just asked you a question. Give us a source.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
You cannot ask me.
I'm going to answer your question directly.
Go on like that.
While at the same time asking you a question.
Don't you need that time to get it right, though, bro? I think you need that time to get that right.
What? Wait, why? I'm going to give you a source and I'm going to ask you a question.
All right.
Here's a source. You see that right there?
I ain't looking.
Sa, can you make the screen big on me so we can all see this right here?
What? Let me see, man. You're always playing. What is that?
Can you see that?
Stop. The variation of animals and plants under. Yeah, that's what he discussed pangenesis at, man. Come on, bro. This is me.
Okay. So
am I right or wrong?
That's a fact. So are you familiar with this material?
That look New York. It look like you just got there yesterday. Where you get that from? Overnight?
I know. I got this overnight. But meanwhile, wait. I got this overnight. But meanwhile, I was the only one on the show yesterday familiar with the material.
Hold that book up again. I dare you. I dare you hold it up. Turn it to the side. The white page. Look, the other way. The other way. Man, you ain't read that damn book, Enql.
What? Listen to what I'm saying.
All right, go ahead, bro.
Don't try to use your charisma and your jokes to distract people from the actual information.
Okay, so go ahead.
Everybody, wait, listen. Everybody already saw yesterday that I was the only person on the show familiar with pangenesis.
Hold on. Jabari claimed he knew it. I'm saying I didn't, so I'm good with that.
I'm gonna tell you. Listen. Jabari did not know pangenesis at all. We saw throughout the video he didn't. Even when Jabari pulled up his articles, he totally defrauded the community.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Invalidated. He did, because he was supposed to be pulling up information on pangenesis, and guess what he did? He pulled up 2 articles on natural selection. So he pretended to have source material on pangenesis and talked about natural selection when that wasn't even the conversation, because even natural selection hinges on pangenesis.
It don't. So give me a source. Now I asked you for a source.
I just gave you. Wait a minute.
No, that's Charles Darwin book. That's Charles Darwin book, yo.
So what better source for Charles Darwin's material than Charles Darwin's books? Like what? Like I'm just trying to figure out what we're doing.
No. Since we can't use something, I need the audience to know that I'm asking Enql for a source that verifies that pangenesis debunks evolution. Then he pulls up the book where Charles Darwin talks about pangenesis. So then elaborately explain what the hell you saying right now with that. So you saying Charles Darwin debunked his own work?
Okay, no. That's not what I'm saying. Let me clarify it. I got you. If what you're saying is, okay, let me clarify. I'm not saying that the theory of pangenesis debunked Charles Darwin's work. What I'm saying is that the theory of pangenesis is the scientific portion of Charles Darwin's work. And when Charles Darwin's scientific theory called pangenesis was debunked, it debunked Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, including Charles Darwin's theory of natural selection. That's what I'm saying. That's the reason why. So like when you just read scientific theory and you read the scientific method and you just did your thing, everything that you read said that it requires experiments, right? It requires experiments. And when those experiments fail, you have to, at least at the bare minimum, get rid of the hypotheses or the theory and reevaluate the material because it's proven to be wrong.
I agree with you. Hold on. I agree 100% with you. Hold on. I agree 100% with you. But there's a little problem with that.
Okay, go ahead.
They did get rid of pangenesis. They actually did. So let me show my screen.
Okay, so
we knew was going to do it. Hold on.
Okay, so when they got rid of pangenesis,
it's my turn.
Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
I was just going to say, so when they got rid of pangenesis, what happened next?
Ain't nothing happened. He went on, and so your statement was incorrect because actually that's two separate books. One is dealing with pangenesis, and the other is a scientific treatise, okay, by way of origin of a species by way of natural selection. That's two separate books containing two separate ideas. Now, he was trying to explain inheritance through pangenesis, but that did not interrupt the theory of evolution, bro, because the whole world would actually know that. Let me, Sarnetta, share my screen. Hold on, just let me share my screen. Share my screen, Sarnetta. Okay. So right here, we want to go right here. That's what I want to do. I want to do pangenesis, genetics, and evolution. Darwin's hypothesis, not a scientific theory, right? Because he was basically saying he didn't know. Remember how we talked about that earlier? Golton's criticism, Mendel's genetics, and why evolution stood strong. Darwin's idea of pangenesis, proposed in 1868. My fault. 1868. Boy, I know if I mess up with you, boy, you ain't playing. Between you and Jabari, boy, y'all be on it. It's all good. It says the variation of animals and plants under domestication. That's the book you showed the audience. That's good that you got that work. You should probably read it. It says, suggested that all cells produce germinals, and if I'm pronouncing the word wrong, please help me out, because you go ahead.
Just get through it.
Carrying hereditary information. It say germinals accumulate in reproductive organs and are passed to offsprings. Attempted to explain inheritance and variation, and you explained this eloquently. Okay?
Thank you.
All the damn slide. Now, Francis Galton criticism. You also brought this up. Galton tested pangenesis using blood transfusions experiments in 1869 and 1871. Expected germinals in the blood of transferred traits. It says no evidence of transferred traits was found. Concluded pangenesis lacked empirical support. This is where this shit is falling apart. This is science right in front of y'all eyes. Let me finish. It says shift to Mendel's genetics. Greg Mendel, P. Plant experiments published in 1866, rediscovered in the 1900s. It says demonstrated inheritance through discrete units, later called genes. Mendel genetics replaced pangenesis as the foundation of heredity. So you see what's going on here, right? Yes. Pangenesis was replaced by Mendel's genetics in understanding the fundamental heredity through genetics. It say,
can we stop right there?
Provided. Okay. What'd you say?
I just wanted to come in before you go to another slide, but go ahead, finish reading.
I'm almost finished. I don't do long. I do 3-4 slides. That's it. It say provided the missing mechanism Darwin lacked. So Darwin lacked a missing mechanism, like horizontal gene transfer is a mechanism. Okay, inheritance is a mechanism, but it does not affect natural selection. Now, so Mendel's genetics later on, right, would replace pangenesis. Okay, and it provided the missing mechanism. So that's all Darwin thing lacked was what? A mechanism. Now watch this. It said why evolution was not debunked. This is important. Evolution by natural selection explained change in the species. I'm gonna say this again. Evolution by natural selection explained change in the species, and it explains a variety of life on Earth. It actually unified all of biology. Now watch this. Pangenesis only attempted to explain inheritance. This is what Jabari said. Failure of pangenesis did not invalidate natural selection. Modern synthesis from 1930s to the 40s combined Darwin's and Mendel. It say today's evolution is supported by DNA and molecule genetics. Key takeaways. Pangenesis flawed hypothesis not a lasting theory. Galton's experiments discredited Gemino's. Mendel's genetics provided the correct model of inheritance. Darwin's theory of evolution remained valid and was strengthened. I'm gonna end it right there. That's what I'm at with. I'm not gonna sit up here and argue with you over that, bro. This is what I'm not doing. So
hold on.
And that's it.
Okay, I got you. Now let me ask you a question, because again, right? It's a matter of being familiar with the subject matter, right? So let me ask you this. In your understanding, was Charles Darwin familiar with Mendel's information?
He was familiar with Mendel. He may have known him, but his work was obscure. Remember, they forgot about it. It seemed the Europeans do that shit all the time. Discover something on it and then forget about the shit. So no, I don't think Darwin actually read his material. That's what I'm gonna say. I don't think he did. I'm not quite sure. I'll say that. But go ahead.
Okay, so at first you said yes, then you said no. So let's just hit the share screen real quick.
No, what I'm saying is I'm not quite sure. I'm not sure he actually read his work.
Okay.
So I might have heard in the place he did, but I'm not quite sure. But go ahead, though.
So, are you there?
But what does it have to do with pangenesis, though? You taking us on a wild ride. What does that have to do with pangenesis?
You just put that up in your slide.
No, I'm actually, what does that have to do with pangenesis overthrowing? I gotta keep us on the main point, bro. He says the damn scientific theory, evolution by means of natural selection.
Okay. So I asked Google real quick, did Charles Darwin know about Gregor Mendel's work? And the AI responds, no. Charles Darwin did not know about Gregor Mendel's work.
All right, that's what I said. Go ahead.
Okay, so now.
So now what? What'd that mean? If he'd have known it, he would have used it. That's what they do.
Okay, so what I'm saying is.
What you saying?
The same thing that I've been saying this entire time.
Right? You don't do it.
No. Just hold on. Just let me talk to it. Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, which hinged on pangenesis, was found to be incorrect. So that is the reason why later on it was replaced with Mendel's work. See, if Charles Darwin's work was correct, there would have been no reason to replace it. So the fact that it was replaced means that it was incorrect. That's what I'm trying to I'm trying to get that through. And although you are starting to agree with me today on most of the points that I'm making.
Why would you say that?
Why would I say what?
Yeah, why would you say that? You know what I'd agree with you on. And I want to make the art because the audience can get tricked. I agree about pangenesis.
Wait,
right?
You just read in your slide that Mendel's work.
No. Let me finish my point. I agree, right, that pangenesis is now a default or debunked hypothesis,
correct,
based off of Golton's work. Yes, and based off of later on Mendel's work. I'm also trying to introduce the point that Darwin was trying to figure out the mechanisms in inheritance. How do the next generation get that change? Like, what is it? We now know today that it's the genes. He didn't know that. So he came up with, and you said it, the daggone wishbecome. So he didn't have that part of it right. But he had the overall reaching part, which is different. A theory by way of natural selection different. See, but the inherit, how do they inherit it? He didn't have that part right. But so as in all theories, as later information come, you can add to the theory. Right. That's not a problem. So the modern synthesis includes Mendel's genes and genetics. Come on, bro. You sharper than that, yo, to play that game like that. Hold on. Be right. You can.
Oh, listen to what I'm saying to you. Let me do it another way. Let me try to do this a different way. Okay.
Then Soldier Kane, you ignorant. I just want to shout the Soldier Kane. Boy, you're ignorant, boy. Big up to the ignorance in the audience by Soldier Kane. Straight ignorance. But go ahead.
You really gotta try. Look, I'm almost 50, which means you like 60 or 70, bro. We got to show the younger generation that we could do better than name calling.
Man, I didn't name call. I said the man was ignorant, just like I was ignorant on having all the information on pangenesis. There's nothing wrong with being ignorant. I define what ignorant was. It's simply not to know.
I got you.
Right. So, and I ain't say I wish I was 70. And let's hope you make my age there, bro. Because let's look at
I do hope that I get to be your age and beyond. I don't take nothing away from that. I'm just saying that at a certain age, we got to try to present ourselves a certain type of way to the folks coming behind us.
Yeah, you look like you about 75, bro.
You got it. Okay. I might look like I'm 90. I'm just saying.
A little close.
After 30, you know, because the children got it organized. You go from like big bro to Ankh and all that. So I'm just saying, once we transition from big bro to Ankh, we got to start providing an example. That's all. So here's what I'm saying.
So Charles Darwin is a mechanism, right?
Charles Darwin.
Big up to Mac Rob. Go ahead, yo.
Charles Darwin's theory of evolution and his theory of natural selection.
No, that's not true. You made that up.
Wait a minute. What did I mean? What did I mean? You didn't even let me finish my sentence. What are you talking about?
Charles Darwin theory of evolution and Charles Darwin theory of natural selection is crazy because that's not what it is. That is the theory. The theory is the theory of natural selection. That's the damn theory.
Okay, that's what
it falls under the banner of evolution. And natural selection is one of the mechanisms. About 10 years ago, you brought up another mechanism called horizontal gene transfer. So inheritance is also a mechanism. So go ahead, I'll bring that screen up. But go ahead.
I just want to help you for a second though, because
you
just
me.
said, wait. Okay, just can I talk or you not finished?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so you just said that I was wrong for separating Charles Darwin's theory of evolution and natural selection, and then you said that natural selection goes up underneath Charles Darwin's theory of evolution.
I said that is the theory.
Just remember, we on video. So I'm saying,
so if I missed
something goes underneath something, hold on. If something goes underneath something, this is a
mechanism, yo. Damn. Explain why things evolve over time, man. Come on, yo.
If something goes underneath something, then that means it is a separate thing, or it is a specific part of the larger thing. I'm telling you, these are facts.
You got mechanisms of why things change over time. There's different reasons.
Okay.
And so there's different.
Can you explain to me real quick what natural selection is? Just we talking. I
would like to explain it. First of all, let me explain it through artificial selection. And we know about the gray wolf, okay? And over time, the gray wolf has evolved to all living canines today. Now, how did this process occur? This process occurred based off of humans over time, picking out heritable traits in the animal, inheritable traits in animals that was more favorable for humans. And so let's take a pack of wild wolves. You got some wolves that keep barking. You got some wolves that keep attacking humans. You got some humans that keep fighting for food. And then you'll have a couple wolves that's a little more temperate in their behavior, right? Some wolves that ain't trying to snatch the food from humans. And so what they would do is they would pick those group of dogs. And so over time, by selective breeding the dogs that they want, looking for a particular trait, the same way they do today with all the dogs and canines, right? You will get a variety of wolf that's not as vicious, just a little more quieter. And so, dog breeders do the same thing today. They breed for dogs with long ears and short ears, long tails and short tails, bigger noses, bigger snout, all kind of stuff. And so, hold on, bro, I'm explaining. So this is called artificial selecting, meaning the human is selecting the favorable trait that they want. Now, natural selection means nature does the selection. The trait just has to work good enough, right? Don't gotta be perfect, just good enough to allow the organism to give birth to a valuable offspring. A valuable offspring means has the ability to make it to the age of reproduction. And making it to the age of reproduction can transfer his genes
subject.
Pangenesis, right, debunked evolution. I'm just going back to that because you have not given instruction. Pick those group of dogs. And so over time, by selective breeding, breeding the dogs that they want, looking for a particular trait, the same way they do today with all the dogs and canines, right? You will get a variety of wolf that's not as vicious, that's a little more quieter. And so, dog breeders do the same thing today. They breed for dogs with long ears and short ears, long tails and short tails, bigger noses, bigger snout, all kind of stuff. And so, hold on, bro, I'm explaining. So this is called artificial selecting, meaning the human is selecting the favorable trait that they want. Now, natural selection means nature does the selection. The trait just has to work good enough, right? It don't gotta be perfect, just good enough to allow the organism to give birth to a valuable offspring. A valuable offspring means has the ability to make it to the age of reproduction. And making it to the age of reproduction can transfer his genes to the next generation. That, my man, is natural selection. And it falls under the banner of evolution because evolution is change over time. Gotcha. Now answer my damn question.
Wait, hold on. Change the subject.
Pangenesis, right? Debunked evolution. I'm just going back to that because you have not given that source. But go ahead.
Hold on. So now that we got artificial selection and natural selection that you just explained to us, artificial selection is about the information passed down from the parents to the offspring. And that is artificial when it's guided by humans.
Yeah, it's artificial. That's why the word is artificial.
Natural selection is the process of when the information passed from parent to offspring is guided by nature.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. Got you. And those is both the main portion of Charles Darwin's theory of evolution.
That's
correct?
His only portion.
That's his only portion. That's even better.
He got right.
Perfect. Now,
when it came down to inheritance, he got it wrong and it got out of there. And later on, they picked it up and explained it by goddamn minerals, genes, and genetics. What's the point, bro?
Wait. Hold on. Because you're going so fast that we can't get clarity.
Okay. So, you mean you can't get the clarity? It's cool.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, artificial, natural. It's about the transfer of information from parent to offspring. Now, when Darwin released his first book and he was talking about his idea of evolution, that's why it's Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. Right. And this is where I think that you and maybe some of your contemporaries may have it incorrect, because the reason why they had to single out that this is Charles Darwin's theory of evolution is because there were already many scientists before Darwin that was working on the theory of evolution.
Sure was. What's your point?
So Darwin, that right there with what we just discussed, the natural selection, that was a part of the basic observation that already existed from those previous scientists. Everyone on Earth that was alive, all humans, can see that there are traits that are passed from parent to offspring. That is not a part of the specificity of Charles Darwin's
theory of evolution. Say it again.
All adults can notice, can observe that traits are passed from parent to child. Like if you have a child, you can look at the child and go, oh, that's your dad's nose. Oh, you got your mom's eyes. Hey, you talk like your father. Hey, you walk like your mom. Or it looked like you got that from your uncle, blah, blah, blah.
I'm not comfortable with that. That's called lookership. I'm not comfortable with that explanation you just gave, but go ahead.
Okay. So are you saying that, just for clarity, are you saying that observing that traits were passed from parent to child was created by Charles Darwin?
No, Darwin didn't create anything. He just observed it.
Got you. So what I'm saying, the specificity required for Darwin to separate himself from all of the scientists that came before him.
Was what? Because I know.
Was pangenesis.
No, man, you made that shit up. You guys.
Don't cut me off. Listen. Don't cut me off. Just let me finish. If you disagree, you disagree.
All right, go ahead, man. And we still gonna get back to you. Where's that source that says pangenesis debunked evolution? But keep going. Go ahead.
Okay, so
yeah.
So let me recap for you. So the theory of evolution, how things change over time, and how traits are passed from parent to child, we have established, and you do agree, that there were plenty of scientists who addressed that before Charles Darwin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they was trying to get beaten, but go ahead. I'm gonna tell you why they wasn't successful. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me why they wasn't successful.
Because they didn't identify the mechanism. That's why he's called.
Wait.
No, don't cut me
there.
Don't cut me off. Don't cut me off.
Okay, go ahead.
Cut me off.
Go ahead.
Because he identified the mechanism, which was natural selection. He gave him the why. You got al-Jahid. He also talks about evolution, okay? But he didn't identify it. He talks about lice and how the different color lice, there are whiter lice on a man with gray hair and darker lice on a man with darker hair. So he's definitely talking about that. He's an indigenous African mixed with an Arab, okay? Is in the Islamic literature. So the difference between Charles Darwin and everybody else trying to figure it out was that he identified the mechanism. What was the mechanism? Natural selection. I'm gonna finish with this. There's a few mechanisms. There's mutation, which will bring new variety. There's also natural selection. We just talked about that. Adaptive change, right? There's genetic drift, right? You understand genetic drift. You also understand gene flow. It's time periods you've talked about, quote unquote, horizontal gene transfer. That's also non-random mating and sexual selection. These are drivers. These are mechanisms. And so the real debate is never over whether evolution occurs. A lot of times the debate is over, is it a new mechanism, right? Or what mechanism caused this particular organism to change, my brother? So back to the question you have not answered. Where is the source that says that pangenesis, which was a misstep, a debunked, tentative hypothesis by Charles Darwin that tried to explain, quote unquote, how things was inherited? He got that wrong. The modern synthesis will use Mendel's recommendations in scientific inquiry, right? And we get into the genes and genetics. So where's the source that says that? At this point, we did a half an hour of you not giving me that daggone source. Where the source, bro? And don't keep showing me Charles Darwin, but come on, bro. Man, why don't you just admit you got that? I tell you what, we can negotiate this.
Don't try to over talk me.
I'm not. Let me finish my point. I'm gonna let you go.
Oh my God.
Listen, I just want to negotiate right here. Listen.
This is crazy.
I think we've had a great show. Matter of fact,
you're scared now.
You're
scared. You're trying to divert.
No, I'm not. Listen. The
people in the chat see what's happening, right?
I don't care about them. It's me and you. Me and you talking. They ain't fought each other for 20 years like me and you. I'm saying that. I appreciate you.
Wait, look at Sal. Cherry picking the comments to put on the screen to try to create the narrative.
This is my point. I appreciate you bringing up horizontal gene transfer years ago, right? I appreciate you bringing up pangenesis, right, and educating us on that. I actually appreciate that. But what I don't appreciate is you misrepresenting what it meant to evolution. That's the pseudo part right there. That's it. That's the piece. And so at this point, we can negotiate. Just say you did a great job. Hold on, let me finish. Just say, yo, you know what, yo, I did a great job explaining, but I got it wrong when I tried to make it debunk evolution. And then we'll just end it right here, bro.
Okay, let me finish talking.
You gotta let some other people up too at this point, yo.
All right, hey, hold up. Enql, I don't appreciate how you still trying to set up the narrative like I'm helping.
I don't appreciate you saying that you were going to be impartial, and then you keep introducing Jabari and depending on Jabari. And now that I told you what you was doing, you trying to mix up the comments and put other comments in. You wasn't going to do that until I said something.
Look at the comment I got up, brother. Come on, man.
Stop.
Oh, man. Hey, why y'all keep blaming me for all of this, brother?
All you got to do is be impartial.
And I am.
Then leave Jabari wherever Jabari at, man. Stop glazing Jabari.
All right, brother. I got you, brother. I got you.
Don't listen to him, Si. Tripping. You all right, man. Shit, I don't expect you to be impartial. I expect you to promote your champion, Jabari. I don't expect you to promote.
Jabari ain't a champion. Listen.
He's Sarnetta's champion. What you want me to say?
But he's not even really Sa champion because a bunch of people done beat. Let me tell you what Jabari does. And Sa allows Jabari to do this, which is what makes it seem like Jabari knows things that he doesn't. Jabari comes on the platform and Sa allows Jabari to dictate the points of emphasis in a conversation. And then he allows Jabari to determine what tools should be acceptable references to provide source material or information on those points of interest, which allows Jabari to hide from the things that he doesn't know and then over promote the things that he's comfortable with and make it look like Jabari is actually sharper than he really is. Now, for the most of the people that watch the channel, they like, ooh, look at Jabari cooking. For the smart people, they like, ooh, look at Jabari hiding, right? So you can fool some of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all the people all the time. Which is the reason why me and Unc, like he just said, we done disagreed for 10 years or more. Really, it's longer than that now. It's the early 2000s. Now it's 2025. It's going 15, 20 years. But the first thing, set that on the record. The first thing me and Unc was ever able to agree on is that Sabi caping for Jabari. Let the record reflect that me and Unc been at war on every subject you could think of. But we agree on that thing with Jabari. So Jabari, you know on borrowed time, Jabari. Just like they evaluating how long Canelo is using steroids now.
Oh man,
we gotta realize that Jabari been on.
I want to ask you a question.
No, hold on, son. Let me say this before you jump in. I always felt like that was when I came on certain levels that the Floyd Mayweather or the House of Congress would pop up. You got to negotiate the bombs flying and all that. You know what I'm saying? And I felt like there'd be a challenge not to get frustrated. I was laughing when he had you flushed. I was like, oh man, he feel that pain. But you got to be, it makes you a better speaker. It make you better when you can navigate that. I ain't never made a son that
that's a fact. I totally agree with what you're saying right there.
It was good. He do talk long, yo, so he gonna kill you on that.
Right. And he says nothing, just repeating himself over and over. But
I thought he was right, completely right with his assessment yesterday. Go ahead.
Listen, it's cool to create the environment, to make it difficult, blah, blah, blah. All that's what it is.
That's what it is.
But when Sa couples that with a narrative is where it begins to become spin as opposed to creating a tough environment, because it's only a tough environment because it's you got somebody using steroids where somebody else is natural. You got somebody that's being heated for. It's a tough environment because proving your scholarship will not be enough. You also have to fight against the false narratives that are being created by the quote unquote impartial judge. So I'm only saying the frustrating part is when Sa tries to pass off his impartiality as being impartial. Now, to go back to natural selection, what I'm saying is
no. Let me say this first. First of all, when I put bombs and all of that, it's only because at that time, Jabari's debating, he's the only one that sources up. Everybody else shut the hell up. Jabari sources up, and the people sees that. Whenever Jabari is in the building, you can guarantee he's going to bring you sources to back up what he say.
Now let me respond to that.
He might read the motherfuckers though.
Wait. Let me respond to that. Hold on. That's a part of how Jabari
definitely misread that source of confluence.
Absolutely. Listen. Listen. That's what I'm saying. That's a part of.
Did you see that?
I absolutely saw that. Listen, that's a part of how you allow Jabari to cheat, Si. You don't even realize it. When you allow Jabari to dictate what the acceptable sources are, then you get to cape and glaze and say Jabari's the only one providing sources. Because if somebody goes and pulls up Wikipedia, or if somebody goes and hits the Google, or if somebody uses AI, which let me just inform you guys, right? Because I don't know if y'all are in the year 2025 yet, but there's a reason why Google is such a large company, because the majority of the world is using that as reference and source material and a new way to search. That's number one. Number two, what you're doing with books, which is what Jabari actually said 3 or 4 times in the last video, AI just searches the books for you and pulls up what's in the books. So if AI is searching in the books and pulling up what's in the books, why would AI be unacceptable? I'll tell you why. Because it invalidates some of Jabari's points. And so what Jabari wants to do is invalidate source material. And then because he's sitting in front of a whole bunch of books that he hasn't read, he wants to be able to say, oh, where's the book? Where's the book? Where's the article? Where's the article? Now, here's what's going to happen. All of this stuff is documented on the record. And so when I come back here on September 26th, when I come back here on 20,
yeah, that's what you see. That's when it's
hold on.
Playing
when
field.
I come back on September 26th, right? And I show the scientific journals agreeing with what I'm saying word for word.
On this one right here?
On this one right here. I want Sa. I don't even want Jabari to I don't even want Jabari to tap out. You know what I'm saying? I want to see.
Well, can we
Sa
see it now though? So you don't got it today?
I absolutely got it today because I showed it the other day. I showed it the same night on my channel, because on my channel, people more interested in reading. Over here is not much reading going on. It's just like personality worship. So I saved that for my channel. You know what I'm saying?
You over here scamming, man.
No. Listen, my people
no, Enql. They over there because they used to the pseudo shit.
Yeah, I got you.
They over there. They not scientific literate like Unc say, brother. Come on, man.
Okay. All right. So now look,
those sources up, brother.
Now look, Saj getting the vote, and now Saj joining in with and arguing. Saj, I thought you was
you threw a dagger at me. You threw a dagger at me.
You
threw a dagger over here.
No, stop. That's science I just threw at you, because me and Unc made an observation which has been validated by historical reference and experimentation. Yesterday's video served as an experiment, and today's video served as an experiment to validate Unc and I.
I'll gladly pay you for a hamburger today.
Exactly. Yeah. See, you got to come in with the jokes. All right, so let me get back to this work. So here's what I'm saying. The mechanism, right? So going back to what I'm saying, because we get distracted now. So the mechanism, right, of Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, which, as you say, is natural selection.
Yeah, bro.
Right. The mechanism is how the information transfers from parent to offspring.
No, that's
the mechanism. Okay, so look. This is where we're going to disagree, and we'll just let the audience decide or research. Let me finish talking. The mechanism is actually how the genetic information is transferred from parent to offspring.
Right.
Wait. Oh, so you agree?
Yeah. Are you doing this on purpose?
Hold on.
He just didn't explain how the genes was inherited, bro. But he explained why things change, because they adapt to their environment, and genes and traits are picked, bro. You know what I'm saying? The genes work just good enough. So for instance,
just let me finish talking, because genes didn't even exist in Charles Darwin's time.
Right. So
why not keep saying genes and Charles Darwin? You got to stop doing that.
No, but that's what we know now, though. So we're gonna
wait a minute. If Charles Darwin's theory is correct, listen to what I'm telling you.
So, you cut me off, yo. Go ahead. I'm a settler, because I know what you didn't do. You didn't get that damn source. Everybody see this man.
Hello. Please let me speak.
You should be speaking through your source at this point.
Oh my God.
I show about 50 sources. You talking me to death. You worse than Jabari now. At least he gonna get a source, yo. Go get that. Remember, I'm gonna go get that nigga. That's what I do. So go get that source, bro. The first source you showed when I asked you was Charles Darwin's book on quote unquote pangenesis, right? Which you didn't read. But what you didn't show was that evolution has been debunked. It's still a scientific theory, bro. So why? So then I'm gonna ask you. Why?
You gotta let me finish talking before you ask me a new question.
Oh man, yo, this is crazy. I can't believe you doing that, yo.
You gotta let me finish explaining before you ask me a new question.
Explain exactly. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yep,
So now, again, for the recap.
I gotta get out of here, yo. You recap. Go ahead and recap that. Jabari,
evolution.
Go ahead.
Evolution, the theory of evolution,
okay,
the study of evolution, does not start with Charles Darwin. We agree on that, right?
Yeah, never said it did. I gave you the man name. I've been teaching for 20 years. Al-Jahid, he's one of the players. The Greeks also was trying to talk about it, but keep going.
Okay, great. I got you.
Yeah.
So,
but you don't got me. I'm one that source.
Oh,
go ahead. Yeah, oh boy, you in trouble. You getting old.
You looking crazy a bit. Listen, so let me explain to you. Hold on. Let me explain to you, because you keep cutting me off and you're not getting you're not understanding what I'm saying because you're cutting me off. And I at least want to
pseudorize. You're trying to pseudorize, mesmerize.
You gotta stop this, man. This is crazy, bro.
Put the glasses back on. You took your glasses off 20 times yesterday.
Because you don't have no self-control, Unc.
Unc, he's right on that. You do go crazy. You overtalk people.
I know.
When you're trying to talk, you talk. You got to stop that, brother.
Captain Kangaroo for him.
Right. You did the same thing with Jabari on the couch.
And he ain't doing that too.
Quiet and I'm going to be quiet and let Enql finish, man. Go ahead.
Okay, so now.
I was trying to help you out. I was trying to delay you giving us the source. I just wanted to help you out. Go ahead, yo.
Yo, if they offered you $1 million check to be quiet for 10 minutes, you wouldn't get it. Listen,
go ahead.
Now that we have both agreed that there were many scientists before Charles Darwin that was studying the theory of evolution and trying to figure it out, right? The part that you're not understanding is that the thing that separates all of the individual scientists, because all of the individual scientists observe the same phenomena. They all had different hypotheses they was trying to figure out the answer to. That's where the experimentation comes in. So the thing that set Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, that's why, again, it's not called the theory of evolution. That is something entirely different. What we're discussing is Charles Darwin's version, Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. And Charles Darwin's theory of evolution was explained by gemmules and pangenesis. And so the gemmules and pangenesis portion is what separated Charles Darwin's version from all of the other scientists before him. So when that was found to be incorrect, they had to continue searching for the correct answer. So the fact that you're even using the word gene today in 2025 is a reference that Charles Darwin's theory was incorrect, because if his theory was correct, the word gene would not exist. We would be using the word gemmule or the word gemmule. We would be using what Charles Darwin's explanation for the transfer of information was. So the actual mechanism of the information transfer was incorrect, which means when you sit Charles Darwin's theory of evolution with all the other scientists that came before him, the one thing that they have in common is that they all got it incorrect, which is why the search for the correct mechanism had to continue.
Okay, man. Since you just made all that shit up and lied for the last 25
Okay, wait. Which part of what I said was a lie?
All of it, bro.
Just specify. No, but break it down part by part. Which part of what I said was a lie?
All of it was wrong.
Which part was wrong?
I sat here and told you, right, that evolution, simply put, biological evolution, simply put, is descent with inherited modifications, bro. Just because the man couldn't explain the daggone how the inherited part was transferred does not kill evolution at all, bro. You keep saying that on purpose. I'm talking, and I'm ending with this. That pangenesis, the wrong explanation of how things was inherited does not debunk evolution. It actually strengthens it once they get that together. And with that, man, I'm gonna get on my phone, so you gotta let you go. I'm done.
Let me ask you a question. Wait,
no, I'm not. No more question. I gotta go. I'm out.
Hold on. I got to
get on my phone. I'm gonna get on my phone.
Wait.
I'm right
Charles Darwin. Wait, listen. Charles Darwin was studying fossils. Where you going? Where you like? Get out of here like that.
I'm right here, nigga. I'm listening.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. Do you believe in dinosaurs?
Of course, yo. Birds descended from dinosaurs, bro. Of course. All dinosaurs had feathers, nigga. Get it together.
Okay, we descended from dinosaurs, and all dinosaurs.
I didn't say humans descended from dinosaurs. You just said that.
Okay, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. I heard like something sound like
yes. I agree that there are dinosaurs, and the residual of that are birds. Now,
okay,
so I'm telling you, that's how we know dinosaurs exist, by the study of birds.
Okay, so how did Charles Darwin address dinosaurs? Your mic still working up?
Oh, you crazy, man.
No. You just relax over there, Sal. You gotta relax.
I'm not saying nothing, brother. Go ahead. Do your thing.
See, this is one of those moments where they disappear and go to Googling. Yo, where's Jabari at?
Call him out here in the chat.
Bro, he be going around the hand, give me that source. I'm not talking.
Okay, there you go. So all right. So you don't want to answer that question. So let me ask you this:
what the question was, bro?
I asked you. How did Charles Darwin address dinosaurs?
I'm saying I don't know, bro.
Okay,
that's cool. Answer my question.
That's cool. Now hold up.
Where's the source at, yo? You talking about everything but the source?
Listen, you didn't. You rejected my answer, so I'ma just take it at that. But let me ask you this, because you showed some comedic information earlier. Are you showing that comedic information to say that in comedic science they taught Charles Darwin's theory of evolution?
I'll do this on a response video, yo. You tripping right now? Oh! That's what scientific
yo. Are you saying yes or no that Charles Darwin's theory of evolution was in line with comedic?
Yo, you talking about 1859 when the work was published, yo?
Right.
1800 BCE, yo. Come on.
So I'm asking you, was Charles Darwin's work in line with Kemet?
Hey, son, I'm not answering no more questions, yo. As a matter of fact, I don't know. I'm getting off here. I got shit to do right now, yo.
All right, let's get Jabari.
Everybody,
listen. Thank you, peace, brother.
All right,
hey, yo, Enql, let me grade your scholarship right now.
Hey, but tell them, get that source, though, Star, for the record.
You gotta bring up sources, Enql. If you can do that,
never bought that source,
you'll be awesome. You're Achilles dudes, man. That's the only thing that's holding you back is the sources, brother.
All right, Sal, let me tell you something.
Yes.
What you're doing, listen to what I'm telling you.
Oh, man.
No. I gotta be able to respond. Listen, what you're doing, listen. What you're doing is visible to the audience, brother. Yesterday, listen, wait. Yesterday, right? Acceptable sources only included books. right? Yesterday, acceptable sources, as per when I was talking to Jabari, the only acceptable source was a book. You couldn't look up anything online, Google, AI, Wikipedia. Stop. You gotta relax.
You still have a book right now with sources. What are you talking about?
What do you mean? Let me repeat myself again without your interruption, sir. Yesterday, books were the only acceptable sources. Now, here we go. Less than 48 hours later, books are no longer acceptable sources. So when somebody asks me, hold up. So when somebody asks me for a source and I give them a book as a source,
you got to quote the page. You got to.
I got to do something else.
Listen. You have to quote the page. You have to quote the author, and then because when you do that, other people go and look it up. And now look what you done did. Look what you done did, man. You done woke up to sleeping bear.
Listen to me, Sal. Listen to me.
You done woke up.
Sal, I'm telling you that your biases are showing. You cannot.
Oh, man, I am biased.
Jabari cannot dictate the terms of what a source is on this platform. Bro, you're out of pocket with that.
Jabari, bro.
Do you hear what I'm saying?
Yes. But
now, what do you mean? God, do you realize you're talking to me?
Listen to me, Enql. Hold up for a minute. Everybody will tell you, not just Jabari, but a source can be when you go and you can Google something and you can show it, or you can get it out of a book and show it, and then you break down the page and then the author, so that people can go and look up your source, brother.
Let me ask you a question.
Nah, man, come on. We got.
I'm gonna ask you a question.
We got King.
When Natural Tahuti debated Wesley Muhammad, was that the standard criteria of sources back then for you?
When Ali Muhammad debated,
when Natural Tahuti debated Wesley Muhammad, was the standard of source accepted only a book with a page and a paragraph? Yes or no?
Yes, because he was quoting that person. So if he was quoting,
hold on.
He showed the source of Elijah Muhammad.
Hold on. I just asked you a specific question, and then you gave me a different answer. I asked you, going back to Natural Tahuti versus Wesley Muhammad, is the only form of acceptable source a book, chapter, page, and paragraph?
No.
And you said, no. Okay. So then
that's the only acceptable source, brother.
Okay, so then where did that come from all of a sudden now today, where that's the only acceptable source, brother?
Might I say something because I have to go to class?
What are you talking about? Go ahead, Jabari.
Hold on.
I'm only going to be here for like 2 minutes.
No, Jabari, you can't come up here dictating. If you're coming up here, you got to answer questions, brother.
Brother,
He on mute.
No, listen, wait.
You're on mute.
You're breaking up. Jabari, you cannot come up here.
I just don't have
time.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Ask the question, please.
Yes, so the question is,
can you hear me?
Is Charles Darwin's theory of evolution comedic science?
Listen.
Yes or no, Jabari? Is Charles Darwin's theory of evolution comedic science?
Listen.
Right, hold on, Enql, stop, man. Come on, man.
Hold on, Enql. Ask Jabari to answer the question.
So I only have
doing the same thing again.
Why are you lashing out like
Enql, my brother,
need a fix or something?
How you doing,
Stop
sir?
It. Listen. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me, Sonetta?
Hello?
Yes.
Y'all can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, King Simon. Jabari's talking. And Jabari freezing. Come on, Enql, you got this, brother. Come on, man.
If I got
I'm going to class,
got to answer
right?
the question.
Wait, listen.
Class, brother, allow him to do it.
I have no problem coming on at another time and answering questions. I literally am going into the building to class. This is the only thing I want to say because you've misrepresented a lot of what I said. The first thing I want you to hear is a presentation should never be built on 2 AI overviews and the cover book. He didn't even get inside the book. No quotes from inside the book.
All right, Jabari, come on another time, brother. Jabari, you got to come on another
The
time.
title of the book is what he wanted to swim. When you make a claim, you just say this and I'm gone. When you make a claim, your claim should be backed by a source. It's that simple. I'm not saying everything you say has to be a source, but if you make a claim, your claim should be backed by a source. That's all I'm going to say. I'm headed to class. I will see you all. And if you want to schedule some other time, we can do that.
All right. Thank you, Jabari. King Simon, what's up, brother?
Unmute me.
Yes, yes,
can you hear me?
We can hear you, brother.
Yes, sir. King Simon.
I'm not here to argue about Darwin because I know Darwin was very biased with a lot of his science. I'm not going to argue about Darwin. But I did ask that question last time Enql was up here about was that type of science in Kemetic scholarship back in the day before Darwin was even in existence. And I didn't get the answer. So what is it that you came up with? Because I don't believe that Darwin is the epitome of this knowledge of evolution. And I know there's more people that came after him and tried and debunked him in regards to that science. So go ahead, brother.
No. Look, King Simon.
Yes, sir.
As my history with the gentleman reflects, as yesterday reflects.
Right.
When these guys don't know, right, what they do is try to look it up real fast and then come back and pretend like they know. So I can't help them right now by answering your question. By answering your question, I would be helping them out. Because here's the problem. Here's the problem. If it is determined, right, that Charles Darwin's theory of evolution conflicts with what was taught in Kemet, then what we have to do is see where Jabari's loyalties lie. Is Jabari really somebody that is promoting Kemet? Is he really about the Kemetic culture? Or is Jabari about what he has learned in university, college, and the scholastic thing? Because if they are not in unison, if the Kemetic science is not in unison with Charles Darwin's theory, then we may have a problem, Houston, right? If Ankh is presenting the Edwin papyrus, which he don't even know what's in that papyrus. If he's presenting the Edwin papyrus, he got an answer, but that's why he was willing to answer questions right up until the point when I asked him
about the dinosaurs and what Darwin felt about the dinosaurs.
And when I asked him about the Kemetic thing, I'll answer that on another day. See, what they want the ability to do is they want me to ask them things, and then they want the ability to take time off, go research, and then come back. And what I'm saying is, if you need time to stop, go research, and come back, then you don't know the material. And you can't present yourself to the people as if you're anything more than an enthusiast on the subject if you don't know the information. So as people have learned within the last 36 hours, there's no way that you could be an expert on Charles Darwin's theory of evolution if you have never even heard of pangenesis. If you've never heard of pangenesis, that means you have never ever read. Now here's what scholars do, right?
Really?
A scholar
Is
reads a thing.
that?
And then, in order to get a well-rounded view of it, the scholar then has to go.
Is that King Simon? I ain't even know King Simon Dover. Really, King Simon? Now, King Simon is another one pseudo. Now, I've stayed away from calling him a pseudo because I like him, right? But hell, I like some pseudos. King Simon reading numbers and shit. Boy, I'm trying to tell you, man. I'm going to drop this damn link, man. These pseudos out of control, man. Boy, and then Enql says, if I'm not in alignment with Kemetic culture, then I can't teach. What the hell is going on? If Kemetic culture don't know about Charles Darwin theory, like why would they? They barely understood goddamn medicine. They was just they hadn't even separated their literature or their train of thought, their belief system from their empirical evidence yet. They ain't even gotten to that point yet. They was trying to get it. Really, King Simon? Let me rewind a little bit. Let me make sure I know King Simon
and see what you don't know the information. Take time. Where Jabari's loyalties.
That's science. So go ahead, brother.
I will see you all. And if
All
you
right.
want to schedule some other time, we can do that.
All right. Thank you, Jabari. King Simon, what's up, brother?
Man, say.
Yes, yes,
you hear me?
we can hear you, brother.
Yes, sir.
I'm not here to argue about Darwin because I know Darwin was very biased with a lot of his science. I'm not going to argue about Darwin. But I did ask that question last time Enql was up here.
Because you can't argue about Charles Darwin's scientific theory. They all do it. They all try to act like they, Enql, I'm an enthusiast, nigga, yeah. I ain't never said I was no damn expert. You don't have a doctorate degree in evolutionary biology. I'd probably be a little bit more than an enthusiast, though. Probably a little bit more than that. But I promote science and science literature, though, bro. I do not have a college education on biology or evolutionary biology. So I can always look up the information. Hell, doctors look up the information. Y'all didn't know that doctors, when they trying to figure out what's wrong with you, they use the internet. That's part of what they do. It's a tool. Boy, I tell you, so he forgot everything I start off this whole conversation with the I don't know and how the scientific method starts off with the question. Man, with Tangle, where we practice you deceive, man. I'm dropping the link. So for any of the pseudo want to jump in here and talk that talk, yeah, we had some pseudos in the chat that would not answer a question. They out here. If you chat in the pattern and we ask you a question too many times, I'm putting you out. You're just gonna put you out. We ain't got time for that. 101 questions ask us like a Nuwapian and then can't answer their own question. I'm dropping that link, man. Man, hit that Cash App. Show some love from above. Man. Try and tell you, boy. I cannot believe it. Cannot believe it. Drop that link again. Anybody want to jump on, man? Further this, they pseudos, boy. I done pin that link, man. Yo said you forgot what channel you was watching. Ah, man. Yeah, you know he wouldn't jump on here. Let me finish here with King Pseudo Simon is saying. E-I-E-I-O. Numerologist, supreme, Pseudo.
About was that type of science in Kemetic scholarship back in the day before?
No, not no, but hell no, it wasn't in there back in the day. Was it supposed to be? The hell, they didn't understand biology yet. The hell is going on around here, man? So you mean to tell me they would have to know about evolution and Charles Darwin for them to accept it? That kind of science. See, already you know they don't understand science. That kind of science that they know. Let me rewind this again. Let me show you. This is the kind of question that Pseudo asks. I don't know about it always being all questions. I don't know.
Be backed by a source. It's that simple. I'm not saying everything you say has to be a source, but if you make a claim, your claim should be backed by a source. That's all I'm going to say. I'm headed to class. I will see you all. And if you want to schedule some other time, we can do that.
All right. Thank you, Jabari. King Simon, what's up, brother?
Unmute me.
Yes,
can you hear me?
We can hear you, brother.
Yes, sir.
I'm not here to argue about Darwin because I know Darwin was very biased with a lot of his science. I'm not going to argue about Darwin. But I did ask that question last time Enql was up here about was that type of science in Kemetic scholarship back in the day before Darwin was even in existence. And I didn't get the answer. So what is it that you came up with? Because I don't believe that Darwin is the epitome of this knowledge of evolution. And I know there's more people that came after him and tried and debunked him in regards to that science. So go ahead, brother.
Epitome, man. Yeah, he's the epitome of it. Yeah, because he's the only one to identify the mechanism back in them days. He's the father of evolution, and the father does not mean the first. So we're gonna look it up. What is meant in science when they say you the father of something? Like Amhotep, he's the father of Egyptian medicine. That's what they say. Anyway, back to this. King Simon, you gotta stay out that. You gotta stay out there. You just get ran over. I gotta do it now. I gotta do the video on King Simon as he shakes his head. I gotta do it. Man, hit the daggone link, man. I gotta do it. Yeah, so the Egyptians don't have to know anything about evolution for Charles Darwin to be right, or for African Americans or African people in the diaspora to deal with science and evolutionary theory. Our ancestors didn't have to have an inkling or a notion about evolution for us to accept it today. It's the craziest thing ever. Our ancestors thought we came from the waters of none, or thought we came from a distant ant mound or somewhere in the dirt. What's going on, Mac Rob? Man, these guys, man. These guys. So, man, boy, I tell you, what we gonna do, man? What we gonna do?
What up, how you doing, man?
How you doing, man? What's on your mind, man? They crazy over here, boy.
Hey, man, when you slow a conversation down, man, you start to see, you expose a lot about what's actually taking place in the conversation. And I think you did a good job of breaking it down, slowing it down, and pulling up sources. It's very important, man, in these conversations to actually pull up those sources so that you can keep the person that you're conversating with within the gates of the sources, right? So you prevent them from swaying away, from filibustering, from non sequiturs. You want to keep them geared in. Okay, what is your claim? My claim is XYZ. Where's your source? My source is A, B, and or C. And why do you agree with that source, right? So I think you did a pretty good job. I think Jabari did really well. And the evolution the conversation it's a complex conversation for most people. But personally, I think I've seen historically the individual that she was going back and forth with. I think I've seen this individual like proposing the rhesus monkey.
Yep.
and also stating to have biological agents for health. And I just find it disturbing that the individual didn't know the difference between a hypothesis and a theory, and doesn't know and or agree with the theory of evolution via natural selection. So that's my 2 cents, man. I'm baffled.
You baffled? He's practicing in the literal sense. He think he's practicing medicine. Yeah, yo, you can't even get your degree in medicine, yo, without understanding basic biology, bro. Right? You gotta pass that course, yo. Feel me? You got to pass that course, yo. And that man,
absolutely,
he ain't even a naturopathic doctor. How about that? He ain't even passed that course yet. Because a real naturopathic doctor would not deny vaccines. You feel me? You got to have biology and all that to get that.
Yeah, a good class, by the way. Bio 1 and Bio 2 are pretty good classes, and very important in these conversations. You don't to know the human body and certain concepts about it. It absolutely goes hand in hand with natural selection and all of the mechanisms of human evolution. And I think it's very obvious that touching on those different mechanisms is very important in the conversation, because in y'all's discussion, it sounded like he was going in circles and trying to get individuals to understand it. Natural selection is talking about how the environment is selecting the most fit genes for the organism to pass to other organisms over time.
Correct.
You know, those additional mechanisms would be the gene flow, genetic drift, sexual selection, and gene mutation. And you know, it can be confusing. I understand it, but to have the book with the clean pages in it as you displayed,
Never read it. Never
and not
read it, bro.
and confuse pain. Oh, man, I'm saying it with compassion. I'm not saying it to beat the brother up. I really hope and wish that he and many others read this material, understand it, and use it to the benefit of the people that we really care about, man. It's a profound discovery. And I mean, it's a fact, a scientific fact and a scientific theory. There's no, we don't argue with people about this in 2025. It's like, it's worse than a flat earth conversation at this point.
Yeah, right on the nose. Then we actually seen evolution occur in real time, though. How about that? The pandemic, yo. What the hell do y'all think a variation is, yo? You know, COVID started off with COVID. We had different variations, right?
Facts.
Right. What you thought that was? That was evolution in real time, based off of viruses being in different environments. Each time it goes to a new host, that represents a different environment.
Yep. That's a fact. The entire globe saw this happen in real time. I mean, just profound. In fact, I think they may have found a new variant of hemorrhagic fever. I think they're saying there may have been another zoonotic spillover in Africa that may have spilled over a different variant of hemorrhagic fever and killed a pregnant woman and a couple of workers who was actually treating the young lady. So I listened to the vaccine conversation recently that they had with the Pseudos that Kennedy put in office. So I'm not finished. I'm maybe about 1 hour into the 7-hour video, but you bet you're behind. I'm gonna watch the entire thing because that's what we do, right?
Correct.
We source up, we bring in information because we're not making this up ourselves. These are experts putting the work in who have these high-powered, high-level, extremely high-cost tools that we don't have, right? I can't see. I don't have a James Webb telescope. You know what I mean? Right. I don't have the funding to do a randomized controlled trial on 100,000 people to see if a vaccine works in 2025. And I'm not going to argue with the people who do. Just present that information. Let us read your abstract. Let us see your keywords, your methodology, your results, your conclusion, and tell me what your limitations are. If you don't know what these things are, I don't believe you.
Well, that's a fact right there. I'm like you, bro. I don't got time to argue with you. Especially when you don't even got the money to do a clinical trial.
I ain't even got the funding.
You ain't got the funding. You selling as King Simon selling fake numerology healing. and Enql, he just putting anything in a damn bottle, talking crazy. Mixing up the literature. Come on, bro.
Yeah, we need them RCTs, man, or some meta-analyses so we can read your results, man, and see you know, pulling out the bias in you.
Come on,
and if you got that, we good. We'll rock with you.
Well, we sure will.
We're not making up rules.
No, we ain't making them no rules, bro. You know what I'm saying? We definitely ain't making them no rules, yo. But what they doing is they making up the rules as they go. They saying just about anything. And King Simon is under the impression that a person that people, ancient people in Africa, have to know about evolution before we in modern times got accepted. That's got to be the craziest thing ever. Well, if our ancestors ain't doing it, then why are we doing it? Because they was in the damn Stone Age, bro. They was in the Bronze Age and the Iron Age. They not in the Space Age.
Right.
You feel like, what are we talking about? And it was the Space Age, right, that was part of the process that was testing Charles Darwin. It was the space age where they mapped out the human genome in 2004, I believe. And maybe a year ago, they just completed the whole entire human genome in the space age. So don't talk to me about Bronze Age, Iron Age, hunter-gatherer goddamn people. About what they know, what they didn't. Now, don't talk to me about that. Not trying to hit, come on, bro. Like, that's the wildest thing ever, yo. That's a scam. King Simon, you officially stamped as a numerological scammer. You're scamming our intellectual property. You know absolutely nothing about the understanding of it in the process, right? You know, you're still my guy, all right? He's my guy. But you're in the wrong, you following, and you agree with Enql. How? Man, that's crazy. Then I had some pseudos in the chat. Where you at, due diligence? I don't see you in there no more. You up out of there. Big up the DMG.
They want their skin formation, man. You ain't black, man. I ain't believing it.
Oh man, yeah, if you ain't black, dang. Oh man.
Their skin formation. But you know what? The ancient Egyptians, man, they definitely paved the way for modern science and how far we come. But one of the multiple restrictions they had is their ability for the entire population to be able to write, right? When you start to get populations of people where they can actually write to each other, then you get quicker exchange of information. And so as information changes, there's knowledge in multiple people's hands, and it gives people the opportunity to take that knowledge and more people to be able to do something, right? Like at least one person in that population is going to discover something about that population that's going to be beneficial. It's going to be beneficial to people. Not to mention, as more people populate the globe, that transmission of knowledge and information across billions now allows more people to be able to benefit from that information. For example, everybody knows the vaccine exists now. It's not just populations in Africa inoculated. You know, we now have vaccines. I can communicate with somebody via Skype or FaceTime or Facebook and say, hey, we got this vaccine in America that will probably help the population over there in XYZ, XYZ. So I think that ability for multiple people to read and write was very pivotal to civilization as well.
Oh yeah, it was, man. First of all, let me say big up Richard Parker, man. Appreciate that love right there, man. Rochelle L, man, appreciate that love, man. Joe, man, I appreciate you, bro. Man, so they help support the channel today, man. I appreciate that all day, every day, man. Yeah, so you man, look, you're absolutely right about that, bro. You hitting it right on the nose. So what are we gonna do, man? I guess you can't cuss them out all the time, but people like Enql, you can just stay on their head and ban them down. We all seen he wouldn't answer that question, right? That was simple. We all seen he would not answer that question. Big up, let me see. Hold on. New, let me see here. Hold on 1 second. All right. Yeah, so hey, let me finish saying what he was saying. I think he was saying something. Look, this funny right here. Look, Unc talk about the space age like he been to space. Can somebody let him know that Earth is safely fixed in space? Let him know we're in space right now. We just,
Sunchild.
yeah. Hey, Sunchild, we just trapped on Earth based off of the gravitational field, yo. Right? Yeah, man, we in space right now, bro. I thought you knew that, man. When you thought we Earth had its own private space somewhere. No, we're actually in space right now. We're moving through space, but we're traveling through space right now. We're just traveling on the rock called the Earth, but we're traveling in space. We're space traveling right now. We're just not independent of Earth. We have not left Earth's atmosphere. or Earth's gravitational pull. Well, I tell you, man, somebody help them people out, man. Let them know that we in space. Now, when we talk about ages, Iron Age, where they start to develop iron, bronze, where they start the use of bronze, iron, use of iron, space, where humans travel in space independently of Earth. And humans have sent 2 probes and they're now interstellar, meaning they have left the gravitational pull of the sun, right? Because we're in a sun bubble right now, all right? Humans have sent object that has left the sun bubble or the gravitational pull of the sun, and now they call interstars or interstellars. We're traveling in between the stars now with those probes. There you have it. So that's your little education right there. Yeah, they was definitely space age stuck on the. Our ancestors was definitely space age stuck on the goddamn planet. Boy, you funny. Anywho, where we at? Let me see what else we got in here. Let me see. I can't. You got anything else you want to add? I know you said something about big up to Miss Tiff.
No, not much else, man. I figured we have a pretty full panel, man.
I know all that trash they talk. What in the world? All that trash. Let me drop the link again for all the trash talk. Y'all was talking a lot of trash, man. I mean, a whole lot of talking. Only got rid of one pseudo. Let me see. Let me see here, man. Let me get this thing. Where y'all at, man? Where the people's at, man? Are y'all coming? My next one I'm gonna do on. I got that Jabari and the Hiscos. Play that one next. Yeah, I heard your comment about the Egyptians but the Egyptians ain't black. Nobody said the Egyptians was black. We don't even use the racial social constructs, but they're definitely indigenous Africans, though. What say you? Are the Egyptians indigenous Africans? No, I don't want to start that. Oh, man. You dropped us in the server, too. Where y'all at in the server, man? Y'all might not know what's going on.
Yeah, I think, man, we should maybe find like some very simple videos on evolutionary mechanisms, some that's very easy to explain and presented to the public, man. I think probably really beneficial.
I mean, you know what? Y'all know we've been doing a great job of explaining this shit. It's them ones to get money off the situation to act like they don't understand. You feel me? That's when it's really going on. I believe that to be the problem. It's the ones that really, they really. Huh? Couldn't hear you. Couldn't hear you. "42 tribes." He said they'd be black in 2025. But in 2025 BCE, they will be whatever they call. Man, get out of here. Pseudoism, Joe. Pseudoism, stay tall. Standing up tall. Get out of here with that, bro. You're over whooping. Let me share this. Man, I ain't even shared the show, period, in the groups. Let me see if I can get some more people in here, man. Let me get them up in here, man. All right. What does Ron say? Ron says once the evolutionary theory can tell us Let's see what he's talking about. Let's see. And you know he's going to mess it up somewhere along the line. Let's see. He says, once the evolutionary theory can tell us how life began, I'll be 100% on board. But read this again. Once the evolutionary theory tell us how life began, I'll be 100% on board. But we all know that's never going to happen, right? You're absolutely right, Ron. You got us there, Ron. You got us there, Ron. But there's one problem with you got us there. The theory of evolution does not attempt or report on how life began. That's for another theory, Ron. The theory of evolution talks about life after it came to Earth and why life on Earth is so diversified. See, people don't understand. They be slow. Come on, Ron. You didn't know that, Ron? Look that up. Google that. Put that in your Google search, Ron. Yeah, you got to put that in your Google search, bro. Google search, bro. Yeah, you got to put that in the Google search, man. You messing it up. I thought, Ron, you mean so all the time, Ron, you ain't know that? That the theory of evolution is not trying to explain where life came from or how life started, yo? Dang. Yeah, man. There you have it. There you go. There you have it. So now I see. Ron sitting up there thinking the theory of evolution is supposed to tell him where life came from or how life or how life got started. That's and you said you would accept it. Okay, so now that means you gotta accept it, bro, because it ain't got nothing to do with none of that. What say you, Ron? Ron, is he quiet? Let me see. What do you see? Let me see. I don't even see Ron. Ron, where you at? Ron calling Ron. Calling Ron. Calling Ron. Where are you, Ron? Where are you, Mr. Ron? Where are you? See, he's quiet. Ron is very quiet. He's disappeared. Okay. Since Ron disappeared, let me get back on whatchamacallit. Let me get back on yeah, I'm gonna get back on. Cause I missed this whole exchange that I missed the whole exchange that whatchamacallit had. They had a wild exchange. Here we go. Let me see.
No, look, King Simon.
Yes, sir.
As my history with the gentleman reflects, as yesterday reflects.
Right.
When these guys don't know, right, what they do is try to look it up real fast and then come back and pretend like they know. So I can't help them right now by answering your question. By answering your question, I would be helping them out. Because here's the problem. Here's the problem. If it is determined, right, that Charles Darwin's theory of evolution conflicts with what was taught in Kemet, then what we have to do is see where Jabari's loyalties lie. Is Jabari really somebody that is promoting Kemet? Is he really about the Kemetic culture?
Man, they promoted mythology in Kemet, yo. They only knew what they knew. They had not reached the steps of even beginning to understand evolution like that. But what they did realize was things kind of changed over time, though. All right. They didn't know how to apply that to biology. The Greeks would have an idea. Didn't have that biology piece. There was a few things they just didn't have. You have to be able to separate your religion and your spirituality from science. They hadn't reached that. That's a threshold right there. You can't go into scientific innovation and support scientific ideas if you can't support your spirituality and your religion from it. It's going to always put a stumbling block. If you all into the intelligent designer, you're going to be like Ron. You're going to say what Ron said. Ron said this. Ron said, because he can't separate his intelligent designer. He said once the evolutionary theory can tell us how life began, which it doesn't. It doesn't never say that. It doesn't purport how or where the hell life came from. It only talks about life after it got started on Earth. It talks about why is life on Earth so diverse. Man, I just can't believe, you know what I'm saying? Crazy. You know what I mean? Wow. But he can't separate his religion. Let me see something. So, all right, let's go to the next thing. Let's see. Yeah, Ron, you gotta knock that off, bro.
Or is Jabari about what he has learned in university, college, and the scholastic thing? Because if they are not in unison, if the Kemetic science is not in unison with Charles Darwin's theory, then we may have a problem, Houston. Right? If Ankh is presenting the Edwin papyrus, which he don't even know what's in that papyrus. If he's presenting the Edwin papyrus, he got to answer, but that's why he was willing to answer questions right up until the point when I asked him
about the dinosaurs and what Darwin felt about the dinosaurs.
And when I asked him about the Kemetic thing, I'll answer that on another day. See, what they want the ability to do is they want me to ask them things, and then they want the ability to take time off, go research, and then come back. And what I'm saying is, if you need time to stop, go research, and come back, then you don't know the material, and you can't present yourself to the people as if you're anything more than an enthusiast on the subject if you don't know the information. So as people have learned within the last 36 hours, there's no way that you could be an expert on Charles Darwin's theory of evolution if you have never even heard of pangenesis. If you've never heard of pangenesis, that means you have never, ever read. Now, here's what scholars do, right? A scholar reads a thing. And then in order to get a well-rounded view of it, the scholar then has to go and see what the other side of the arguments were. What anybody that proposed any ideas that are counter to that idea, what were they saying? How long did the science or the idea last before it was replaced? And when you do that, you find out that it was gone. So what I was trying to explain to him, which he's kind of not understanding, but I think now that the video's out, some of his people will probably help him understand it, is that there were lots of other scientists that had theories of evolution, and they all proposed different mechanisms for how it worked. So if we go to Lamarck's theory of evolution, or we go to this guy's theory of evolution, they all had a different mechanism that they thought was the thing that made the information pass from parent to child. And when that thing
only a damn pseudo would try to help me out on that. First of all, his misappropriation of pangenesis would definitely confuse anybody trying to remotely understand what the hell he's talking about. He promoted pangenesis as this thing that overthrew Charles Darwin. That's what he did. He didn't promote it as this is something that Charles Darwin had trying to explain inheritance. Do you understand that? He didn't say that. What he said was pangenesis overthrew Charles Darwin and Ankh. Did you know that? What do you know what that is? No, I don't know what the hell that is. And I still don't know what the hell it is because you can't find that nowhere. That's why that man couldn't produce a source. I'm going to say this again. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Still don't know what the hell he's talking about because you can't find it nowhere. And we know you can't find it nowhere because he never produced a source that proved such a thing even exists. What he did prove that Charles Darwin's idea of pangenesis, one, was an hypothesis, and two, has been discarded in the ash cans of science. Anything past that, we don't know what the hell you talked about. And oh, by the way, I don't have to know what that was. I don't have to understand that. That is the primary reason for the whole conversation that I did on something that is. Because you always supposed to ask the question. You don't have to know everything. If y'all real familiar with the scientists and the experts that we have on Egyptologists, there will be times when they'll say, I don't know. And this whole fake conscious community thing ain't based off of I don't know. It's based off of knowing everything, which is a pseudo alert. Knowing everything about everything is a pseudo alert. Ain't went to school, neither one of them. None of them, not either one. Ain't been to school at first to talk about or to debunk. Let me say this, to debunk anything we're talking about. Wildest thing ever, wild behavior. I don't know how you got yourself into that, King Pseudoscience.
Subject to scrutiny, and it failed. That was the end of that idea. That was the end of that. They replaced it with something new and continue to go on.
And he's shaking his head like he know. He don't know what the hell. He don't know what the hell he talking about neither one of them. Pseudo does this pseudo does. Twilly D and Twilly Dum sitting up there.
Mendel had the actual first working model that made any sense. The problem is when you try to mix Mendel with Charles Darwin, you fall flat on your face because Charles Darwin never knew any of Mendel's work. If Charles Darwin would have knew about Mendel's experiments, his work would have probably looked way different.
Crazy as shit. If Charles Darwin would have knew Mendel's work, he'd have simply said the inheritance was based off the transference of genes. Then he would have understood what the inheritance part was. This is crazy. I didn't even know he said all this because I had gotten off at that point. We drop this link one more time, man. See where y'all at, man. See what y'all dropping by. Right? If not, man, we can move forward on this, man. Man, you listen to the community skeptics, man. You know how we doing it, man. Hey, DMG, man, you that thing you gave him, bro, that is a strike. Man. Yo, got the strike. Hit with the strike package. This man said he right. He said, Omar, you know I'm right. You never trust what? Quality of a car if you don't know who to build. Come on, man. Come on, Ron. Ron, you ain't gonna hit that link with that, though. You gonna hit that link, though. Gonna hit that link. Look, Darwin is just as pseudo as the preacher man. Look, you gonna hit that link, though. Hit that link. Yeah. The chatties and the patties won't hit that link, though. They'll stay right there because they know when it's time to have that talk and walk that walk, yo, they don't want to walk that walk. No, they don't want to walk that walk. No, they don't want to walk that walk. No, sir, nobody wants to walk the walk. They just want to talk the talk. You can't get that off, yo. Give y'all pseudos one more chance to hit that panel. We waiting. Because it's a shame Nah, I ain't the master cut off until you get stupid. When you get stupid, then I gotta cut you off. But if you can stay coherent and don't talk me to death, you can get it in. We know how I go. Get out of here. I'm never gonna let Enql get on my show and start lying. Get out of here. Y'all tripping. What I look like? Just like I ain't gonna get on his show and he ain't gonna let me over talk. That's where Jabari getting in trouble because he tried to over talk. You get your point in and move the discussion. So no, we're not up here allowing pseudos teach a damn lecture. If you can't get your point off in a coherent conversation, then you're right. You don't need to get up here. You're not getting up here teaching the damn lecture, but you can get up here as a respectful person and make your point. But your point ain't gonna take 5 minutes. We ain't doing that. We can't do it. Can't do it. Yeah, I can give you 30 seconds to a minute between your points. That's not a problem. But all that over whooping, don't make that the reason for you not to hit that damn link. Yeah, you did, man. You killed me with that, man. That joint, the music killed me. I was like, man, I still put it in this video though. Came on at the beginning to end. I'm just gonna have to kind of yo, hit me. You gotta get the uncopyrighted music. It's all good though. But yeah, man, let me see. I'll run it for you again real quick though. You know how shit care about no YouTube like that.
On October 3rd through October 5th, the entire debate world comes together for 3 nights, one platform, one spectacle. This is not just another debate event. This is the grandest stage of them all. Debate Mania is the premier event in the debate community, the Super Bowl of intellect, the WrestleMania of words. The brightest minds, the fiercest rivalries, the biggest stakes. Here, champions are made, legacies are written, and only the sharpest minds survive. Debate Mania is the grandest stage of intellect. 2 voices, 2 visions, 1 destiny. For generations, the fight for black liberation has taken many forms. But at Debate Mania, the battle is not fought with fists. It is fought with ideas. In one corner, the pseudo Hunter Hayru conscious, a fearless atheist, a relentless skeptic. He believes Pan-Africanism is an outdated ideology. And at Debate Mania, she plans to prove it. But standing in his way is the champion, the defender of the people, the voice of pride, power, and Pan-African unity. Super Pan-Man, the Pan-African atheist. 2 giants of thought, 2 unstoppable forces, 1 collision that will shake the foundations of the Versus series. This is more than a debate. This is the main event. This is Debate Mania. Only on Paradigm Shift TV 314. Be there for this historic 3-night event.
Yeah, man. Man, make sure y'all be there, man. It's gonna be a powerful event. And y'all know what it is, man. So yeah, let's get back to the pseudos, man. Let's see. Somebody says, let me see. Why wouldn't you believe in God? You're crazy. There's plenty of evidence that God exists. No way to tell. And then In America, since the only God we know is the monotheistic gods, Abrahamic faiths, all of it come out of Abrahamic faiths, Judaism, Christianity being the Jewish sect, and then Islam coming right up out of Christianity. It's right there for you. Judaism being the base floor, Christianity being the first floor, and the last floor is Islam. They all aided and embedded in the enslavement of African people. So I'm never believing in that God. And God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, but couldn't help African Americans out, or indigenous Africans, or any indigenous population out. Couldn't hear their cries. And oh, by the way, the only God that it really exists is the God brought to us by Europeans. I'm never doing that. That's wild. And if I wanted to play the game is ancestral shrines and ancestral totems formulated in geographical regions. So if African Americans decide to put together a piece that ties them to their ancestors in America, been here for close to over 200 years, then I might consider it if it ain't spooky. Because you know religion don't gotta have a God. Maybe we make a tradition just honoring our ancestors by pushing forward and fighting for positive results all around us and strengthening our communities in scientific literacy. Maybe that becomes our spirituality, scientific literacy. Then maybe I'll consider it. But as of now, there's no evidence. There's no evidence. There is no evidence
of a God that reaches down in the earth and scoops up some dirt and blow into man in the clay, and he becomes a living soul. God so loved the world that he murdered his only begotten son.
Yeah, we ain't back to that. Wild story. Geography is all funny style. Geography leave out 99% of Africa. That's why I can't do it, bro, because geography in the biblical text doesn't include Africa. It started to talk about Egypt. That's it. I'm not doing that. Can't do it, bro. Sorry, man. The great attempt, man. Can't see past it. You don't know. I can't see it. Can't see past none of that. Like I said, y'all want to hit that link?
I'm not saying Charles Darwin was an idiot. If he would have been aware of what Mendel was doing, he would have probably adopted that approach, changed up what he was saying, and had a whole different subject matter to present. But there's another problem with Jabari and Ankh yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Why would I have to present a source, right? That, like for instance,
why would I have to present a source that says that pangenesis debunked evolution? Let me see how he flammery his way out of this. Let me see.
Let's say if I ask you, right? Right. Stop. Get off the screen, brother. Stop this. Put King Simon, if anything. I'm asking King Simon a question.
No, I just heard you say, why do I have to present a source?
And let me finish talking, brother. You gotta relax. You gotta relax.
All right, brother. All right.
Jabari's manager, Don Jabari. You gotta stop, bro. So, King Simon, if I ask you, right? If I ask you, is your name King Simon? And you go, and what would you say? Yes or no? If I ask you a yes or no question, is your name King Simon? What would you say?
I would say yes.
Okay. So now, if I ask you a question and then you agree with what I'm saying, why then would I need to provide a source to prove that your name is King Simon if you agree with what I'm saying? And the reason why I'm saying that, stop. You gotta relax, stop. You have to put your bias in your back pocket.
Yo, every time I talk, it ain't got nothing to do with bias, but you got the person right there So he is the source right there. If you asking them,
okay, hold on, Sonetta.
Somebody said this, and you don't have that person there. Now you got to back up what you're saying. That's called
stop.
Yeah, he know the Enql know damn well I ain't agree with him that pangenesis debunked evolution. I agree with him when he talked about what pangenesis was, and then I disagreed with him when he talked about how pangenesis debunked Charles Darwin's own evolutionary theory. See, that's a straight scam and a lie. He's straight lying right there. That's a lie. Let me give you the lie again. The lie is I agree with his characterization and how pangenesis affected Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. I thought that was the crazy shit. I agreed when he talked about how Charles Darwin made a scientific hypothesis on what the mechanism was in inheritance. How did the favorable traits get to the next organism? How was it inherited? That's what Charles Darwin was trying to explain. But he definitely got the mechanism of natural selection right. 5 mechanisms in evolution. He definitely got that one right. Now, based off of more studies in the space age, right, we have more information on the subject. We know the human genome's been mapped out. We use genes and genetics to show you that things evolve over time. Alleles, transferring of information. Like, this guy is a super pseudo, and they think we forget. Crazy. No way in the world, bro. He lied as hard.
Let me ask you a question, Son. Don't see. Look, let me show you another example of your bias. When you present an argument and try to defend Jabari, and then I ask you a question about what you're saying, and then you go, "Nah, I ain't asking no questions because I'm impartial. You can't ask me. You gotta ask Jabari." So now that you jumped out there and you making arguments for Jabari, right? Let me ask you, Saad, did you notice that every single person that came up on the panel yesterday, including Jabari and Ankh, agreed that pangenesis was debunked? Yes or no, Saad?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So why then would I need to present a source that says pangenesis is debunked if every single person on the panel agreed that pangenesis was debunked?
Because you're making claims and statements that it wasn't. So now they asking you. So now they asking you, where's
Stop. Listen, stop.
Me, bro.
Yeah, he just flim-flams on that. Here's a flim-flam again. I just want y'all to see how pseudos work and operate on your intellectual real estate. They scam it constantly. They change words. They might and bail you half to death. Watch this. Check this out. Watch how he do this. Watch how he do this. Look. He got something. Look. This thing is, why do he have what this man says, why do he have to present a source when everybody on a panel agrees with him that pangenesis was debunked? That's the lie. The lie is we all agree with you that pangenesis was debunked, but that's not what you really talking about. What you really talking about is the very fact that pangenesis was debunked and was Charles Darwin's idea that it's some kind of way debunked evolution. That's the full information right there. But you see how he played that game? This is what they do to y'all. And then they get mad when I say they scamming and they cheating and they lying. They do flim flam, bam, bam, boom. Because that's a flim flam, bam, bam, boom. Oh, what tangle where we weave and we practice you deceive. This is what they doing.
Asking no questions because I'm impartial. You can't ask me, you gotta ask Jabari.
So now that you jumped out there and you making arguments for Jabari, right? Let me ask you, Saad, did you notice that every single person that came up on the panel yesterday, including Jabari and Ankh, agreed that pangenesis was debunked?
Yep. I still agree with you, nigga. Because that's what the literature says. It says it's a debunked hypothesis. And nobody should be bringing it forth. I'm going to say this again. It's discarded in the trash can of discarded science. It could not be verified or proven. There wasn't enough evidence. And so it's over with. So nobody in 2025 should be bringing that shit up. And the very fact that he's bringing up a debunked idea proves and verifies why Enql is a goddamn pseudoscientist. And he's not only a pseudoscientist, he's an outright liar and he's scamming. Watch how he scams Sarnetta.
Yes or no, sir?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So why then would I need to present a source that says pangenesis is debunked if every single person on the panel?
Cause nigga, we ain't even said you need to have a source. Nobody asked you for a source to prove that pangenesis was debunked. Because no, you wouldn't need a source to prove that pangenesis was debunked because we all understand that. We all understand that was one of them ideas that Charles Darwin got wrong. So no, nigga, we all agree, so you don't need a source, so we all agree. Now, if another person came on the panel and wanted to have a source, we say sure. But guess what? We definitely brought sources that proved that pangenesis had been debunked because we talked about his second cousin Golton. We talked about other scientists that agreed with that. So yeah, bro, nigga, that ain't what we was asking this man for a source for. And the fact that that's what he's doing, yo, is totally wild and disruptive to our learning capabilities. And this is what I'm talking about. This is what all the pseudos do, exactly what he's doing. They will mischaracterize what you're saying on a regular basis. I'm gonna say this again. No, bro. You wouldn't need a source to prove that pangenesis was debunked. Because we all agreed it was debunked. But we did bring you sources to verify that pangenesis was debunked. Because along with that, we proved that just because it was debunked, it did not overthrow Charles Darwin's theory of natural selection. For some reason, this man thinks that because Charles Darwin got pangenesis wrong, that that's some kind of way debunked evolution is crazy. Because, man, a few years later, Mendel comes out. Well, matter of fact, Mendel's work was obscure. It was out during his time, but it was obscure, right? And he's talking about the peas, right? He starts to figure out the genes of his work. So he explains, how this inheritance gets to the next organism. He explains that. I can't believe this man did this. This is what he did. Crazy.
Agreed that pangenesis was debunked.
Because you're making claims and statements that it wasn't. So now they ask.
No, he wasn't making claims and statements that pangenesis wasn't debunked. See how he got? See, that's how he get y'all. Flip y'all mind and watch his eyes light up. See? Nah.
So now they asking you, where's
Stop. Listen, stop.
Me, bro. Stop. You are making a claim that it wasn't debunked. So they asking you, show us your source.
Sir, you are wilding right now. Listen, my entire presentation is that pangenesis was debunked. My entire presentation was.
No, it wasn't, yo. His entire presentation was the very fact that pangenesis was debunked. That Charles Darwin theory of evolution is now debunked because of that. That's what the hell this nigga was talking about. See how he played that game? Back and forthy. That's how all the pseudos do.
That Jabari and Ankh was the one saying that it wasn't. So I'm saying.
Straight lie. Never said it. Never said that pangenesis wasn't debunked. Matter of fact, at the beginning of the video, I give you the story of Copernicus, and how Copernicus, right, is the guy that is noted for bringing the heliocentric model And they said there's parts of his work that he got wrong in bringing the heliocentric model, like the orbit of the damn planets. He got it wrong. He died with it. I said, you know what? We don't even know that Copernicus got the orbit of the planets wrong because nobody actually talks about that. So just like Charles, we don't even know that Charles Darwin had anything to do with pangenesis because nobody else actually talks about it. Nobody talks about the things that Charles Darwin got wrong. Nobody talks about the things that Copernicus got wrong. But the damn pseudos, because they'll use that as an aha moment. This is how we get these dudes. Pay attention.
When they all agree with my point, when they all agree, yeah, pangenesis was debunked, Enql, but I still disagree with you. Why would I need to provide a source for the fact that
made King Simon get off, man?
No. Simon will jump back in if he wants to. Listen, I'm trying to get you to accept logic and understanding, side. You got to get past your bias.
Oh, man.
If everybody agrees that if everybody agrees that your name is Sonetta, why would I need to provide a source for that? Every person you brought
I am the source. I am the source.
Everybody on the platform agreed that
line. Hey, you're wrong. Your pangenesis was wrong, bro. It was debunked, bro. Matter of fact, Golton, Charles Darwin's second cousin, and other scientists actually debunked that. It was debunked, bro. It's not that biology went for. That's not the point. It was actually debunked, bro. Go look that up, yo. Or even hit that panel with that. Hit that panel and prove it wasn't. It actually was debunked. Right. Yeah, y'all just pseudo. Like Babylon done, you're a pseudo, yo. Stay right where you at. Straight pseudos, boy. Boy, I tell you, it never was for these men. Shut up. Knock it off.
And Genesis was debunked. Everybody. Even Ankh came on today and said, Enql, you did a great job explaining that yesterday. I mean, that was a great job you did explaining how pangenesis was debunked. So why would I need to present a source for something that everybody on the panel accepts to be a fact? I'm asking you a question. Don't shake your head. No, answer that now.
Nah, you doing your thing, brother. I don't want to go against you. I don't want to go against you, brother. Go ahead, because you know how your people was tearing me up yesterday, brother.
Well, because
I don't want to go against you, brother. I mean, I let you go ahead and go in, but you trying to spin the narrative like I'm going against you.
No, side. People just watching the video, bro. Listen, so you got to realize if I'm arguing with Jabari and you take up for Jabari, that is called going against me. I just in case you're not clear on what going against me is.
I am not taking up for Jabari. So
what's going on, bro?
Hey, we live. I got a question for you. Can you handle live questions, Arnetta? Yes or no?
Say that again?
Can you handle a live question? I'm live. I'm doing like you do me.
It depends on what is the question, bro.
The question is, when you was listening to Enql said, why did he need to bring a source when everybody agreed with him that pangenesis was debunked? Right? Right. So he wouldn't need to bring a source for pangenesis being debunked because we all agreed on it. What this nigga was saying was that the reason because pangenesis was debunked, then that's some kind of way debunked evolution, and that's the source we was looking for that the nigga never brought. He kind of tricked you, bro.
He never brought the source. That's because he can't bring a source.
Yeah, he can't bring a source, yo. That is the craziest thing. So I'm no longer talking to him without him bringing that source that says
he got to bring a source,
right?
Man. He don't come with sources on nothing like that.
Yeah, but he tricked you though, bro. He told you that we agreed with him. No, we only agreed that pangenesis was debunked. We don't need him to bring a source for that. We agree to that. Right. But we were saying because it's debunked don't mean that evolution was debunked. Crazy guy. Crazy.
He was on the show today. Cedric was up there spanking his ass. He ran when he seen Cedric.
Oh, did he?
He ran. Enql funny as hell, boy. He seen Cedric pop up.
He ran.
And Cedric started talking. Enql was
ghost. All right, bro. Appreciate you coming through, man. I'm gonna check that out. All right, peace. Yeah, Enql, boy, I tell you, man. Man, we got a nice crowd today. Let's finish the lie.
Show me where I taken up for Jabari.
You got to stop it, son. That's
Show me.
crazy right there.
Show me right now where I took up for
You know
Jabari.
how back in the days the children be like, if you tell a lie, lightning gonna strike you. You would have been on fire right now. Lightning would have struck you so many times right now.
Did I defend Jabari today?
You did Jabari in the last 15 minutes. What you talking about, son?
Man.
Son, you don't even know how to stop doing it. It's crazy. Listen, so again, I guess we closing out. So again.
Yeah. Yo, y'all can come in if you want. Anybody? Asking some questions.
Okay.
The link is in the chat, y'all.
All right, man. Here's the source. I did a whole presentation with pangenesis. Let me show y'all this. Let me present this for y'all. Let me see if I can find this for y'all up here. Let me do this. All right, here we go. 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 Dun, dun, dun. All right, so here, pangenesis, genetics, and evolution. Darwin's hypothesis, Golton's criticism, Mendel's genetics, and why evolution stood strong. Darwin's idea of pangenesis, proposed in 1868. All right. In his work, this is the book that Enql held up with the crystal clear pages, not a bent page in it. He ain't never read the damn thing. The variation of animals and plants under domestication. This is where he talks about pangenesis at. Goes on to say, suggested that all cells produce germinals, carrying heredity information. All right, so this is what he was thinking. He was thinking that germinals actually carry hereditary information. He just was wrong, man. Now we know it's the genes. Germinals accumulate in reproductive organs and are passed to offsprings. All that was wrong back then, bro. Goes on to say, attempted to explain inheritance and variation. Watch this. So now Golton, Francis Golton criticism. Golton tested pangenesis using blood transfusion experiments in 1869 and 1871. Expected germinals in blood to transfer traits. No evidence of transferred traits was found. Concluded pangenesis lacked empirical support. See, it actually lacked empirical support, and it was Francis Galton, one of the scientists, that actually did that. Shift the Mendelian genetics. Okay, Mendel's pea plant experiments published in 1866. Remember, Charles Darwin's work was published in 1859. Okay, rediscovered in the 1900s. They must have forgot. You know how they do. Demonstrated inheritance through discrete units, later called genes. Mendelian genetics replaced pangenesis as the foundation of heredity, not natural selection. Provided the missing mechanism Darwin lacked. So Darwin lacked showing how inheritance was transferred. Okay? Didn't have that. But he verified and proved how natural selection was what made mechanism change over time. How do we know that? Because he had a scientific theory. That's a scientific theory and a fact. Why evolution was not debunked? Evolution by natural selection explained change in the species. Pangenesis only attempted to explain inheritance. Failure of pangenesis did not invalidate natural selection. Modern synthetists from 1930s, 1940s combined Darwin and Mendel. Today's evolution supported by DNA and molecule genetics. Key takeaways: pangenesis, flawed hypothesis, not a lasting theory. Galton's experiments discredited Geminols, Mendelian genetics provided the correct model of inheritance. Darwin's theory of evolution remained valid and was strengthened. Of course it was. So there you go. That's how we do that real quick. Yeah, we did that to him in real time. We hit him up with that in real time. But you know how they do? They want to act like that ain't what it was. Yeah, that's exactly what it was, man. Yeah. No, it's not a problem. You got to read. You got to go to Golton's work and get the primaries on his work on his actual experiments because they got them. Maybe I'll do a whole show and show you his actual experiments, and that will be considered a primary. I'm just telling you what it was. All right. All right. So so when we go to his actual experiments and he write them down, you know what I'm saying? Then that's the primary. That's his primary work right there. That's what that is right there. Boy, I'm trying to tell you, man, we having a good one right here, man. Hit that link. Man, y'all want to get on here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, hit the link, though, Pan-African Design. Why are you scared? Why are you running? You stay running. You stay talking, but you're a walkie-talkie. Talking, yeah, man. Yeah. You won't stop and get up on that panel. We call you a walkie-talkie. Pan-African Design. We got that link out there, man. We waiting. Boy, we had a lot of chatty in the patty. Let's see what they did. Let's see if they got the heart. Let's see if they actually got the heart. Pull up. Hit the link. Enql, whoever, hit the link, man. We here for it. I bet you won't bring that source, though. And bring that source, man. We waiting for that source. We ain't gonna bring that source. Yeah, they scared, Rob. Come on, man. Waiting. Let me see if they get on here. We're gonna give them a chance to get on here. Let me sit back on them. Man, so yeah, we got a lot of things, man, coming up, man. Some out the cater. It's gonna slide back through. Let y'all know when that's gonna be. All right. We're gonna check out Neil deGrasse Tyson, man. Yeah, we keeping it all right, man. Y'all know how we do it around here, man. Well, make sure y'all like and subscribe. What's up, Scarab Chronicles? What it do? What it do? What it do? What it do? Got a nice old crowd tonight, man. Appreciate everybody, man. Hey, man, hit that link, man. It actually supports the channel, man. Show some love. Become a member of the channel, man. Become a member of the Discord, man. All this help us move forward and keeping us in order. You know what I'm saying? We want to make sure we straight. And, you know, I don't like that. That don't make no sense. But I do appreciate we just gonna keep making this information clear, man. And that's just important, man. You gotta keep it clear, yo. Why can't I get that, man? Let me see. Let me see. Crazy. All right, got you, no problem. Let me see. All right. Let me see here. Hey, listen, man, we use textbooks too. You know, textbooks are very, very important, man. A lot of people don't know that. It's not just books, yo. It's about having textbooks. You know, textbooks are important, ladies and gentlemen. Textbooks. Not just a book. Anybody can write a book, but can anybody put together a textbook? Aha! Yeah, hit that link though, Mac Rob. Look at here. Enql. Making up shit again. What's your question, Enql? You fighting? You fumbling? For you fighting over the pseudoisms? Yeah.
You know
what? You gotta answer the question, bro.
I really enjoyed whooping on you and Jabari like that, man. That was fun.
You think you did that, bro?
Everybody think I did that.
I know. Everybody that don't understand evolution probably think that.
Come on, you don't understand evolution.
Don't worry about it. I understand enough to know that pangenesis did not debunk evolution. So where's that source at? See, we still waiting for, and then you flam saw on that, right? Hit him with the quick talk. And whatchamacallit ass, numerologist, you got him.
No.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you the point you got him with. You got him with saying, because I wasn't there, that our ancestors or the Egyptians didn't know evolution, Charles Darwin, evolution. So then how can you teach that? We're gonna deal with that right now. And then where's the source, Enql, that shows that because pangenesis was debunked, that some kind of way debunked evolution? Yo, that's the source we're looking for. We're not looking for the source that it was debunked. That's fool. That's like Copernicus in his planet or how planets orbited. He got that wrong, but it didn't debunk. I'm saying his heliocentric model. So where's that source at, Enql? Right, you don't got it. Where's the page in the book? In Charles Darwin's book when he says that. See what I'm saying?
Listen, let me ask you a question.
Nah, man, no, get the source, bro. No, this ain't what you're doing. I ain't gonna let you play me like that. No.
I can't ask you no questions.
Hell no. Until you answer my question. That's crazy.
Okay, what question you asking me?
Where is the source?
In my laptop.
No, get the source to say not the laptop you took from Polite. That one. Yeah.
You trolling.
Yeah, boy, I'm trying to tell you. What I said, man. Come on, man. Come on, bro. Come on, man. I'm not doing this. Ask me 100 questions. Yeah, you know what's funny about the ask 100 questions, yo? That was definitely a York tactic. Why ask nigga 100 questions? So just because the person don't know the question, one, doesn't mean the material is incorrect. Doesn't mean that. Scientific method starts off with a question. So the scientists start off with not knowing, yo, and they work through it till they know. Where is the source at, man? Come on, yo. Just say I don't got it. I'd rather you say
but I do have it.
Oh, put it up. Let me see.
I just wanna enjoy the space. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like a lot of people be pretending that they know stuff that they don't know. So let me say this. I appreciate your passion. And I also, even though you be going crazy, I do respect your honesty. I don't think Jabari is the same as some of the other fellas. So I want to have more conversations with them so that we could explore the depth of what they know and what they don't know.
Okay.
So you know, I feel like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, we need to have we should get Jabari on here right now. Like, that'd be good if you could call Jabari and tell Jabari tap in. Then we could really go crazy.
Oh, man. You know we could.
Yeah, get Jabari up here. Mr. Where's the source at? Because I want to know what he gonna do when I pull it out.
You're not gonna pull no source out.
Listen, see, that's the beauty. That's the beauty of these videos, because here's what happens. Look, a lot of times it's just about like creating a moment. So we caught Jabari. You know, I did a 7-hour version of our first video where I analyzed it. And there's a few times where I caught Jabari on AI. Then I have one clip of Jabari that I haven't loaded up yet, where Jabari literally said word for word what's written on the AI. Now, I don't have a problem with Google, and I don't have a problem with AI. I don't have a problem with Wiki.
Oh,
neither do you. We agree on that.
Yeah. But
see, for me, it's whack if you pretend like you do. Meanwhile, you doing it. Like why are you faking? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why are you trying to maintain this facade of knowing everything when you don't? I tell my people that watch me, like, your audience may not know me, or they may only know whatever you say or whatever the case.
Yeah, they think you're a pseudo.
Yeah, it's cool. But I'm saying my audience, they know that I tell them all the time, I only know a handful of stuff. And that's how all humans are. You know what I'm saying? If you look at LeBron is a genius on the basketball court, but I'm sure he doesn't know how to fix like his toilet if it start leaking, or, you know what I'm saying, change his spark plugs in his car, you know what I'm saying, or build a new, you know, house in like a little, you know, he don't know how to build a patio or something. Like he knows what he knows, and that's just it. So I never feel like I need to pretend to know things outside of my wheelbarrow. But with these videos, like, you know, Jabari has went out on the deep end, and he's already, you know, like pretty much made his statements and got, you know, made them emphatically and boom, boom, boom. So what happens, for instance, if I pull out the source and here's the boom, bam, here's the source. Here's exactly what you said doesn't exist, Jabari. What does Jabari do at that point?
I don't know.
Does Jabari say, I apologize, I'm wrong? Because I've never seen that happen.
I don't got a problem with being wrong, but I know that one that never happened.
I know where you wrong at. Okay, I know where your misunderstanding is.
I'm wrong at.
Your misunderstanding is where you're like mistaken Charles Darwin's theory of evolution for the much broader theory of evolution.
No, I'm not.
I think you are, because when we have the conversation, you talk about things like genetics. You talk about, like on the video, you mentioned that during the pandemic, the COVID was evolving, and Charles Darwin's theory of evolution allowed the doctors to evolve the medicine to catch up with the virus. And I'm saying that's all incorrect, because yes, the science of evolution allowed that to happen, right? But not Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. Charles Darwin's theory of evolution had nothing to do with genetics. There was no genes in his lifetime. There was no DNA. There was no RNA. He knew nothing about any of that.
Who said that, though?
You did. It's on video.
Nah, you put that together. What I said was...
No, sir. No, sir.
What I said was evolutionary theory. We know evolution is real. We know the theory is right, because if it wasn't, we wouldn't have been able to continue to make changes in the vaccine every time a new variant came. The variant was proof that things evolve over time. With viruses, that time is a very short time, right? Point blank. Correct. So then Charles Darwin, hold on. So Charles Darwin understanding, right, is the catalyst to getting to that point, bro. It's the foundation of modern evolutionary biology. So in evolution, listen, he wrote a scientific treatise, which you messed up the title. You did. You thought he was talking about the races and all that. You messed it up, right? No, you did. I'm not gonna argue with you over that.
I didn't.
You did. Let me finish my point.
Wait, let me ask you this.
Nah, nope. I can't
remember. Wait, no, I'm just saying this one thing.
No.
You remember back in the blog talk days?
I want to finish my point.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Charles Darwin is the foundation of evolutionary biology. His work is the foundation of evolutionary biology. Okay? And so those variants changing, COVID virus changing to different variants is proof that Charles Darwin theory dealing with natural selection was real and accurate, because we understood that, bro. I can't help it if you can't understand that. Don't have to know about genes, right? His theory didn't require you to know about genes. His extra step was trying to figure out their inheritance, which he got wrong. And I never said that you got the application of pangenesis correct. I said you got what Charles Darwin said about pangenesis right. What you didn't get right was that affected the theory of evolution, which it did not. It just did.
So let me ask you this. Because I also have you on video, right? I think you might have said so many things, you might not remember them all.
I remember very well.
Okay, so you remember saying Charles Darwin is the father.
He is.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Who is Wallace?
Wallace also taught. Remember, he had a theory too. Remember, he didn't. But Darwin, you got it's called the Wallace line. So you know who Wallace was. He also had, but Wallace put a little spooky in his thing. That's what messed him up. But yeah, he was doing Charles Darwin time, and he too had an idea around evolution, yo. And that's why Darwin, 26 years later, said, "Hold on, man." Once he heard about Wallace, he needed to produce his work because he wanted to get his work out first. So we know who Alfred Wallace was, yo. Go ahead.
Okay, wait,
suppose I didn't know who Alfred Wallace was. Then what?
Hold on. Wait,
See,
you wrong, huh?
That is Alfred Wallace, the Wallace line. What you mean?
Hold on. Let me explain how you're wrong. Listen.
Oh man, come on, man.
Darwin, I'm just explaining to you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Darwin didn't get his work out first.
Yes, he did.
Unc, let me just explain it to you, and then you can research it and check. You know what I'm saying? I know this is your home field, but I'm just trying to share with you. Listen,
he published
Wallace didn't get his work out. I mean, Darwin didn't get his work out first. In fact, Wallace got his work to Darwin first. Wallace shared his work with Darwin, and then Darwin read Wallace's material and said, we need to release not Wallace, I mean, not Darwin, but Darwin's two friends, I forgot their name, Hook or something else. Anyway, they came to Darwin and said, you and Wallace need to release y'all work together. So they co-authored the work that you and Jabari believe is original.
Go get a source, yo.
Yo, listen, let me tell you what I'll be doing. Listen.
Oh, yo, go get a source, yo.
Hold on. Listen.
Doing this, bro. Where the hell is everybody else at around this motherfucker, too? Everybody's kid hit the damn link.
Listen, they want to watch. Everybody got their popcorn. This is,
why you overwhooping that? Come on, bro. That's not.
Listen, I'm telling you that Wallace. Listen, Wallace and Darwin partnered up, brother. I'm trying to tell you, the one didn't release before the other. They released together. I'm trying to explain to you this. So now that we agree or disagree on Wallace, you say what you said, I said what I said. It's already on the video, right? So that's that. But here's the thing. Now you have to answer the question of when you say Darwin was the father, okay, now he has a co-parent, right? So now Darwin has now he has another, is a co-parent now, you know what I'm saying? So now we got Adam and Steve, you know what I'm saying? We got Darwin and Wallace. We got Charles and Alfred, you know what I'm saying? So those are contemporaries. Those are contemporaries, right? So how does Lamarck fit into the conversation? If Darwin is the father and Wallace is his contemporary, how does Lamarck fit into the conversation?
Man, first of all, it don't fit in none of the shit you saying because you done mixed up everything else. You done mixed up.
Hold on. All right, listen to what I'm saying.
I'm telling you, go ahead, explain that because I'm still waiting on that source. This is what I'm not going to let you.
Listen.
No, I'm not going to listen.
All right, I'm not going to ask you a question. I'm going to just make a statement.
No, go get the source though. On your computer. Go ahead.
You want me to pull it up on my computer?
Yeah, pull that up, bro. Show us the source that says, right?
Wallace and Darwin released their material together.
No, they did. No, Darwin actually had his thing together in 1830. Wallace, had the same principles in 1850, yo. So, so Darwin shit was definitely first, bro. I'm gonna tell you that right now, yo. So they independently, though. The thing about them two is they independently conceived. No, I'm saying we know this is what we talk about. It's independent. What are you talking about, bro?
Did they release the material together? Matter of fact, just keep scrolling to the bottom. You'll see it because I know what you're reading. Just keep scrolling to the bottom.
What are you talking about? Did you want me to do this? Listen, hold on. First of all, this is a scientific literature channel, yo, and we reserve the right to look at anything we want to. It's not a bad thing to
look it up.
The problem is you don't look it up. What I'm telling you is I don't have to look up Wallace. I explained to you what Wallace was. I explained to you. I explained to you the whole thing, how they was contemporaries. Okay, but they did not publish their work together, bro. Darwin published his work first. Darwin published his work in Darwin Ben had his thing together. They knew about it since 1830, and Wallace was 1850. And when Darwin realized, right, that this man had the same type of thing, he wanted to get his work out there first. Darwin wanted to get his work out there first. I don't gotta read that. I know that, man.
All right, that's cool. I'll concede to that. If that's, I'll concede to that.
No, you gotta concede to it because that's what it is. We can't keep going down the wrong.
Just anything. You see you reading it right there, right?
No, I'm in the chat, bro. I'm typing.
All right, but look, let me ask you this. Now
you know what I'm gonna do for you now? For now, I'm gonna type in everything you say. Since that's what I'm doing, let me start doing that.
All right, but look, let me just ask you. Look, hold on. Because Lamarck was not Darwin's contemporary, so Lamarck's work came first. Have you looked up Lamarck's theory of evolution?
No, he fucked it up.
I'm asking you a question. Did you look up Lamarck's theory of evolution?
Let's look it up together. What do you say it is? Let's look it up together. I ain't thinking we hit the theory. Let's look it up together.
What? Wallace and
Darwin have a theory of evolution, but I don't think he had a theory of evolution.
Who, Lamarck?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Put in Lamarck's theory.
All right, now I'm looking it up for the ladies. Let me see. He didn't have before I look up anything, I already know he didn't have a scientific theory. So what are you saying though? Go ahead.
I'm just saying, if Charles Darwin was influenced, inspired, or borrowed some ideas from Lamarck, how could Charles Darwin be the father? Yeah.
Because he's the father.
No. That ain't what your screen say.
No. Do you know why? Hold on. Do you know why a person's the father, yo?
Who?
Do you know why he would be the father over those three, though?
Why would he be the father?
Because he identified the mechanism, yo, and I ain't even gotta look that up.
Yo, Unc.
You didn't know that though?
Don't be strong. That's
why somebody the father in something, yo.
Don't be strong and wrong.
I don't gotta be strong and wrong. Yo, I'm right on that. So you gotta come on, bro.
First of all, look, remember, he tag teamed with Wallace on natural selection, right? Now, I'm trying to get you to take you up the family tree because you think that Charles Darwin is the first one. I'm trying to take you up the family tree.
With a comprehensive theory defining the robust mechanisms, yo.
You want to go up the family tree past Lamarck?
I know that. I don't gotta worry about Lamarck and none of them.
Okay.
Like seriously, like I don't got like you're gonna mess it up, not me.
I'm gonna mess it up. You said Charles Darwin came up with it, and he was really borrowing somebody else's swag. Like
he was not, bro.
He was stealing the drip.
No, he wasn't. So all right. So what you want to look up? We're gonna look this up. We want to look up. Did Charles Darwin borrow Lamarck?
Be nice. Type in was Charles Darwin influenced. Listen. Type in was Charles Darwin influenced by Lamarck.
Nah, man, he didn't have a robust sign. I know already, bro. I know he did not have because
you want me to look it up on my computer?
No, you probably got a pseudo computer. You got all kinds of
I got a pseudo Google. I got the Google is pseudo on my computer. Yo.
So listen, Lamarck, hold on, Lamarck, Darwin. Who we got? Lamarck, Darwin, and Wallace.
Oh, yeah.
And you're saying is you trying to do a family tree thing, and you want to know why he's a father.
No. I'm saying you said Darwin invented. You said Darwin was the father.
Yeah, he's the father. The word Father don't mean invented, for the record.
Father means the creator.
No, it doesn't. No.
Oh, yes, it
doesn't,
is. I am the creator of my children. I am definitely the father.
Yeah, you got that wrong. That's the science. We're not talking your kids.
Well, wait a minute. So hold on.
What?
Literally, I'm giving you an entendre of an example because literally the whole entire theory of Darwin's evolution is about passing on genetic information. So I'm giving you something that's a metaphor, but that's also related. I'm telling you I'm the father of my children, just like you're saying Darwin's the father of the concept of evolution. And I'm telling you that the concept is way older than Darwin. Darwin's grandfather, Darwin's grandfather passed down the books to Darwin.
Raspy, you talking about Raspy?
Yeah, something like that. Erasmus.
Yeah.
Right. So how you? But how you saying? See, that's why you over there clicking on the buttons right now.
I'm not, bro. I'm not. I don't got to click on no daggone button. And then if I am, what's wrong with it? I don't gotta sneak it over this channel. We don't. This not that kind of channel where you can't look up shit.
Okay,
it's not. What's up, Chilembe? Pseudo Killer Fish? How you doing, bro?
I'm good. What's up, everybody?
Over here having fun with Enql making up shit.
I had some questions because I was a little confused by what Enql trying to say. I was confused, so I need help.
What you saying, Enql?
Come on in with your polite trolling. Come on, he trying to be nice about his trolling. Come on in and troll. I know I'm behind enemy line.
I troll. When I troll, I tell the truth. I just come out and say it. I'm not a troll. I let it be known clear. So let's get back to Lamarck. What are you saying Lamarck's theory of evolution was?
I'm not.
You're not what?
I'm not saying his theory of evolution was anything. I didn't say his theory of evolution was anything.
So did he have a theory of evolution?
Absolutely.
And what was it?
Hold on, look, hit the share screen. Let's do one thing at a time. Hit the share screen, Unc.
I'm put the chart up there for you. Oh, you talking about for you?
Yeah, hit the share screen for me.
Oh, this is gonna be the soul. Hold on. You capture that. Oh, you doing it? Hey, what is that?
I just did a Google search. That's all. I just did a Google search.
Nah, that ain't real. That ain't publishing nothing together. What are you doing? What?
What? I just did a Google search. I thought you said that Google. Wait a minute. I thought you said. Hold up. I thought you said Google was acceptable. Now because Google disagree with you, it's not acceptable.
Oh, man, they didn't publish no theory together. That's crazy, bro. I ain't never heard that. I thought you had the pseudo. They didn't, yo. Come on, man. You gotta stop that,
yo. Oh, yo, you crazy.
We're not doing it, Joe.
I promise you. Listen.
You see what this man just did? Yo, hold on. Let me read it. Charles Darwin and Alpha Wallace co-authored the theory of evolution by natural selection, publishing their ideas together in 1858. Wallace sent Darwin an essay. Okay, I know that part. Dealing with his theory, which confirmed Darwin's own unpublished work. Okay. Was this purporting the joint publication before Darwin released his comprehensive book on the origin of species. Though they reached the same conclusion independently, Darwin received more credit than the theory. Keep going. We need to keep reading that.
Okay, but hold on before we keep reading it.
No, they ain't published no. What's the name of the book they published, Joe? I'm asking you, what's the name of the book they published? No, what's the name of the book they published together?
It's not a book. They just published. What's
the name of it?
They wrote a paper together. I could pull it up for you.
Oh, they wrote it. No, we're talking about the theory. We talking about the scientific theory of evolution. You're saying that they published some work together. That's different than the theory of evolution. Come on, man. See, you playing that game.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Wallace wasn't before Darwin, dog. He wasn't.
I didn't say he was.
Oh, but Ethan, my man in the chat, did. He wasn't, bro. You gotta look it up for real.
I said they were contemporaries, and I said that we got two fathers now. Like we got because you said that Darwin was the father.
Yeah.
So what I'm showing you is that Darwin was not the father. That's what I'm showing you. I'm showing you that he had a contemporary that at the bare minimum came up with the same idea on his own, right? And they came together, shared their material, and they put it together and came with the idea of natural selection. They put that together. So they was, two fathers on that one. So I'm just saying, so that's what I'm saying there. And so we disagreed. And so I just put in a little Google search, and that's what Google. Now you trying to you asking Google for a source right now. You
I'm not asking Google for a source right now.
But so now with Lamarck,
you got that wrong though, bro.
All right, I guess if you say, listen,
I just want to make this clear. You're saying that they published their papers together. That's not what we was talking about. You saying that they published the theory of evolution together, and I said no. And then I also said, right, that Charles Darwin came out with his theory of evolution in 1930, right? And he didn't want to publish his work because he was ashamed of his family and all that. Not Lamarck, but Wallace came out with this thing in 1950. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No,
then Darwin did read his work. Hold on, Darwin did read it, but they came up with this independently. Okay? So when Darwin read his work, he was like, yeah, okay, damn, okay. He said, so he wanted to so he made sure he published his work first. That's all.
But that's not the truth, though, huh?
Okay, all right, well, I'm saying it is.
I got you, and I ain't mad with you. I'm just saying.
How does that affect the source that we waiting for right now?
I'm just saying, wait. But look, hold on. I'm just saying, now we both have two separate ideas about it, but in this conversation, I'm the only one who has provided a source. I just Googled it, and the Google agrees with me.
No, on what? Hold on, keep reading it. Scroll up a little bit so we can see the rest. Darwin's book and Wallace.
Hold on, look. We started right here.
No, we read it already.
Right, and then I went and scrolled up to the next part.
All right, what does the next part say? Where you at?
I'm right here.
We got the Wallace letter. He sent, so we know that. We agreed on that.
Yeah, joint presentation. Darwin, surprised by the similarity of Wallace's ideas to his own, collaborated with Wallace on a joint presentation of their theories.
With an S. Keep going.
Right.
Keep going. Linnaean Society. Go ahead.
The Theory of Evolution by Natural Selection was read as a paper by the Linnaean Society of London on July 1st, 1858, and published later that year.
Okay, keep going.
Okay, but are you accepting the facts yet?
Did they publish the paper? That's a fact. Hold on. Don't get the paper mixed up with the book on the origin of the species, which is the foundation of evolutionary biology. Don't get that confused. So like if me and Dr. Meow publish a paper together. Yes. Right? Because we have. And I come up with a theory, similar to some of the things we talk about in that paper, that still does not go to her. So okay, I got to keep this clear. So keep going, though. Move on.
Right, hold on. Let me just recap what's happening so far, though, because it might be a little different than you putting it together.
Okay, let's see if you put it together right.
Okay, so Wallace and Darwin come up with these ideas.
Independently of each other.
Right?
Correct.
I'm not saying Darwin got any ideas from Wallace or Wallace got any ideas from Darwin just yet.
Mm-hmm.
They did their thing separately, whatever. They came up with what they came up with.
Mm-hmm.
Wallace heard about Darwin,
mm-hmm.
sent them the kite. So they, Darwin went through, his findings and all that and was like, yo, I'm on the same frequency.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Let's link up. And they put the paper together. They combined their theories.
Mm-hmm. I don't know about I don't say that right there. Just say they co-authored the paper.
That's what?
That's different, man. I don't know what the paper. I have read the paper. We're gonna look at the paper.
Okay, so hold on. Let's just be realistic, though. You could only either be in agreement with a person or you could be debating a person. They're not gonna put a paper together if they're not sharing material. What are they? Come on now. What are they doing, brother?
No, if you're right, we can write a paper. Right, and I expound on some ideas, and that person expound on some ideas, and those ideas work together.
Correct. That's what they.
We had the exact same idea. It doesn't mean that.
But I'm not saying that. I'm saying that they came together with their material and formed the theory of evolution by natural selection. They came together and put that together. Darwin had a piece. Wallace had a piece. They came together with their information and put that together.
No, you messed that up.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Read up. No. We just read up. Come on, let's keep reading. I don't know why you're trying to hide that. I feel like you're trying to hide that.
I'm not trying to hide it. I just want to get some agreement before we keep adding more ideas to the
I want to know about the publication. Come on, Enql, you playing?
Oh, well, the publication.
Go ahead. Stop right here. Nah, keep quiet. No, read up.
Hold on. Let me see right here. If we can find
no, man, don't see you playing. Oh, wow.
Boy, you don't want me to find you don't want me to find the material?
No, I want you to get you the paper right there. Stop. Darwin's book and Wallace's recognition. Darwin's origin. It said the joint publication was a precursor to Darwin's own detailed work on the origin of species, which he published the following year. Credit and influence. While both men developed the core concept of natural selection, Darwin has historically received more widespread recognition for his theory. Okay, Wallace's gratitude. However, consistently expressed gratitude for being acknowledged for his significant contribution alongside Darwin. All right, so right here, Darwin's origin. It say the joint publication was a precursor to Darwin's own detailed work.
So
meaning it was before Darwin's own. But remember, Darwin already wrote that already, bro. You do know that. Darwin wrote that in 1930.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. I'm not. Check this out.
The origin of species. Listen, the origin of species.
Hold on, bro. Darwin wrote that work, okay, in 1930. He didn't publish it till 20 years later.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying.
Hold on. No. That's what I'm putting on tape right now.
Okay.
I'm telling you that Darwin wrote that before they published that daggone paper. That's what I'm saying. No, go ahead.
Okay.
So you heard me though, right?
Yes, you just said 1930.
Yeah, I said that.
But that's wrong. Okay, it wasn't 1930. Listen.
1830.
Okay, now listen.
So you saying that's wrong? 1830 is wrong. You know I meant 1830. You know damn well I ain't meant 1930.
But that's why I'm trying to stop you because you're going crazy again.
No. 18. Hold on. Are you agreeing with 1830?
I'm agreeing. This is what I'm gonna say. If you let me say, I'm gonna say that Darwin began his research in the 1830s.
No, he wrote the book already.
He did not. The book dropped in 1859, a year later.
1830s, he wrote the book, bro.
Okay, listen, we on video, you saying your part, I'm saying my part. We can agree to disagree. Listen, I'm going to also say that when we read what we see right here, where it says the joint publication was a precursor,
right?
It means that the material in the paper served as a foundation for the material in the book.
Nope, you made that up.
I didn't make that up. We're reading that right here.
No, we didn't read that. It just said meaning it came before. It set the stage.
No, that's not. That's
no,
not.
Man, he wrote,
that's not what the context.
Okay, this we're gonna do. Hold on. We'll just find out. Let me bring a source when Darwin actually wrote that. What's going on, Chilembe? You got on mute. Chilembe, where you at? Yeah, you got it on.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's going on?
I don't know. I don't have a good signal where I'm at.
All right, go ahead.
Something going on with it. I wanted to talk about that because there's other people that we're not including, but I still don't know what Enql's point is. Is he saying that because pangenesis was debunked, I guess you could say, or just found to be wrong, that Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection was also rejected? Is that what he's trying to say?
No.
Then it didn't explain it to me because that's how I got it from that video I seen earlier today.
Okay, so first things first, we had to work on this family tree thing first before we get to that.
No. Why we got to work on that?
Because it's a part of the answer.
Okay, do you know who Buffoon is?
I do. But hold on. And it's not buffoon. That's crazy. It's Buffon. And so clearly you don't know who it is. But hold on. The more important thing is that Ankh don't know who that is. That's the most important thing.
Why is that so? Wait a minute.
Why is that important?
Why is that important?
You said
why is all that? Hold on. Why is that all important when you still refuse to bring the source, yo? So I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're not moving forward until you bring that source. Since that's the game you want to play, let's play that.
Oh, be cool, man. Be cool.
I can be cool because now you're taking advantage of my being cool. Now you're being disingenuous.
Oh, listen.
Nope. This is what we're gonna do. Before I move forward, anything you say, before you're allowed to ask any more questions in this game we playing right now, a source is required to move forward on anything you're doing. So the source I want is, where is the source that says that pangenesis debunked Charles Darwin evolution? I don't give a damn about Wallace. I don't give a hell about Lamarck. I don't give a hell about the crazy conversation back and forth. Where's the source at, bro? If you don't have that source, you got to stay right there and listen. Where's the source at, bro? Because now you're using the tactic. You don't know this, you don't know that. So now I'm gonna double down on you. Where's that source at, bro? Not the source that says that pangenesis has been debunked. We know that. But where the source at that says that pangenesis has debunked Charles Darwin's evolution? Let's do that. Let's not play this game. Care about before Al-Jahid. I don't care about none of them dudes that predate Charles Darwin on evolution. I don't care about none of that. Where the source at, Enql? Come on, bro. If you don't got it, say I don't got it right now. Tap out.
You told me I could just stay here and listen.
So you tapping out, right?
Absolutely not.
So with the source,
I gotta be able to present it.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so let's finish talking about.
Nah, hell no, man. Nah, man, come on, bro.
Yo, why you? Oh, you learning a lot during this conversation.
I learned a lot about nothing. You mischaracterizing everything. I ain't learned it the way you learned it. I never learned. Hold on, I never learned that Wallace published the theory of evolution with Darwin, because that's not true. That didn't happen. I never learned that Wallace came up with the information before Darwin. That's not true. I never heard of none of these things. You're making it up, bro, and you know it. Come on,
we're reading it. We're reading it together.
No, we didn't read that. I didn't comprehend that. No, what I read was that they published a paper, right? And you should show that paper. You should click that link and show that paper. But you know what? You can't click the link and show the paper because you got to have a source that will allow you to move forward to be able to click that link. Where is the source where pangenesis debunked Charles Darwin evolution? Where's the source that says that his own attempt at pangenesis debunked his own theory of evolution? Where's it at, bro?
Let me ask you.
Nope. Can't ask me no question. Remember, that's the rules of the game.
That's not the rules of the game.
It is. That's the rules I'm playing. Well, why would I let you run roughshod, ask everybody many questions when you say anything and allowed to move forward by saying anything and not verifying what you're saying? I'm verifying everything. I'm
just verified. We just read it together.
You didn't verify that. You misread that. You miscomprehend like most people do. You don't really understand a Wallace, nor Charles Darwin, nor Lamarck. You don't. That's like me saying Al-Jahid. What the hell Al-Jahid got to do anything? He talked about evolution before Charles Darwin too. Come on, bro.
Let's pull it back up then and see.
No. I need the source, bro.
I'm showing you right here. Let's pull it back up and read it together.
You're showing me. You're not showing me that source. Where's the source at, bro?
I'm saying we're going to read it together.
No, we're not.
Let's go back to the material. You said Charles Darwin was the father. Now I feel like you're getting angry because
I'm not getting angry. Matter of fact, I'm gonna change my glasses that may make me appear to look angry. I'm not. My blue. Let me put on my my whitest snow glasses.
Yeah. Wait. So look, I feel like
now come on, now you playing, yo.
But listen, here's what I'm saying. All right, look, listen to what I'm saying for a second.
No,
you said Charles Darwin is the father, right?
I don't want to talk.
Wait. How could Charles Darwin be the father if Charles Darwin is not the originator? There is a line of people that came before him. Whoever this guy is that you bring up on the platform, he knows that. He knows I don't know if he just Googled it or he been knew it, but he knows what I'm talking about. So I'm just showing you to expand your horizon around the subject that Darwin is not the father
Hey,
of this.
Yeah, what's up, man?
I'm going to drop down and go get my laptop so I can
Okay,
pull
good
up
day.
what's going on here. I'm
Okay.
tired of the nonsense. I'll be back.
He's scamming. We know he's definitely
Wait,
scamming.
wait, wait. If he asked me that, okay, so look, let me say this. I get it. These people are loyal to you, Unc, and I love to see. Listen, wait, let me just say this. I love to see the loyalty. You know what I'm saying? But he asked me, "Do I know who's buffoon?" Now, that tells me that he probably just looked it up recently because it's not buffoon. The guy's name is Buffon, right? It's Comte de Buffon, and his actual name is Leclerc. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying the guy is he precedes. So you got Darwin and Wallace. Then before Darwin and Wallace, you have Lamarck. Before Lamarck, you have Darwin's grandfather. And then in that time period, or maybe before, you have Comte de Buffon. So I'm saying that when you say Darwin is the father of
Al-Jahid.
Nah.
No, what you mean? In the Muslim world, Al-Jahid, what you mean? Nah. You just did the same thing to me, so you don't know about Al-Jahid?
I do, but them dudes is on a different line of thinking. So
it's not. Hold on, bro. They talk about evolution.
Okay. All right.
They do. I'm just saying, yo. Like, come on, bro.
I agree that they do talk about the passing of information from parent to offspring, but I'm saying in a very specific way where they had this thing called I think it was called the IAC or the LAC or whatever the case may be, acquired characteristics, something to that effect. And they have a specific line of thought that was continuous that they kept working on and building. So like I was saying the other day, there's a bunch of scientists that was trying to figure out evolution just in a broad sense. But I'm saying in a very specific sense, you have Darwin and Wallace. Then before them, you have Lamarck. Before them, you have Darwin's grandfather. Before them, you have Comte de Buffon. So when you say Darwin is the father, I'm saying that you just haven't read all the material.
And I'm saying that you ain't read all the material because if you had, you'd have been all right.
Okay.
You wouldn't afford that.
That's fair enough.
I just actually want to tell you, and I said this over and over again.
That's fair enough.
No, listen, I'm saying for a person to be a father in the field, it's actually counterintuitive again. Basically, what I'm saying is science have a whole different language unto itself. So a father in the field is not like a father in biology in your human state where you say, well, I'm the father of the son. I'm the father of that child, right? That means you are the first, you're the father, right? It implies that, but in science, it doesn't mean that. In scientific fields, when you're stated to be the mother or the father, right? That simply means that you have put together information that prior to you, no one else even did that. That the ideas you came up with, like this, you just talked about Charles Darwin, you talked about Wallace, and you talked about Lemaitre, right? The difference is that Charles Darwin actually identified with scientific information, right? In detail empirical data of natural selection. Now, what's the difference? Charles Darwin was the one that took that trip around the world. He circumnavigated the globe, bro. So that means he collected more data of more variations of things. It's right there. So I'm gonna ask you, did Wallace circumnavigate the globe?
Oh,
I asked the question.
Okay, well, let me just say this.
But now I see.
How you gonna ask me a question and then you don't want me to answer it my way? You gotta let me answer it.
Oh, go ahead. I'm not gonna take 5 minutes. So you're gonna answer the question and then give your whole super. You know what I'm saying? Or just answer the question. Come on, bro.
I'm gonna answer the question.
All right, go ahead.
Now, Darwin and Wallace was two different types of scientists.
And Darwin wasn't a scientist. The naturalist.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
different.
Crazy. That's crazy work. You going crazy right now.
No, yo, you know that man was a naturalist, yo. What you
Okay, so hold on. What's a naturalist?
No, man, keep going with your thing. That's a step before because that's how I go. That's how I go. You go from being a philosopher, and then they move forward, right? Out of philosophy, right? Comes science. So you got philosophers, then you get naturalists, and then you get scientists, yo. It's the stages. Everything is in stages. The more you get, the more information, the steps you get to now, you know what I'm saying? We say you're a scientist, but you know what I'm saying? But Charles Darwin, they wasn't that yet. They just wasn't. That's not what they called him. They called him a naturalist.
They definitely called him a naturalist. That part that you just said about the stages, and you just go from one, you just made that up. You made that up. You made that up.
I didn't make that up, bro.
You made that up.
I didn't actually make that up.
You know what? If I was over there, right now, I'd give you a hug. You know you made that up.
I didn't make that up, yo.
You freestyled that.
I didn't.
There's no. All right, so you know what? Provide us with a source.
Provide
us with a source that shows that there's a stages that you go through.
No, I'm not saying. Wait, I'm not saying. Let me make sure you got this right. I'm not saying in modern times a person goes from a philosopher to a natural. I'm not saying that. I'm saying in the history of science, these are the different stages that will get us to the point where we're literally calling people a scientist. That's what I'm saying, bro. So,
a naturalist is a type of scientist.
Oh, come on, man.
A naturalist is a type of scientist. I'm trying to explain it to you.
Come on, bro. Go ahead, Chilembe. You just saying any damn thing. Let me get this next.
Right, so this is from the presentation we did like 2 weeks ago. So this is one of the slides. So you see the three components. They all within the same generation, you can say. Darwin always quotes buffoon, or however he pronounced the French word, whatever. Doesn't matter to me if I pronounce it right or wrong. And you can see the differences in their thing. Now, it's a shortcut. They science tends to say the father of modern biology is Darwin, theory of evolution, et cetera, as a shortcut without giving out all the details and mimics that ride up to it. So that's why I get puzzled when Enql presented his case about pangenesis, because it wasn't just Darwin's. So I need him to explain what is he saying about pangenesis. I haven't gotten past that yet. And the theory of evolution by natural selection. Now you'll find a lot of people prior to him had bits and pieces of it, not a full, complete working model. You'll find that. And some of them interjected spirits, gods. But one thing he's known for is variation within species. So let's talk about it.
All right, so let me just say this. You bring this up, and I've been doing this a long time, so I could kind of, listen to tonality, and you have a tonality of like triumph. And so when you started off, you brung up your slide, and you started off with, was that a did you misspeak, or did you just lie outright to the people?
What do you mean?
Because you said that they were contemporaries from the same time period.
Within the same generation, yeah.
Okay, but are you not able to read your own slide?
Yeah, I can read my slide.
Okay, pull your slide back up, because this is crazy right here. Now, this is nasty work right here, Unc, and I don't know this guy. This is one of your men. This is whose man's is this? Listen, this is one of them whose man's is this videos.
That's my man.
Put that slide back up there on the screen.
That's my man.
Whose man's is this? Put that slide back up there. Yo, that's nasty work right there. Why he not putting that slide back up there?
Hold on, because I ain't put it up there. Let me see. Here you go.
Go ahead and put that slide back up there. Okay. Now, if we look at the top and we see Comte de Buffon was born in 1707. Darwin was born in 1809. That is more than 100 years difference. In what universe are they contemporaries or in the same time period? That's 100
within
years
generations.
difference.
or within generations. You didn't hear me say that?
That's not the same generation.
I said within generations.
Yo, you wow for that. That's not the same. That's 100. That's over a century difference.
And
yo, you wow for that.
so
Listen,
like I was saying,
I get it. Listen, I get it. Y'all are blindly loyal to Ankh, and y'all trying to hold it down.
No, we're not going to do that.
Yeah, we ain't.
Listen, this is what I'm saying. So you haven't presented anything new. So now I'm asking you, what are you saying about pangenesis?
Wait, bro, you just lied and said these people was in the same generation. It's on video.
Within generations. Do you know what I mean? So
they're not in the same anything. Listen, they're not in the same anything. 100 years, that man is old enough to be his grandfather. What are you talking about?
Hold on. What's your point, though? What are you trying to say?
My point is that's beyond disingenuous. Why would he come up here with a slide and try to make it seem like this guy and Darwin was somehow in the same time period or contemporaries?
Do you die the day you born?
Bro, that's more than 100 years difference.
I'm asking you a simple question. Do you die the day you're born?
That's more than 100 years.
No, it's not. See, that's what I'm saying. You're not. I don't know if maybe you're trying to play a game.
1707 to 1809 is more than 100 years difference.
Enql, when did he die?
Yo, this is wow.
Man, this nigga died. Man, come on, yo.
He died.
He died after Charles Darwin died, though, bro. And Key, you know the man died after Charles Darwin died, though, right? If Charles Darwin died in 18, hold on, bro. If Charles Darwin died in 1882, and your man died in look, when did he die? When he say he died?
1888.
Right. So he was dead before Darwin was even born. Again,
right.
You're wrong.
Point, though. I'm just trying to figure out what is it. What are you saying?
You're wrong. Listen, now you tried to defend your man. I'm trying to run a scam, and you tried to defend him, and now you look crazy.
No, I'm trying to figure out what are you saying, though?
Oh my God.
Wait, what is it? Before we get off this show, I'm gonna ask you this, bro. One, I'm gonna say where the source at that you will never show. And everybody knows that. What are you trying to say with these three thinkers right here, right? Man. What's the problem? What are you trying to say? What's the issue? No, come on, man. We can't do this like this.
Listen, no. Because I still give you props because listen, you are a different breed on the internet. If you wrong, if you right, no matter what, even if you look crazy, you still keep it thorough. Everybody on the internet is not the same, bro. That like people just are different. And what we just saw right there, that was different. That was different. Listen, that was different. That's 100 years difference. And then he tried to say, oh, well, when did he die? When did he die? He died in the 1700s. He died in the 1700s.
He died 1788.
Darwin was born in the 1800s.
Hold on. So Can I finish?
I was talking. You cut me off.
Died in 7. Yeah, would you cut me off with the foolishness? So, so like I was saying, within generations of each other, and Darwin writes about buffoons work all the time, right? So when the scientists be like Darwin is the father of evolution, it's a shortcut, but everyone's aware that there were people prior to him who came up with bits and pieces of it, right? So you can look at what's his name? It was another guy who was really Edward Tyson. That's right, Edward Tyson.
A lot of people.
Edward Tyson was another one, right? Who dissected a baboon or chimp and found that there were so much similarities between them and humans, especially with the brain, that it was closer to humans than it was to monkeys. His work is a contribution towards the final outlook of it. So I need to go back to what did Darwin having pangenesis wrong debunk about evolution by natural selection? Can you please answer that question?
Yeah, he won't answer that, yo. He not gonna answer. He probably disappeared. Where is he at? Gone. Yeah, that's interesting right there. Crazy. So I let me say this, man. He's never gonna bring that source, so he's gone. All right. And then they'll try to do all this. So do me a favor, Chilembe. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So explain to me why you put the chart up there, first of all. That way
I put the chart up there because the chart tells you what they had right and what they had wrong, and why people tend to listen more to Darwin. So if we go, I'm gonna pull it back up. If you actually watch what it says, it tells you what they had, what they knew, and what they didn't know.
Right.
Right. And where some of the weaknesses were in it.
All right, let me see. I put that back.
So I put it back up. So if you look at the main contribution, it tells you first to challenge the idea that species are fixed. So even when you talk about people prior to Buffon, right? Most of them were talking about this thing that they call essentialism, which is that there's this one type of perfect type of, and then it slowly may have some small variation, but it doesn't actually go from one to the other. So that's what his main contribution is. Species could change over time due to environment, right? So this is what he did. He had no clear mechanisms, cautious because of church pressure. So when you listen to his writings, he's saying it, but he doesn't agree with what he's saying. He's like, but this can't be true because of God or because of that. But it did get people talking about species dynamics. So you can see how each person contribute to it. And we know that Darwin was aware of Buffon, and we know that he was aware of somewhat Lamarck. That's my point. And so he compiled that, but he compiled it with the understanding that Buffon and Lamarck's work as he's going on traveling around the world, and he's seeing it. And his main evidence wasn't pangenesis. His main evidence was the islands, the birds, and the tortoises.
Yeah, he actually, because he circumnavigated the globe. That's what he really did. And
he had learned how to preserve species and animals. I forget what it's called. It's a taxonomy or something like that.
Taxonomy. It's called,
right.
Oh shit, it's called taxiderm.
Yeah, taxiderm. So he was able to preserve the species, and he brought them back, and that was part of his evidence. So the point is, I want to know, why is he saying pangenesis disproved Darwin theory of natural selection when he's also talking about the other people who contribute to the full work of evolution? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you're not going to do that. So go ahead.
No, I'm done.
So we know there's a lot of people who actually added to. No, there's a lot of people who actually let me move that. It's a lot of people that actually was talking about evolution before Charles Darwin. They got a list of them. Okay. Trying to figure out, people was coming up with different races. All kind of stuff was going on, right? So if I was to pull this up right here, let me pull this list up right here. Okay. And Enql still didn't show that source. He did all that, and I'm trying to figure out the angle he was trying to do. Maybe if you don't know this, then you don't know that. That's an interesting tactic right there, and I'm glad it's coming to fruition right in front of our faces. That way we can actually see what they have. We're going to always bring sources. So right here, you can just look at it. This is the list. A list of people considered the father or mother of a scientific field, right? Okay. I wonder what this is. A list of people considered. Let's see. Let's see. Over discoveries, innovations, work, multiple people resulting for continual experiments over time. However, certain individuals are remembered by making significant contributions to the birth or development of the field and technology. Rise of the father of the field. Let's see. So here's a list right here, right? And it says the following list of people are considered the father, mother, or founding father or founding mother of scientific field. Such people are generally regarded to have made the first significant, the first significant contribution to, or let me see, delineation of that field. Okay. They may also be seen as rather than the father or mother of the field. Debate over who merits the title. All right. Let me see. Hold on. Wait. All right. Hold on. Let me get here. Hold on. Let me see. All right. So with the field of science, they got Galileo, Isaac Newton. All right. And explains what it was, a system of use of experimentation in science, contribution of scientific method, physics, observational astronomy. All right. Keep going. Thales. Ancient times, they got Thales. You know who he is. He attempted to explain the natural phenomenon. All right. All right. Let's see. Biology. Zoology. You got Aristotle. Okay. Let's get to what we was talking about. Biology, Aristotle. All right. Ecology, Linnaeus, Ernest Haeckel. All right, hold on. Let me see. Let's get to genetics, evolution, Charles Darwin on the origin of species. All right. Greg Mendel for his study and inheritance of traits in plants, which forms the basis of Mendelian inheritance, right? Okay. All right. So y'all see the different lists, right? Let's see what medicine. Let's go ahead to medicine. Let's see. Medicine. Man, what the hell is medicine at? Chemistry, earth science, medicine, medicine and physics. Let's see if I can find something here. Medicine. Okay, in medicine, they got early. They got Imhotep, late 27th century. Hippocrates. All right. So they got Imhotep. Historical legends follow his death with little evidence. They hit you with that. But they still give him the daggone father. All right. And so we know for sure that people came before Imhotep that was attempting to practice Egyptian medicine. All right, hold on one second. Man. 1 second. All right, hold on. Okay. You got something you want to show, Chilembe? No, you can't hear me.
Hold on, let me see. Did I have something up?
Yeah, you had like a slide. I ain't put it up there yet because I was going to get into why. I wanted to get into specifics on why somebody will be called a fall. I just wanted to kind of put that list up there. All right. So we don't.
Yeah, no, you don't got to share it. I was going back to Al Jahiz and that little volcano that he was talking about.
Let me see. Just put that. We'll get back to the father thing for a second. Oh, you mean right here? Okay. All right, go ahead.
Oh, so this is also talking about some of the earlier influences. The big one is Al Khulhun. He's very influential, but the thought that is that people are making small contributions and moving humanity forward, right? And then you come to this point where there's a big shift, and Darwin is the driving force behind that shift. And it doesn't mean that as soon as he came out, he didn't have people who critiqued him. And one of the critiques was he had no mechanism at the time to explain how these traits were able to be passed on. And so he came up with pangenesis, answering the critiques by people who said, yeah, we see what you're saying, but it's missing these things. And so that's what happened. So he wrote Pangenesis a few years later. and it was wrong. And just because something is wrong doesn't mean every aspect of a theory is removed, because the theory is built upon numerous facts, not a single fact. And so if someone wanted to come along and disprove the out of Africa theory, they would have to prove everything that the out of Africa theory proved, plus something that is missing from it. That's how it works. And so Darwin, the modern sense of it today, is other people's contributions after Darwin's book, The Origins of Species.
Gotcha.
That's all I wanted to say.
Okay. All right. Appreciate that. All right. And so let's get into the detail of understanding what the father of something is. All right. Yeah. And I see your comment in that chat there, Dunn. I do see you, bro. Get it together. Get it together. Because I see you. Definitely see you. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's get right here. And I think I'm showing that. Yeah. All right. So let me make this shit big. All right. Put this together. So why is some called the father or mother of a scientific field, yo? Does it mean they was first? All right. Recognition of. So when I first learned about this was about 15 years ago.
Hey, hold on, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second now. Let me check. Hey, Indigenous Black man, I did this 2 weeks ago on the Pseudo Killers channel.
I know you.
That's why the slides are already ready.
Yeah.
So no, I didn't get this from Enql. I didn't come back after Enql, bro. Shut the hell up. You don't know what you're talking about.
They be hating. It's called hate, man.
It's back to the basics. Episode 1, bro. It's right there. Knock it off. So that's why the slides and all that's already there. Did you not see they're there? Did you not hear me say I go get on my laptop so I get that's what I went on the laptop for, to present it. Come on, you don't know what you're talking about. Knock it off.
You know what I learned
to do with your life.
You know what I learned? I don't even care no more, bro. You know what I mean? I learned not to even care. Because he'll never get up on this panel and have a conversation, though. All right. Recognition for symptomizing or formalizing a field. Y'all know what it is, right? You put systems together. You formalize it. Okay? All right. So you can be talking about something early in the game, but if you don't formalize it or symptomize it, then that's not going to give you that title. Publishing foundational work. Charles Darwin published the foundational work. Okay? Where Lamech and them didn't publish foundational work. No matter what you say out your mouth. Introducing unifying theories or methods. Yeah, he introduced something to unify. It's called natural selection. Okay? And he had a method with it. Training or influencing future scientists. Man, yes, he did. They didn't overrode on Charles Darwin. Okay? Does it mean first? Not always. The first observer or thinker. Title usually goes to those who had, all right, decisive breakthrough. Okay? Example, Darwin is called the father of evolutionary biology, though Lamech came earlier. It said example, Elucid called the father of geometry for systematizing knowledge and systematizing knowledge. Man, we know that the Egyptians definitely had geometry. Okay? The question is, did they systematize it? Let's keep going. Why the metaphor? Father or mother symbolizes origin or parenthood, suggests nurturing or shaping of the field, emphasizing intellectual foundation, not chronological order. And this is what Enql was saying. See, he was stuck on chronological order, but that's not how it's supposed to be. Emphasizes intellectual foundations, not chronological order. And that's what he was arguing. That's a mistake I made 20 years ago. Couldn't understand it. Examples of fathers and mothers. Greg Mennel, father genetics, laws of inheritance. Murray, Corey, mother, of radiation research, pioneering radioactivity, Charles Darwin, further evolutionary biology, natural selection, elucid, father geometry, synthetized elements, Lovelace, mother of computer programming, first algorithm. The sources: Darwin, Origin of Species, Mendel experiments on plant hybridization, Carey, radioactive substances, Lucid, the elements 300 BCE. All right. Tool BA. So the mistake, right? We always say this though, bro. The mistake is always in matching shit up with everyday language. That's gonna always kill you in science, bro. You know what I mean, it seems like we need to have a whole show on that. Stop using when science is talking about the Father, it's different than when you talk about the Father. When you talk about the Father, you talking about chronology. I gotta look. I never read this Ada. Let me see. Interest of numbers. Where you at, Chill?
I'm here. I'm listening.
Oh, so you get that? So people are fixated on chronology when it comes to the Father. So that's the problem. That's a mistake, yo. Interesting, ain't it?
Yeah. So Enql never actually showed that source though, right?
Oh no, he not gonna never show that. So he left because he don't got that source. That's the real source, though. That's the whole conversation there. Not all this sidebar stuff was Mendel there. But that's not the conversation, y'all. This how they do it. They intertwine. That's what pseudos do. They take you down wild goose chases, but they will never bring that source you need, right? His conversation should have started with that source, right? And that source should have been to prove that pangenesis, based off it not being right, would have debunked, had nothing to do with Wallace and Lamech, and did Darwin have it the same time? None of that had nothing to do with the conversation, yo. None of that. Yeah, I said Charles Darwin was a naturalist. Yeah, that's not a big deal. What a naturalist is. Yeah, he messed that up. That's interesting though, bro.
Well, we just make assumptions about science and what it means, and think that that's good enough. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
We make a lot of assumptions about it.
I mean,
they think that somebody gets something wrong, that's the end of their life, that's the end of their drawing, but it's not that at all. No one throws away all of Newton's work because of his name slipped my mind. What's his name?
What are you talking about?
No one throws Newton's work because
or Copernicus or Newton and all. Right, you don't just throw their shit away because of that. Nah.
You know what I mean? So no one's going to throw away the theory of natural selection because some of the stuff Charles Darwin got wrong. They just going to build on top of it.
Build on top of it, right?
That's what the modern synthesis is. Now, some people argue that the modern synthesis isn't good enough to explain all that they see, and they want to do an extended synthesis. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because the mechanisms, they don't think the mechanisms. There's some other mechanisms that work that aren't talked about.
Correct.
And that's cool. There's nothing wrong with that. And they may add on to it and get a better understanding. But one of the keys to Darwin's work, and that means a lot, is that he didn't imply spirits or gods or anything about it. He said the environment drove these changes.
And I could have sworn Wishman Common did. I could have sworn he did. Wallace. You want to make a bet on that?
Nah. Wallace that's where Wallace got hooked up on the mind. He started saying, when it came to the brain and the mind and humans, he started making them not fit the mold. Like he was trying to say the mind was part of us. Yeah, he got caught up in that.
Yeah, I knew I wasn't tripping, yo.
But it happens. Some people don't want to that's why Buffoon is so unique, is that you can see the struggle he had with it, and unlike Darwin, he just didn't, run down the road with it because he understood the implications to most religious understanding at the time.
Yeah, Darwin. He was like he understood the implications of the theory of evolution. He was like, man, that had killed the whole Bible with that.
Well, yeah, that's the point. But Darwin went on and said, all right, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and publish it before Wallace put his work out together. I think Wallace is what led him to go ahead and publish it and deal with the consequences. You know what I'm saying? Because it was some consequences, you know what I'm saying, that happened after that. We ain't gonna lie about that.
Oh yeah, you know what I'm saying? And then the wild part about it, before that, people in the European world, I would just say that, thought that, humans came from the Garden of Eden. We can safely say that.
Exactly. And that was another point, that thing. And then then he a lot of people still held to that 6,000, 6,500-year-old Earth, and he's attacking that as well, because he's saying it takes a long period of time. That's like a direct assault on many Christians' theology of that day.
Oh yeah, it kill all of it.
You know what I'm saying? So it's sometimes it be like that though. History has shown that at times, they'll certain religious groups will hurt you over the science revelations.
Oh, what shit? I'm thinking back on the conversation we had, right, when I was talking about Darwin and the naturalists. And it's interesting how Enql pops up at a time when we're going back over the foundational shit. And boy, we was ahead of schedule on that, because I tell you, I had to really slow that down and say, bro, I'm not saying that there's something else you got to do to be a scientist as opposed to a scientist. That's just the terminology of the time, right? And I got that right. So Darwin lived during the transition period. He is called a naturalist because that was the professional identity of someone who studied biology in his time. Today, we would absolutely call him a scientist. That's the damn point I was making. He tried to take that and run with that, bro. That's crazy. So if and another crazy thing is that don't look it up. That's got to be the pseudo tool. Don't look it up. You can't look it up. If you don't know everything there is to know about biology, then you can't have a conversation about it. That's not true, bro. That's whacked out.
Or somebody gave him some fake certificate or something. Didn't he say he had a certificate to say he was a doctor, holistic? What he call himself?
A holistic. Nah, he a conscious community holistic thing. He ain't a real.
Yeah, that don't make sense.
No, he.
I don't understand that.
Yeah, he playing.
I need to see who certified that. Call them into question. Why they were even giving that? Unless it's just a pay your way through.
I don't think he got that. I don't think he got that. He just called it something. He don't got that real thing because a naturopathic doctor would not deny vaccines. All right. Certain classwork, biology, you got to have certain classes in biology and all that stuff. And understanding vaccines is part of that. See, I bet y'all didn't know that. We had a whole conversation based around that. Yep. We sure did. So I remember that.
I think the evidence is in, and this people can look it up, is that life expectancy. Right? Once we got away from everybody's a doctor, everybody's a scientist, and we started to actually become specialists in certain areas of science and stuff. And we got away from spookisms. You start to see life expectancies to go up.
Right?
Yeah, you live longer. No longer is it, they had a lot of things back then that just today we wouldn't do. Person born with schizophrenia, they would say you got the devil and can kill you. So you got away from that. No longer are you guilty if you drown when I throw you into this river. with these heavy iron chains around your neck. You know what I mean? We got away from that to start looking at evidence, composing those things together. And as we do better with it, you know, people life expectancies live longer. I mean, it went back down during COVID because we had a pandemic and a lot of people were dying, you know. And so I think, what was it, like a year or 2, 3 years?
Yeah, it was about 4 years. Yeah, yep, it was down. Yeah, it went down, bro. Yep. And you know, life expectancy is basically saying, like, is a number like that the population is expected to live in your population, your group.
Yeah.
So now this is what I wanted to bring out, but Enql left. So Lamech versus Darwin's evolutionary theories. So the aspect, mechanism of change, Lamarck. It's a use and disuse of organs. Acquired traits passed on. Darwin said natural selection acted on variation. Listen real closely, y'all. Role of environment. Environment directly causes changes in traits. Watch this. Environment selects traits best suited for survival and reproduction. Okay? So your environment doesn't have to cause a change in your traits. Doesn't have to. It can, but it doesn't have to. Okay? The environment selects traits best suited for survival and reproduction. That would be Darwin, right? Okay, so we see the difference here. They're not the same. All of them was not the same. Now watch inheritance. Acquired characteristics are inherited. Only inheritable genetic variations are passed on. That's Darwin. All right. And we see Lamarck. Let's move on. Lamarck. Direction of evolution believed in a drive toward complexity and perfection. So we know evolution don't got no direction. Let's see. Darwin is no built-in direction depends on survival of reproduction. See that? See, a person get up here and talk that talk. When you show that source and you read that, now we can see the differences now. Scientific standing, disprove, but recognize species change over time. Darwin, it's the core of modern biology, supported by genetics, fossils, and molecule data. There you go. All right, so we ain't gotta. In short, Lamarck posed direct effect of environment inheritance of acquired traits, while Darwin proposed variation, natural selection, as the mechanisms of change. There you go. There you go right there. So yeah, he came up here with an extraordinary flim flam bam bam boom. That was funny, yo. You know what I'm saying, Chalimbe?
Yeah. Now I may have misspoke about the generations. I'm not sure. I'm gonna go back and listen to it. But that wasn't my point anyway.
I don't think you said that. We can hear it. Let me see. I don't think
I might have. I'm gonna go back and listen
that wasn't your point, though.
Yeah, it's all right.
Your point was what's your point again? Let's get what your point again is. And
my
see
point
if
is my point is that that evolution by natural selection, right, is built upon pieces from other people, and Darwin composes these things together and then adds on to it and puts it together. So, you know, up until maybe like the mid 1700s, most people didn't believe that species changed. They had this idea of essentialism, which you can still hear some reverence of that, remembrance of that today, right? Which is, so you say, okay, you have this idea of a perfect giraffe, right? And then you look at that perfect giraffe and then you make comparisons, say, well, that's, you know, then you look for deformities within that, what you see across nature. So that was essentialist. I think that came from one of them, Socrates or Galileo, Plato, one of them. I forget which one it was. But you, when Darwin is traveling, he has the work of Buffon with him, right? And he's seeing parts of what Buffon is explaining
and then he starts to compose more of it together, especially when he gets to the islands. So Buffon didn't make it to the islands. He didn't make it to the islands.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Darwin did. And when he got there and seen them finches and them tortoises, he was able to compose this theory of evolution by natural selection, which did not need agency.
Right.
That's the main key. He said that the environment is driving these changes, these variations, and it's selecting based on these variations, which one fits best. Lamarck was like, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. Lamarck was like, if you got a heart and you stop using it, you lose it. He said that the giraffe neck got long because it was stretching for the leaves.
Correct. He did. That was wrong.
Right. That was wrong. But he did say that species change.
Yeah.
So he got the species can have some differences within it. It can kind of change. Then you got Darwin who puts it all together, and that's fine. That's how science is supposed to work. Everyone gets little pieces of it, and then someone comes and puts it all together. That's it. Once Mendel's thing came out, and Mendel's added on to it, but there's some things that because Mendel used peas that were already domesticated. They weren't wild peas. So he had a limited set of variations within Mendel's thing, but it did explain how information, at least genetics and genes, can be passed down, and that dominant and recessive traits, and all that comes out of that. So, but these are combinations. Now, Mendel's work came out in 1866 or 67, and it wasn't that popular then, not until the 1900s. But once people started going back and reading over Mendel's work, they say, wait a minute, this is the missing pieces from natural selection. So that means they didn't reject natural selection. They were still finding fossils. Don't let me go to the fossils they found in like 1869 or something.
Yeah, they found Neanderthal.
Yeah, so I don't know what y'all talking. I don't know what he's talking about. They didn't reject natural selection.
He just know what the fuck it was. He just ain't, you know what I'm saying?
They didn't reject natural selection, but Mendel definitely helped it, and additional fossil finds helps it. And so then you find out that
you hold on for a second. You got that part you talk about the organs and how it's called the use and disuse. Organs strengthen with use, weaken with disuse. Yep.
Yeah. So he had some things that he had some things he could say was right, one or two, some things is wrong, but he didn't have a complete theory that explained the variation of biology across the globe.
Oh yeah, teleology. Let me see. Hold on.
Teleology.
Yeah. Let me see. Was this spiritual? Let me see. Lamech did not invoke God's spiritual or religious explanations for evolution. Instead, he suggested a natural power of life inherent in organisms that pushes them toward complexity. This vital force was a kind of vitalism, belief in a special life force, common in early 19th century biology. Teleology versus spiritual agency. Teleology, Lamarck thought evolution had a directional purpose towards a greater perfection. Yeah, not supernatural. He didn't describe it as a divine guidance of spiritual beings shaping life. It said his language was more philosophical, naturalistic, though it reflected Enlightenment ideas of progress. Scientific evaluation, modern biologists reject vital force. Teleological progress. Okay, it's evolution has no built-in direction, only natural selection acting on variation. But Lamech's attempt was important. He tried to explain evolution as a natural process, distinct from creationist and spiritual explanation. Yeah, all right, there you go. So it's a lot, when you start to get into it, it's a lot of differences right there, and it's very interesting. So my man, Rasul L, what's up, man? He says, why hasn't Enql sourced up? on pangenesis, debunking Darwin's theory of evolution. Man, obviously Enql scamming. Give a proper citation. Oh man, appreciate you, Rasul, for that donation too, bro. That's love, man. And Chalimbe, what I would like to say is, which I find to be very interesting. It's important to have people like Enql come through because they're gonna be able to flim-flam and interweave on the highest levels. But you ask them for that source, they'll never be able to produce that, bro. And man, we've been on for a minute, man. You got any closing words?
Yeah, I tell you, if you wanted to look into something that kind of like shocked the science world was Edward Tyson's dissecting of a chimp monkey, a chimp and a monkey, and they already had dissected humans. Very, 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 very important, because what he said was, at least he drew the conclusion, was that the chimp baboon was closer autonomy, like through the anatomy, to humans than monkeys, and that their brain was similar to humans versus monkeys. That's Edward Tyson. And when that came out, it was a lot of people mad about that joint, but it started people starting to question the relationships between species more. You know what I'm saying? And so that work was pivotal, but he's not the father of modern biology. But that was a pivotal work, Edward Tyson.
Yeah, Enql, you're not gonna give us that source, bro. We're gonna stay on that.
He's saying he didn't say it now. So I guess everybody who watched the show on Signetter was confused.
Oh, what did he say? He didn't say what?
He didn't say that pangenesis debunked Darwin's theory of evolution. Yeah, so I guess everybody who heard it was just confused, and that's cool.
Yeah, that was your whole fight we fought the whole time. We got the clips. Come on, bro. Stop that, bro.
It happens sometimes. So I'm not the brightest bulb in the bunch, so I may have missed it. I
Yeah, I think you might have missed it, man.
Yeah.
You might have missed that, man. I don't think
that's my fault, Enql. You ain't really mean that. We heard you wrong. We apologize.
Yeah. We ain't nobody, man. Enql, we ain't here. We cool, yo. We don't have no problem, yo. Let me see. I never said. We need to take it. Let me see. Enql says, I never said pangenesis debunks Darwin's theory of evolution. Y'all bugging. He gaslighting me. Oh shit. What he said was the fact that Charles Darwin got pangenesis wrong, then that absolutely rendered his theory of evolution wrong. We got the clip right here. Let's play that clip. Let's see. Then we don't get out of here. Boy, you funny. Let me see. I believe I got it right here. Let me see something. Let me see if you can get out of this. Let me see. I'd like to see you get out of it. We're gonna
Pete said.
You said you should have jumped up here. We had some fun. That was a good one. Let me see. Had to look through it. I'm pretty sure one of them clips I showed talked about him talking about that. So Enql, what the hell was we arguing about the whole time then? What was we weren't arguing over pangenesis? Boy, you tripping. Oh man. So he trying to say we was arguing over whether pangenesis was debunked? That's crazy.
I don't know what he was saying. Let me I don't get it. Don't get me to line. I don't know what he was saying. I'm confused now. I'm even more confused than I was before. Because my whole thing, I've been saying it the whole time, the same thing. I say, hey, bro, are you saying this right here, bro? And he's like, yeah, now he's saying he's not saying it. So now I don't get it. I'm confused.
So I guess I gotta. Hey, I put something in the Discord too. I wanted you to read, but now I can't find that, John. It was my man Booker T. Washington, man. Because I heard what they said earlier, and I wanted to address that. My man Booker T. Washington, he got a beautiful quote dealing with that very same subject we talked about.
About the quote. Hold on, I'm trying to find this clip of Enql saying that. Hold on.
I gotta find a way to get the size of the screen smaller. Oh, it's up here. That's right. Did you find the clip yet? Oh, I see it right there. I'm going to read this right quick. My man, 50 grand. So this is Booker T. Watch. Can y'all hear me? Let me make sure I ain't on mute. Yeah, okay. Y'all should be able to hear me. This is Booker T. Washington in his book, Good Character. It's a group of, I guess you could call them sermons or lectures he gave while at Tuskegee. They composed them all. And this is one of them. This is what he says about some of the things I heard today. I believe it was Daniel Webster who said that the truly educated man was not the one who had all the knowledge in his head, but the one who knew where to look for information upon any subject upon which at any time he might want information. Each individual who wishes to succeed must get that kind of discipline. He must get such training that he will know where to go to get facts rather than try to train himself to hold all the facts in his head. That's Booker T. Washington.
Killing him. He knew them pseudos was going to be lurking. I believe it was Daniel Webster who said, truly educated man was not the one who had it all knowledge in his head, but the one who knew any subject upon which at any time he might want information. Each individual who wishes to succeed must get that kind of discipline. He must get such training that he will know where to go and get facts rather than try to train himself to hold all the facts. There you go. Wild, man. Wow.
He was dealing with a lot of pseudos back in his day. He had a lot of quotes about wild folks in the black community. I think we should have listened to him a little more when he was talking about people calling themselves doctors and
we ain't listen to it. Yeah, we ain't paying no attention, yo, because they was going through the same thing, yo. Yeah, I ain't gonna answer that question, boy. That's funny, yo. All right, this channel. Yeah, I don't know what he's doing, man. I don't even care about that nigga. That nigga's a fraud. How about that? He's a fraud. Let me get out of that one. Yeah. Yeah, man. It's all good. Hey, due diligence. Hit the daggone link, though. Don't be doing that, man. I know you hear. I know you hear me. Hit the daggone link, man. Running, jumping in and out. Hit the link, man. Come on. Hit the link. Talk to you. We on whatever you on. We want to get this conversation. I don't know how me and you miscombobulate or don't understand what the hell we both saying. We gonna get it tonight, though. This for you right here. Right here. Right there. Hit that damn link, yeah. 5 minutes. It don't take you 5 minutes to pull up to the house. You're supposed to dive off the car while it's moving. Take your shoes off before you dive out the car. That way you can get pure traction. Oh, man. Crazy, yo. Oh, man. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this channel right here supports science and science literacy, which would support all evidence-based medicine, whether that be vaccine science, whether it be Charles Darwin evolution, whether it be the Big Bang Theory, right? We support real information. Yeah, we're not gonna play the herb game. We're gonna put them right where they're supposed to be at, in the herb game. That's what we do. All right. Two separate things. Just making sure we know. Talking about two separate things. Yeah. That's how we do it. I'm gonna give you a couple minutes, man. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna give you a couple minutes. Their due diligence. See where you at. See if you can hold your water. If you can stand up to the scrutiny. What happened to you tonight, Cedric? Yeah, he is a moron. That's for sure. Pay that no mind. Ignore him out the world. That's how we do him. That's how we do it.
I'm glad I did that back to basics though, because I see.
Yeah, it was perfect because he came right there and put. Come on, man. Some things we definitely won't forget. Yo, how he overscooped. That's crazy. How he overwhooped the Mac and all that. What is the paper that they wrote? Let me see. They might have it. Did they write a paper together for real, yo? I'm not sure. Let me see, bro.
I thought they presented their papers together.
Hold on, let me see.
I gotta make sure. I gotta go back and check.
Yeah, we're gonna get this. Let me see. Let me see, man. Because I don't know. I don't trust him. Let me see. Let me look this up. Let me see. A scientific. Huh? Save your money, bro. I'm trying to tell you. You spend any money? Yeah, Nick, I'm telling you, bro. I'm an expert at all that. I'm telling you, yo. You spend your money, yo. How much money you spend? Shit. See? I'm trying to tell you, bro. You gotta listen to me there, son. I know I'm talking about expert. John Baptiste Lamech and Charles Darwin never produced a scientific paper together. Yeah, man, come on, yo.
Now you talking about Wallace. You supposed to look for Wallace.
Oh, Wallace. Oh, shit. Okay, Wallace. Damn it. Wallace. All right, let's see the paper they did. Damn. All right, my fault. All right, did Charles Darwin. Let's see. Damn it. That's right. And Wallace. That's right. He had us going for a minute. Come on now. 1 second. I'm getting there. Let's see what the drum roll is. What kind of paper did they produce? What kind of paper did they produce? Let's see. I'm still saying that Darwin shit was before whatchamacallit. I don't care what nobody say, yo. Somebody got to produce a serious source. They're gonna make me go on my Darwin kick now. Hold on. That's what I'm gonna have to do. To go on my Darwin kick. God damn. Wallace. Let's get to Mr. Wallace real quick. Let's see what this say. Let's get my Wallace there. Let me see that, Mr. Wallace. Mr. Alfred. See what paper they produced together. Let's see here. Let's see. I know it's gonna be an over whoop though.
You want me to tell you? This is what I'm gonna say.
Huh?
that they just presented their papers together at a conference.
Oh wow! So he
both
lied.
described in natural selection. I don't know if they co-authored the paper. I don't think it's co-authored like we think it's co-authored.
Charles Darwin code. No, hold on, man. Damn. Let me change that. Produce scientific paper together. Hold on, damn it. I think you're right. He said they produced a science because he misread this shit. I kept saying you misreading it, Enql. I kept saying that, man. No, they didn't. Just like I thought. I tried to tell him that. He says no. Co-author the paper in a minor sense. No. Says no. Goes on to say, come on, man. Man. Okay, so it says no. Darwin and Alfred Wallace never sat down and wrote a joint paper the way two modern sciences might. They worked independently, like we said. Darwin in England, Wallace in Southeast Asia. Wallace sent Darwin a manuscript in 1858 outlining his own theory of natural selection. In the 1858 joint presentation, Darwin's friends Charles Linnell and Josh Hooker realized Wallace's paper was almost identical to Darwin's unpublished ideas. To protect both men's priority, they arranged a joint presentation at Linnean Society in London in July 1858. All right. The material presented included an excerpt from one of Darwin's earlier writings in 1844, essays, plus a letter to Ashley Gray, Wallace's essay on the tendency of varieties to depart, all right, from the original type. Let me say these were read aloud and then published together in the Proceedings of Linnean Society in 1858. Why this matters. This joint publication is the first public statement of the theory of natural selection. It was not a collaborative writing effort, but rather an editorial arrangement to credit both men fairly. Darwin's On the Origin of the Species followed soon after, giving the full argument legacy. Wallace always respected Darwin's, calling him a senior figure. Darwin in turn praised Wallace for arriving at the same insight independently. All right. Okay, today they are considered co-discoverers of natural selection, though Darwin is more closely associated with detailed development. There you go. That's what the hell you're supposed to say. You ain't supposed to jump up here and then I don't even know what this damn problem was. Due diligence, what's up? Where you at?
What it do, man? What's happening?
Now,
you know what I mean? What up?
I could not understand how you ever agreed with Robert Clown.
Man, listen, don't do that. You always be trying to get my position, man. I don't know what that dude was talking about. Whatever you and him was talking about, that's between y'all, man.
Nah, you was over there listening.
Listen, I was listening, but that is not my position. You hear me? That's between y'all two. Don't do me like that. Huh? Here you go.
I got you, yo, because you know what? Everybody can't be like me, yo. Just call me a fucking Braveheart, yo. I'm not gonna sit around a bunch of men saying all kind of stuff that I know I don't agree with, bro.
But you don't agree with your team all the time.
Yeah, but they know it, and we work it out. And we hash it out till we come to an agreement because it's right here for us to see.
And I do the same thing.
I seen it a little bit. I seen it. So tell me where me and you disagree. Why you keep thinking you get me on what? What you think you get me on?
Man, my issue with you is that you always defend Darwin, right? Like it's one thing like to defend the theory of evolution, right?
That's what I do.
But you defend Darwin the man, and it is my position that Darwin is an avid white supremacist. And you know this. And you know this. I have showed you this before. Do I have to show this to you again? You know this man is a white supremacist, and you won't let it go. I don't know why you refuse to not let it go and keep defending this man the way that you do. Like, just admit it. Like, he was against slavery, but that don't mean he was not against, didn't have white supremacist views. Do you want to do this? We can do this.
Man, don't you think you overwhooping that a little bit though, yo? White supremacists, yo.
Okay. Share my screen, huh?
I'm gonna say a full-blown white supremacist that comes up with a scientific idea that says that humans come from the very place where supremacists say people are backwards, yo. That's a hell of a guy right there. That's a hell of a white supremacist.
So can you see my screen?
Yeah, go ahead. What you got? What is
All
that?
Right.
What
this is in Darwin's own words himself, right? In 1881, toward the end of his life, Charles Darwin wrote to a colleague that the more civilized so-called Caucasian races have beaten the Turkish hollow in the struggle for existence. Looking to the world at no very distant day, what an endless number of the lower races will have been eliminated by the higher civilized races throughout the world. That's out the mouth of Darwin himself. What do you have to say to this, huh? That's not white supremacist rhetoric.
What you got?
Due diligence. Where's the rest of the letter?
Yeah, we need the rest.
I don't have the whole letter. What does that matter?
Okay, I'll be right back.
All right, we want to see the whole context of it.
That's fine. But what about this part right here? What can you say about that? All right, well, let's go to the next part. So
I would think that actually happened.
Wow. Wow. No.
You hold on, wait. Am I wrong, yo? It seemed like to me, yo. It seemed like that actually happened, yo. Like the people who was in the Stone Age got wiped out. Yeah, they go in the street, bro.
Man, I agree that did happen, but do you agree that people can manifest their ideology? Right, it's not that it was true inherent in of itself. It's that white people believed the rhetoric that they were spewing, that they were superior than other people, and went around kicking other people's ass.
Yes, I agree with that. I agree with that.
You know what I mean?
But Darwin didn't agree with that, though.
These are Darwin's words. That's what I'm trying to.
No, you forgot Darwin was the guy that said that all humans was the same. Remember?
No, he said that all humans come from the same place.
No, he said
pangenesis.
No. Okay, yeah, but wait a minute, yo. But if you read the book, The Beagle, the man I wouldn't have got thrown off that ship. You wouldn't have got thrown off that ship. This man fought for black people to the point where he almost got put off in the middle Atlantic Ocean, yo. Left on an island, yo. So that was wild. Hold on, that was wild. Because he defended that black man. Then he also said in that book, The Beagle, he said that once you teach indigenous people the language, yo, they can do the exact same thing that everybody else can do, yo. You know what I'm saying? He never thought that he's one of the first people to say, yo, that we all intelligent, yo. The color of the skin don't matter, that intelligence. You get my point, though? His theory proves that, though. That's all.
Well, he did, but that was a letter between him. So Darwin was able to separate his bias as white people being superior to other people and his science, even though his bias did seep into his science a little bit. For instance, this is in The Descent of Man, right? In The Descent of Man in 1871, where he claimed, quote, at some future period, not very distant as measured by centuries, the civilized races of men will almost certainly exterminate and replace throughout the world the savage races.
Yeah.
This is white supremacist talk.
Man.
So I don't like how you defend. You better than this, right? But let's just say this. You always. I just want you to make the distinction between the man and his theory, right? Because that don't mean we can't use what he was right about in his theory. Like, that's where me and you have common ground. Like, he was right about a lot of stuff in his theory, but his white supremacist rhetoric, right, was absolutely garbage. Can we agree to that?
Yeah, he was a man of his time, bro. And I wouldn't separate him from the language and all that. But the thing that keeps getting me is the very fact that his theory itself disproves that. So now you basically saying that the man that came up with the theory of evolution ain't smart enough to apply it, that he don't know that he just came up with a theory that one, he's the first person to say that humans came from Africa, and two, his conversation is that he realized that these native people, as long as you taught them the language, they could do the exact same thing that everybody else could. That it wasn't that we were smarter than them. He started out saying that he felt like everybody should deal with the white superior culture. Then after he circumnavigated the globe, he's like, nah, that ain't even true. So I'm saying, he like everybody. He's a human guy, yo. Right? So I wouldn't call him an outright racist. I said some of the language he used can be considered racist. And I'm saying that his theory actually goes against what you saying he's saying. That's all I'm saying. The theory proves that all humans can think on the same capacity. Right? You know what I mean?
Well,
that's all I'm saying, bro. So
kind of, because you're saying that what I'm saying that he's saying, but I'm using Darwin to speak for himself, so I'm not mischaracterizing.
I didn't say he was. He said that.
Right, but you're saying what I'm saying that he's saying. But let's just deal with what Darwin said in his own words, right? So, and I think that you are right that he did feel like that, that other races could do the same thing, but he was wrong in the fact of seeing that white people were superior than other people. For instance, right? Just because somebody is running around naked and living in huts, don't mean the people over here living in brick buildings and got clothes on means that you are civilized and these people are uncivilized, right? That's completely bananas, because people have different cultural norms, right? So that's where his misconception was, because in his culture, he's looking down at other people because they don't share the same social norms as him, right? And this is complete BS, right? So he's stuck in his context of seeing himself above people because other people have different cultural norms, right? That'll make other people less and other people higher.
All right, we put it in the what we did was we put it in the let's see what the fact checker guy said about it. Let's see. I'm saying that based off of
what about what I just said? Do you see how I respond to what you say and you just dismiss what I say? What about what I just said?
I'm saying you're ignoring that this man came up with the theory to beat all that up.
But what about what I just said, though? What do you think about what I just said? What I'm asking you, straightforward.
Peace, God, Caleb. Before you go to the bot, I'd like to respond to what he had on the screen just now.
All right, hold on. I want to say it again, though. I missed you, due diligence. You were saying.
So what I'm saying is the fact that Darwin thought that white people were superior to other people for the fact that they had different cultural norms, right? The fact that people in Africa lived a different way, people on the other side of the ocean looked down and was saying that these people are uncivilized, right? No, they just had different cultural norms, right? So would you agree with that?
That he thought about what the cultural norms?
That he was looking down and looking at other people as uncivilized because they had different cultural norms.
Yeah, I would say that. I would say he felt like the European culture was definitely superior at first. Yeah,
absolutely, right. And that kind of like
like you think African American culture is superior though.
I don't think African American culture is superior.
You don't think we the best, yo? You saying that? Tell the truth.
No, I don't think
African American rap music, yo.
I think that African
I said African Americans. I ain't say nobody else.
Man, superior in what way? What do you mean? Like the fact that I like rap over hip, you don't think I like rap over country doesn't mean that.
You don't think we run faster? Don't think we play football better and basketball better? Think we jump high and all that?
You said culture. These are sports.
That's part of our culture. Sports.
Well, we didn't. No, I don't think African American culture is superior to anybody else's culture. I don't believe it.
In basketball. In football?
Well, it's a fact that black people are better than white people in sports. You know what I mean?
See, you just did it. You shouldn't have fed into that.
No. I mean, as far as we know, if you look at the NBA and look at the stats,
see?
I mean, there's stats to prove that, right?
No.
We can look at the stats. All right, whatever. Well, don't be trying to switch it on me, man. We're talking about Darwin. Here you go with the BS, man.
I was just making a point on how that man did think the European culture was definitely superior at first. And once he went around the globe, he changed his opinion on that. But all right.
Well, I don't see that part that you're talking about, but in his own words, he looks at other people as uncivilized and looks at white people as more superior, and that is rhetoric of a white supremacist.
All right, we got a donation on the thing. It say where there's entity. It say where is the letter you just read that mentioned color? Yeah, your letter didn't mention color, did it? No.
No, I did not.
So
it mentioned racist.
So let's slow the conversation down again. We are reading a text that is written in 18th century English. That is a completely alien terminology as to what we use today. The last time we had to expose what he actually meant with racist. Now, when we read old texts with our modern context, and again, when we bring our emotional baggage, we see a word like savage and we lose our mind. It was describing these cultures, right? It doesn't carry the same context and the same weight as when Hillary Clinton referred to Black young men as savages. And for some reason, we embrace that. Yeah, we savage. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. But what you're actually reading is Darwin analyzing what is going on around the world when he's formulating his position, which is anti-slavery, which is anti-colonialism. He's making the point that if these so-called civilized races with their superior technology continue to engage in colonialism like they're doing, they will erase these savage cultures. Why? Because they're going to impose their colonialism and that on these people. That was the point he was trying to make. Now, whether he titled these cultures savage or not, it is, again, the nomenclature in context of the time. I'm thinking we from the West here go and watch some hunter-gatherers do some stuff. We would use the word savage in our vocabulary as well, right? Because some of the things they practice in their culture is simply alien to us. We do not need to put all the baggage on it, label him a racist and all of this, when he was just making a scientific observation. If these things continue the way they're doing, y'all are going to erase these people's culture. He used the word savages because he was speaking about the people who didn't have the technological and the technological advancements of the European. They didn't have the ships, the swords, the guns. They didn't have these things. And these are what the tools that the European was using to subdue these other cultures, these savage races, these savage people. But he wasn't saying, well, this is white supremacy at work and we're going to subdue. He was making an observation. It wasn't as if he was saying, well, we're the superior ones, let's wipe them out. That wasn't the point.
So this is what I would say to that, right? Because whenever you said, so you are interpreting what Darwin meant, and there's no way for you to substantiate what he meant, because you would say he was talking about technology, superior in that fashion, where he says that, these other people are uncivilized and savage, and we are the superior people. You say is dealing with technology. I say it was technology and biology, right? But my question is to say, how do you substantiate it, right? Because you can say that, and I could agree with you, but you can't look at his work and substantiate that he was only talking about technology. Because remember, Darwin is talking about biology, right? That's the context that we're talking about. And for you to jump outside of biology and start talking about technology, well, then that's just your claim. But I would keep it in the biological context in which the paper was on, right?
It was a letter. It wasn't a paper.
Well, it was. Yes, it was. It was. One of them was a letter, and the other one was in the Descent of Man. And I'm calling it a paper, but yeah, it's a scientific paper. So I read two different ones. One was a letter.
I didn't see the next one. I was looking for the letter.
Would you like for me to bring it back up? Because I can show you that one.
I want you to pull. Yeah, can you pull that source back up one more time for me?
Yes, sir. And I will show you both of them, right?
I already put it through the fact checker.
Yeah, and it's a fact for sure. Due diligence don't deal with nothing. But so let me show you the second one first, right?
Did you hear my here? Let me show you screen. But do you know what his theory entailed, though, yo?
Indeed, I'm not disputing this theory.
So you're basically saying that. Hold on, let me say this. So you're basically saying that he had enough sense to write a scientific theory that said that human beings are actually the same, right? And thinking. He first one come up with that, bro. Like, nah, the indigenous people just as smart as y'all. If you taught them your language, then they could understand you just the same shit we could do. So he understood that.
I want you to pull that up, huh? Pull that up because I didn't read that in his work.
Yeah, his theory, you know what the theory is, right? That if your theory states that it ain't no races, yo, there's just variations within the human population, yo, then that's right there, yo. And on the Beagle, yo, he makes a point. Like he was like, oh shit. He was wondering why when he ran across, he was on this island and these slaves, they was trying to capture him. So the lady just jumped off the fucking thing. She escaped and they found her. So she just jumped off the cliff, right? And he was wondering why they call her like a barbarian when the Greeks and then would take poison and shit and take their life. He said she ain't doing no more than what they doing. Why is they consider what she doing barbarian and what they was doing admirable? He wouldn't even come to the United States because they had slavery, yo. So it's some things we got to work out, bro. Like we got to really conversate and really understand, yo. Like we can't play this game, especially if you plan on doing it. So I'm not
disputing any of that. I'm not disputing any of that. All I'm saying is I'm just dealing with what he did say. Also, those things are actual facts, but we have to contrast them with other things that he said. And this is from The Descent of Man, where he claimed, quote, at some future period, not very distant as measured by centuries, the civilized races of men. You cannot take that out of context no other way. That's the context. The civilized races of men will almost certainly exterminate and replace throughout the world the savage races. This was what his belief. And like you said, did they intend to try to do that? Yes, they did. But is it an inherent fact that these other people were uncivilized? No. My position is that these people just had different social, cultural norms, right? And here's the other one that you was chill looking for, right? This is the letter that he wrote to his homie, right? And there it is. So whatever you want to do with it, but he did speak in these terms, right? And he did try to keep some of his white supremacist ideology out of his science the best that he could, but it still seeped in there at times.
I don't see what you're talking about.
Oh, it's not on this. Well, I'm sharing it.
Oh,
so I don't know if it's not on the screen or what.
I ain't see it. Hold on, let me put it up there. All right, there you go.
Yeah, both it's highlighted, both from The Descent of Man, and the other one, the first one is the letter that he wrote, and the second one is from The Descent of Man. It's highlighted.
What's the name of the book you read?
I did this research probably like 5 years ago, bro. Like,
what's the book?
I can go pull up my notes. The second one is The Descent of Man. The first one is from a letter that I researched that Darwin wrote. I forget where it come from, but I can find it for you. I did this research long time ago.
I remember.
Let me ask you, did you ever has Darwin ever said only Caucasians were civilized?
Yeah, you got you right there, yo.
No, did due diligence say that?
No, I'm asking because so you know he's never said that.
Yeah, he said Europeans came from savage races too.
I'm asking because if he say the civilized races world, why do we assume he's only talking about Caucasians?
I never said that he was talking about Caucasians, but if you look at the letter, right, he says the more. Are you not reading this, bro? Like the more so-called Caucasian races Are you like what are we doing here?
Oh, so hold on, let me say this. So
On the screen.
Scientific viewpoint, like I was trying to tell you, Darwin actually thought that savage races were closer to the early human ancestors, and would be outcompeted by the civilized races. So Darwin did make a point in saying that all the races came from a civilized races, from savages, Europeans too. You know that, right? So he was talking about the
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he definitely. Yeah.
Pull that up.
I mean, come on, yo, you know that.
I'm just saying, I wasn't aware of that. Like, I'm being honest with you. I've never read that.
That says something about the research, though, right? The research and the research methodology.
But you never responded to what I responded to you about, though, Cedric. Like, what do you have to say about what I responded to you about?
Again, I remain at the same point. You're misinterpreting the data because you don't understand the man's full position. So when they use savage races, they're looking at people who are chucking spears and living in these environments. At a certain point, he realized, no, if they are exposed to the same information that we have, they are equally as intellectual. Then he went a step further. No, they are intellectual in their own right, right? But when we describe their conditions and their living circumstances versus ours, right, we're going to look at that as primitive, as savage. It's just a matter of fact, right? So to put all the racial baggage with it, when we today in the modern West would look at the people at hunter-gatherers and say they live a primitive existence, right? That is their culture, that is their right, doesn't make it primitive nonetheless. These are just scientific terms. To go now and claim that he made some elaborate point, that's an observation. What was going on in the world at this time? The height of colonialism, all the places he went, he is watching Europeans supplant these indigenous cultures, and he's making an observation. If this continue, they're going to replace and wipe out the savage races.
So hold on, because I challenged what you said specifically, and I don't know if you remember what I said because somebody else jumped in, right? But what you said was specifically, you said when Darwin was talking about that white people were like superior, or Caucasian is superior, you were saying that he said he meant that in terms of technology. And my question was to you is, how do you substantiate that?
So what makes a culture superior? It's their technology. It's their society. It's everything about their technology is what makes that civilization superior.
Okay, so
even today, ain't the guys with the biggest bomb and the baddest technology run the world? What changed?
So you talking about
what has changed?
So you're talking about my interpretation, right? Because the descent of man is not talking anything about technology. It's all about biology. But he's saying that I'm reaching, right? What the fuck is Sid talking about? Because he's bringing in technology, and Darwin ain't talking shit about technology. It's a biological conversation.
When we're looking,
it follows that he's talking about. I didn't cut you off, Sid. I didn't cut you off, Sid. So it will follow that the context in which Darwin is talking about is in a biological sense and not a technological sense.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, because he's talking about in not very distant, as in measured by centuries. So he's not talking about an evolutionary biological process. He knows better. So he's talking about what he is experiencing in society at that moment, because the man can actually chew gum and walk at the same time. You cannot make the distinction, because this is a social observation that he's making and has nothing to do with a biological evolutionary process.
So I keep asking Sid to substantiate how Darwin is talking about technology, and he won't. And then whenever I substantiate it, hold on, Sid, I didn't cut you out.
I'm going to answer your question.
Okay, well, let me continue, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that.
You're asking me a question. The
I didn't ask you a question.
The term civilized races is an indication that he's not talking about a biological process, but about a social dynamic. The civilization that he come from is a superior one based on the technological developments that they have. This is not a biological conversation, especially when he's talking about centuries. When he understands the evolutionary process.
So he just gonna try to out-talk me, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So he gonna say, when you're talking about social aspects, that's not biology, right? And we're talking about in the descent of man, and he's saying that he's not having a biological conversation. This dude is wild. So I'm just gonna disengage from this dude because he's just gonna say anything, right? So like he can't substantiate any of that shit he's talking about, making it into a technological conversation, and then going to turn around and say it's a social conversation. Well, social and technology don't even equate. These are not even the same conversation. So
let me say this,
dude is just spewing out rhetoric.
No.
This rhetoric.
Hold on for a minute.
This is rhetoric at this point, huh? This your man right here, huh?
No.
What is he talking about?
Look, in the
He's talking about
1800s,
technology in the descent of man.
Listen, let's do this, yo. So before the 1800s in that area, right? Savage meant wild, uncultivated, yo, uncivilized, yo. Then what would make a group of people uncivilized, bro? Think about it.
Technology or the lack thereof.
Like no clothes, yo. You know, clothes is a technology, right? So they was running across people didn't have on, you know.
He's talking about biology. This is the descent of man, and he's talking about how evolution works, bro. Do you agree? Do you understand that? Let me talk to you. You would agree that the descent of man is about biology, right? How he's trying to explain like how evolution works through biology, right? Am I correct in that sense?
Yeah, but when he was talking about civilized, he was talking about the technology. He always felt like European.
Don't do that, bro. Don't let him drag you into that, bro.
I know what y'all always talking about.
Don't let him drag you into that. You better than that. He ain't talking about no technology, man. Get out of here, bro. Don't do that. What's happening, Chill?
I'm going to send you the whole letter. I'm going to
Why
put
don't
it
you
in
just
back check for you. And I think you should look up who he's writing to.
I mean, you can just tell me right now.
No, I mean, I believe you read and you do your research, so I'm not going to. I think it's an interesting point. I think my position is that Darwin definitely believed in hierarchy.
Yeah, he definitely
believed in hierarchy, and he's writing in a Victorian style that faced a lot of challenges. But the guy he's writing, this is a. I want you to know this letter is used a lot in Answers in Genesis, and I knew I heard that quote before from Ron.
Yeah, that's answer.
Yeah. So that's why I want to know where you got that from. Context matters.
Yeah, dude.
Right. So he did believe in hierarchy, but he didn't believe in the mistreatment of savage races. He actually had almost like a dice genetics viewpoint on it. Because as strange as it is, he was saying in his writings that the civilized races takes care of the weak and feeble savages inside their own group with asylums and stuff like that, which kind of works against natural selection because the savage races wouldn't be able to survive in those environments. But William Graham was trying to argue that one, morality and spirituality could be blended with natural selection and that it had a purpose to it, that natural selection had a purpose to it. And he wrote a book.
But it's not true though, right?
Well, this is easy. The letter that they took that quote from, he's responding to William Graham's book that talks about morals and social questions. I can't think of the exact name of the book. But he was arguing that natural selection can't explain morals, social environments, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And Darwin is responding, huh?
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
And Darwin is responding to that with this: you have evidence that that's not true because the Turks had invaded. I believe it's actually North Turkey,
Right. So that goes that exactly. I'm glad you was going to finish it. That's why I thought I'd let you finish it. So that goes against that, because these people are supposed to be more civilized and more moral, but doing these savage things, right? Because you could look at it in reverse, right? Like, if you so civilized, what's the point of going exterminating these so-called inferior races? That is savagery in and of itself.
Well,
right?
Darwin made that argument. So you agree with Darwin's claim?
No, Darwin didn't make that claim. Like, this was the claim that Darwin, well, as far as morals is concerned, yes, but Darwin still believed that, like you said, in hierarchy, that certain races were superior than other races. And that's my contention. And that's white supremacist rhetoric, right? Whenever you say the Caucasian civilized races, right, has beaten the Turkish hollow, you creating a hierarchy and using white supremacist rhetoric.
No, yeah, but you're missing the next part, because the next part isn't just talking about Caucasians. He says the world over. So any civilized group will ultimately eliminate the more savage group. Not that I agree with it. I'm just keeping the context even. If you look at the Bantu expansion and what they did to the pygmies, guess what that was?
No, I disagree, because we're talking about biology, right?
See, that's why I said you need to know what the source is talking about.
Also, we're not talking about biology.
He's not just, well, Graham is trying to say that morality and social structure isn't related to natural selection. Darwin is saying that culture and environment, all that is still based on natural selection. So those
which is biology, Chill. Which is biology.
Not just biology, because think of
I didn't say just biology.
Let me explain why. Because if I'm in an environment that I need boats, I build boats. We can agree to that, right?
Yeah, but I think you guys are reaching, because now you're interjecting things that aren't there.
It is
but
there because you got
to agree with what you say, but I don't think.
I pulled up the
I want to, at some point, Chill, you got to let me respond to you. So, yeah.
Okay, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, I would agree with what you're saying, right? But Darwin isn't saying that. That's how you guys are interpreting what he's saying, bringing the technological aspect of it. This is dealing with natural selection, right? Which is biology. So we don't have to put the extra. I'm not putting no extra on it. I'm using Darwin's words himself. I haven't put no type of extra on it. We have to infer whenever you guys say, oh, he's talking about technology. Well, my question to you is, how do you know? And then when I ask you, how do you know, you brought up the context, and the context is, do morals come with natural selection in terms of biology? So
not just morals. He got a whole. So I went and looked at the book because I didn't like not giving you the whole name.
But Chill, even if it's not just morals, it's not contrary to what I'm saying.
I don't understand what you mean. It's not contrary.
It's not adverse to what I'm saying. It doesn't go, just because I didn't say the whole thing does not negate my point. My point still stands, is what I'm trying to tell you. This is a biological conversation, not a technological conversation.
Okay, so William, his name is William Graham. Okay, and he wrote a book, The Creed of Science: Religious, Moral, and Social. Right. That's what he's arguing, and he's arguing against Darwin, saying that these things aren't tied to natural selection. Now, do you think that morals and social societies are tied to natural selection?
Social society is tied to morals, not natural selection.
So that's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so you agree with Graham? Because that's what William Graham was saying. William Graham was saying that societies can develop without natural selection.
Correct. Well, no, not. Well, he's talking about in the sense of morals, though. That's what I'm saying. I don't agree, not without natural selection. So
where does morals come from then?
Morals come from society, is what I believe. Like,
okay, and where does societies develop the need for morals?
Whenever you start building cities, right? Whenever big cities come into play, you need some type of rules, right? You need some type of guidelines.
So hunter-gatherers don't have rules and guidelines?
Yes, they do.
Okay, so then we don't need big cities. We just need social interactions, right?
I would agree with that. But
okay,
I don't see where because now we're talking about the other man's position opposed to Darwin's position.
Because I want to contextualize why he's saying what he's saying, why he brought up the Turks and the Caucasian War is because that's what Graham was using to say that morals and societies aren't tied to. So he's answering what he said in his book. So that's why I want to give you the information. I think if you had the information, you'll be able to contextualize it a little different.
Right. So I would agree with that. And this is why I said it's not adverse to what Darwin's position of having a hierarchical white supremacist view. I'm not in disagreement with the other guy's position. I'm in disagreement with Charles's position. Why aren't you talking about Charles's position opposed to the other guy?
I did, because I started off with it in the beginning saying that Darwin did believe in hierarchies. I just don't agree that first quote you use is in reference to just Caucasians, because I know what because I went through it already.
Chill. It says more civilized so-called Caucasian races, chill.
Right, in reference to the war, right? Go ahead, read it. You got it.
Have beaten the Turkish hollow in the struggle for existence. Period.
Okay. Period. Now look.
Chill. There's no other way to interpret that. Chill. He's talking about Caucasian races.
Right. Hold on. Listen. Looking to the world at a no very distant date, what an endless number of lower races. Is he only talking about one, or is he talking about multiple?
Chill. Your question is, you said you disagree that he was talking about Caucasian races, and he says it explicitly.
No, listen, that's not what oh my goodness. Listen, that's saying hold on, listen what I'm saying. When it gets to endless number of the lower races will have been eliminated by the higher civilized races throughout the world. I'm saying, and when he made that throughout the world, he's not just talking about Caucasians. He's also talking about East Asians.
Because they look at these people as more close to them. You're right. He sees men as a hierarchy. So you got Caucasians at the top, Asians below them, this type of group below them. So like you said, there's a hierarchy. So yes, and he says more civilized so-called Caucasian races, right? So I agree with you that there is a hierarchy amongst these races, right? So I agree with you in that sense, but he does say explicitly Caucasians, and you said that you disagree with me that he was talking about Caucasians. That's literally what you said.
Yeah, I do, because the quote more civilized so-called now that's a very important word.
Chill, you're doing too much, man.
No,
I'm doing too much, Chill. You're doing way too much, Chill. You reaching, boy. You reaching. Cut it out, Chill.
I'm going to give you the letter. See, I got the whole letter. That's what I did. I just went and got the whole letter and read it.
I have it too.
You got the letter too? I asked you earlier. You said you didn't.
No, I said I done this research 5 years ago. I have to go get it.
No, due diligence. When I asked you earlier, I said that's from the letter. You got the letter? You said no. I said okay. Let me go get it.
Oh, bro.
You may have misspoke. I understand. I may have misspoke earlier. Who knows?
It's all good. It's all good.
So I'm going to re-give you the letter in case you already got it. And then you can go look at the book, and the guy is using this argument about the Turks coming into I think it was actually Turkey and sacking part of Europe or whatever.
So let me ask you this, Jill. You agree that Darwin look at groups of humans in a hierarchical fashion?
Oh yeah.
So who does he put at the top of the hierarchy?
Civilized races.
Why do you refuse to say Caucasian? Now you sound like Ankh. You guys is in denial. The letter is on the screen.
It says it right there.
It says Caucasian races.
It says that in reference to the Turkish war, bro. You can't just now assume that that's what he says when he says the world. Oh, it does. It's talking about actual war. If you read the book, you will know that Graham is the one who brought up the war, talking about how morals can't be just subjected to natural selection because of this war. So if he brings up the war and I'm going to respond, I'm going to bring up the same war and say, no, you're wrong. Like, what are we? That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a conversation between two people.
I want you to hear me, Chill. Right? You said
Yes, sir.
Darwin. You agree that Darwin looks at groups of people in a hierarchical form. You said yes.
Yes, most of Victorian Europeans at that time held that view. Yes, that's true.
And then I asked you who was at the top of the hierarchy, and you won't say.
I said civilized races. What you want me to say?
I'm saying civilized races. Who are they?
There were a lot of them. That's why I keep saying y'all got to go back.
Name 2 or 3, Chill. Just name 2 or 3. Why are you shuffling?
He thought East Asians.
Okay.
Northeast Africans.
Okay.
Asians.
There we go.
Some West Africans. He thought some West Africans is in his work. So
now you with me. Now I just wanted you to say it because it seemed like you was like, because when I say it, it ain't so. It's like he's talking about the war. No, that ain't what we talking about. I just want you to follow me. Hold on.
Why you don't include the other people?
Let me ask you the next question. Let me ask you the next question.
Due diligence. Why didn't you say that part of the civilized race was the East Asians as well? Why you leave them out?
I did. I said the hierarchy.
You never said that. I haven't heard that yet.
Remember, Chill, I said, because he looked at it as a hierarchy, he put Caucasians at the top, Asians below them, and so forth and so on.
That's after this conversation. You just now said that.
Chill. What the fuck are you doing right now, bro?
I'm trying to figure out why you leaving out a lot of information. I listen. Darwin. Let's say this.
And I finish my inquiry with you though.
Hold on, listen. Even if Darwin was a racist, his theory of evolution is still true.
Yeah, that's great. That's amazing.
And I never said he was a racist. I said he was a white supremacist. There's a difference. And I already agreed that it doesn't discredit the theory of evolution. Whenever I started this conversation with I said my issue is with you is that you protect Darwin and you don't never put his white supremacist views out there. That was the only contention that I had with and I don't have that contention in his theory. But he let some of his bias seep through. But here's my contention with you.
Theory?
Yes.
Wait.
Natural selection is just a matter of fact.
Go ahead, let me explain it. Go ahead. You're in trouble now. Now you're getting yourself in trouble. Man, I would agree.
No, because let me finish what I'm saying with Chill. So Chill.
I'm gonna try to remember it so I can get you.
So Chill. So you saying so you agree that he puts these people at the top of this hierarchy as far as like the human families is concerned. Do you agree with that?
I believe I say again. Hold on. That he did have hierarchies and that he did believe civilized races would overtake the lower races, more savage races. Yeah, without a doubt. And then I gave you a prime example.
But that's not what I'm asking you.
Example of what the Bantu people did to the pygmies. I don't know why.
I'm not asking you that, Jill.
Okay, say it again. Ask me again. I may have misunderstood.
So my question to you is that you agree that Darwin has a hierarchy and he's put these particular races at the top. And I'm asking you personally, do you agree that there is a hierarchy amongst men?
Oh, no, I'm a humanist. No, I'm a humanist. I don't believe that.
Oh, okay. That's my only contention. Then we agree. And Darwin was wrong about that. And it's a white supremacist position whenever you put yourself as a white person at the top of chill.
It's a Victorian position.
That's a white. Well, whatever. You can do semantics as you want, but I walked you all the way through it and you still gonna kick and scream. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna kick and scream. You know what I'm saying? Just tap out, Chill. Right now, I got you pinned and you flailing your legs and your hands.
I'm about to clean. I'm going to clean it up. You sharing my screen? You sharing my screen?
Nah, you're not sharing. Do I gotta quit sharing my screen? I probably gotta quit.
I don't know where Ankh at.
No, I just quit sharing. I think it
I'm
was
right here. I'm right here. I'm right here. I was trying to go ahead. Share your screen. Go ahead. Oh, all right. Hold on. I see it. All right, there you go. I'm right here. Let me show you. I'm right here. Go ahead.
One thing he also wanted to do is he thought that it was individual men, great men came along and pushed progress through society. So you'll be like, well, there's one great man and he
running
society forward. That was also part of Graham's argument. But this is the thing. I like that quote. I'll tell you that answers the Genesis is real slick. Lastly, I could show you. Now I'm reading this. This is the letter. So I'm going to add the context. Lastly, I could show fight on natural selection having done and doing more for the progress of civilization than you may seem inclined to admit. Remember what risk the nations of Europe ran not so many centuries ago, being overwhelmed by the Turks, and how ridiculous an idea now is in more civilized so-called Caucasian races have beaten the Turks hollow in the struggle for existence. Looking to the world, not very distant date, what endless number of lower races have been eliminated. Looking to the world at no very distant date, what an endless number of lower races will have been eliminated by higher civilized races throughout the world. But I will write no more and not even mention the many points in your work which have much interest in me. I have indeed paused to apologize for troubling you with my impressions, and my sole excuse is the excitement in my mind which your book has aroused. I think that's a beautiful thing, because if you go here,
no, that context didn't help you at all, Chill.
It did. You don't think so?
How so?
Because he's telling you, he's explaining to Graham that natural selection and not all this other things is what progressed through society. And if society is progressing through natural selection, it's the fittest that survive.
Exactly. And that's to the question that Unc was going to ask me. So this is how his bias is seeping through to his theory, right? Because he actually believes that, but that's actually not the case. But he did believe that, right?
See, that.
Let me ask you, Bill.
What happened with the Bantu and the Pygmies? I just want you to answer the question. What happened with the Bantu and the Pygmies?
You tell me. I'm not sure what happened.
They dang near annihilated them.
What does that have to do with anything?
Because that's what Darwin said would happen.
So this is what I'm saying, though. You're right.
No.
And can I? Chill, you gotta let me respond to you because Unc made the same point, right? Just because you have different groups of people annihilating other groups of people do not make certain people more civilized or higher on a hierarchy.
I feel you. I wish, and listen, I in all my wisdom, right? I would hope that's true. But evidence doesn't say that. As much as I hate to admit it, it just is.
Okay, so let me ask you this, right?
Because the Pygmies were living in the forest as hunter-gatherers, and the more industrialized, technological Bantu people dang near wiped them out.
So let me ask you this.
That's what happened.
Not so let me ask you. No, slow down. Acknowledge what he's saying. No, due diligence for us to have a serious conversation.
I said that's true. So let me ask.
Once you acknowledge that point,
I acknowledge. I'm trying to continue with you. You finna sidetrack me, bro. I'm finna acknowledge that.
I'm not finna sidetrack you. You need to slow down and acknowledge that civilized is a technological term.
Oh my goodness, here goes Sid. Go ahead.
So admit that. Just admit that.
I was trying to. You won't let me continue. So to chill, that did happen. Said I acknowledged it, right? But
there is no but then. There is no but after that. If you acknowledge that matter of fact, then that's just the point. Then the conversation is over. There is no but. If you
Okay,
comprehend
so let me just continue,
that
bro. I understand.
the superior civilization is the one with the more advanced technology, just because they can
Oh, man.
do, right? And when you look at the ones with the most technological advance, is going to supplant, going to erase those ones that are savage, those ones that are primitive. That's
So I
just
told you he was going to sidetrack me.
It's just a simple matter of fact. Then
So
there
let
is
me
no
continue,
more
bro.
discussion if you actually understand that.
Bro, okay, so chill. So then this is what my response would be to you. Can you not look at it the other way, right? This supposedly so-called civilized race, right? Superior race, whenever you genocide somebody, can you not look at that as savagery or uncivilized?
Yeah, but see, yeah.
Hold on. Do you acknowledge that?
I would today look at that like that. Like what's
That's
going
what
on with Israel and Palestine, I consider that a horrendous act.
So it's one and the same. You can look at it either way. You can look at it either way.
Emotional and moral compass into a scientific conversation, bro.
Right. But the key, the difference in that is due diligence is right. Is that even though I don't like what's happening, it only confirms what Darwin said would end up happening, bro. As horrible as it is. Now, I think there's a moral contention involved.
Yeah, let him finish. Let him finish. Don't hold on. Let him finish.
Go ahead. No, he can go ahead and go. I don't want to over,
because we're having a great dialogue right now, right? But you have something that's called manifest destiny, chill, right? So if people hold this ideology and they go out into the world with this ideology, you don't say then the ideology was true. You said no, they went out and made shit happen, right? It doesn't prove that he was right. It proves that they internalized their ideology and went and conquered the world with it.
No, because the Bantu expansion, part of it, killing all the pygmies, happened prior to Darwin's theory. It's just what happened naturally. It's just how things occur throughout nature. But my point is, I don't want to commit a naturalistic fallacy, which I think you're trying to bind me into, the naturalism. Because something happens in nature means that it's morally good or morally bad. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it is what you can observe happening. Now, should it happen with our understanding of morality today and the intersection of humanity today? I believe it should.
Yes, we can all agree. We can all agree today colonialism wasn't the way to go. Africa should have been allowed to go through its natural process, just like Asia went through its natural process, just like Minor Asia, India went through its process. Africa was denied that opportunity. The Americas is what it is today by means of colonialism. However, when we are observing the mechanisms that take place, when we just merely observing a natural phenomena, when we even a human phenomena, we see that those that are technologically superior, if you can actually tell time versus your opponent who can't, that's a strategic and technological advantage in warfare. It helps you to dominate and conquer that culture. It is just a tool, right? Those with the most technological advancement, we tend to see those as more civilized, more advanced, and we view those that do not have those technological advancement as primitive, as savage. It doesn't necessarily have to carry the emotional baggage or the moral baggage in a scientific conversation. That's just the distinction. And to jump and go, well, that makes him a white supremacist. That was the European elite period. He was an elitist even in his society. Like that was just the time.
So I would argue. I would argue in the reverse, and I want you guys to dispute this, right? I would argue that the most savage, uncivilized races genocided the civilized races. How am I wrong?
So are you saying that there's numerous African nations that are uncivilized?
I want you to deal with what I just asked you, right?
I want to make sure that we keeping it fair across the board because we can go
can
to
you
the
deal?
boards
Can
that,
you deal with my premise first, though? So
I
want to put it in the reverse, right? Because Darwin said the more civilized, superior civilized races exterminated the lower uncivilized races, right? But I'm going to make the argument in the reverse. Due diligence is saying that the more savage, uncivilized races eliminated and genocided the more civilized races, right? You could, how is that? How am I wrong in that and looking at it in that way?
I like it.
I'm not.
Hold on. I'm saying I like that. And now you just fell into trap with Cedric. Now, if that's the case, somebody must have had a technological advantage.
I'm not disputing that. That's true.
See,
that is true. And I said it was true when said it too.
Yeah. So he would have had to be talking about the technological advantage, yo. Because it don't matter how nice you are, yo, how civilized you are. If you can't keep a motherfucker off your ass, yo, pause. You in trouble. No matter how many rules and regulations you have and standards you have, you're in trouble. You get it? So that process is going to always happen where the hunter-gatherers, yo, are almost extinct, yo. And that happened on every continent. So that's the wild part about it. His shit come true no matter what continent is on. Are you saying that Europeans went in and before the 1600s went in and just destroyed all the hunter-gatherer populations, yo, everywhere in Africa, everywhere in Asia, and everywhere in the Amazon and all that? Is that what you think happened?
No.
Or was it a slow process? Europeans with their technology sped the shit up because definitely the more modernized tribes got. Though what I'm saying is those Bronze Age civilizations overthrew those Stone Age civilizations in the areas that they took, right? And those Iron Age civilizations overtook the Bronze Age civilizations. That's exactly what happened to Egypt. They still had stones. They was fighting with stones. The Nubians was able to take over the Egyptians because the Egyptians had what? They had the iron, right? That's why Pionk and them had, when they came through, they had widespread iron. Widespread iron use start to occur in Egypt when the Nubians came through. If you check at their grave sites, they had daggers, those brass daggers and stuff like that. Whereas though the daggone Egyptians didn't have that. So it's always the technological advance that's going to take over the non-technological advance. Yo, no matter how you think the attitudes is, you feel me? No matter how those attitudes are, bro. I'm just keeping it real.
Share my screen, huh?
I'm gonna share your screen from that you get this off tonight. That way you ain't afraid to come on.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, you ain't outrun. You can get some feedback, some real ones.
So can you? I appreciate the feedback.
Yeah.
So listen.
What is
this is white supremacy, right? Mm-hmm. White supremacy is the racist belief that white people are inherently superior. Did Darwin believe that? Yes, to other racial and ethnic groups, and therefore should dominate them. Did he believe that? I think so. This, in a nutshell, is white supremacy, and Darwin fits all the elements of white supremacy, right? Definitely. That white people are superior than other racial classes, and that they should dominate the other racial classes. He fits the definition. So then how can you and Chill agree with me, but won't call him a white supremacist? You guys is wild, man. You guys is wild, man. Wow. You just wild, huh?
No, I'm going to say this, though, that according to today's standards, you would call him a racist. But back in that time, he wouldn't have been that much of a racist, bro. You get what I'm trying to tell you? Like based off what we're saying. Yeah. But back then, remember, yo, so at a certain point, yo, do you care? You would have to ask yourself, yo, if I had to choose between a person that was 1,000% against slavery, right? His grandfather started an abolition movement. He was an abolitionist himself. His wife was an abolitionist. They was Christians, and their Christianity believed that God gave rise to one humanity, and all humans, you know what I'm saying, came from God. One humanity came from God. So they didn't feel like you should mistreat a person based off that. His theory itself supported that human beings, no matter what the color of their skin or the continent they was on, you know what I'm saying, was all just intelligent. He was so racist, bro, that he said Africa was the homeland of all humans. So I'll take that. I'm saying, I guess the nigga, I guess he wasn't perfect, bro. So I guess if he's a racist, yo, then I guess we could stand being around a racist like that more so than I'm outright racist, yo. So yeah,
Agreed. Now I'm with you. At least you can say that. At least you can say that. No, ain't nothing wrong with that, because I feel the same way. Because
what we gonna do?
You got to eat the meat and spit out the bone. Pause. You feel me? So I take the good with the bad. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody perfect. I can fuck with that.
Yeah. What language? Did you want him to come up with his own language?
Nah, man. Nah, it ain't the language. That's his idea. He really felt that way. You know what I'm saying? Y'all keep saying it was just of the times and stuff like that. Man, these people was trying to come up with their ideology and substantiate it by kicking our ass and keeping people below them. Like, I'll put more extras on it. You know what I'm saying? I can go further, but I'm not, because y'all ain't finna let me do too much. You know
I'm gonna go hard. You can put the extra on, but I'm saying on that boat, yo, when he was out, imagine a racist being out with, it ain't like he was doing a time period where they had a whole lot of the boats coming. Yo, once you got off that steamboat, the captain of the ship threatened to kick him off, yo. And guess why he threatened to kick him off? Because he told the captain, yo, stop messing with that black man like that, yo. Don't touch him, yo. Leave him alone, yo. What you doing? Right? He in the middle of nowhere, bro. He was like, why am I gonna put you off this boat? Keep talking. I'm gonna put you off this boat. Charles Darwin kept talking. I'm telling you, don't mess with that man. So if it was me on that boat, I probably would have shut up, yo. I don't know. I'd have got him once we got back to America.
You know, I think due diligence.
That's my point, though, Cedric. I'm just saying.
I agree with you.
I'm not staying in the middle of nowhere. It ain't like the day where another boat could get you. You back in time. Once you off that boat, your ass is grass. So I'd have waited till we got back to England, wherever he was. Then I'd have fired off on him. But I wouldn't have had that heart of try. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, but you see, you're not as racist as Darwin, and I guess due diligence didn't catch the sarcasm in your voice. Again, 18th and 19th century Victorian England. Yes, we are the most superior of the civilized people, especially the British. Amongst the Europeans, we are even the most civilized. Right? Even within their own societies, there was an hierarchy. That was the system of the day. And again, if he is looking at what the civilized, quote unquote, technologically advanced races is doing around the world, which is oppressing and supplanting these indigenous, quote unquote, savage peoples, he is making an observation. He is writing that within the context of the time that he is living in. He's a Victorian aristocrat himself. Your marriages are arranged. You cannot marry a commoner, right? Within their culture, there is hierarchy. Within their culture, that is the way the world works. He was not allowed to marry a commoner. He ended up marrying his cousin. Why? Because they need to remain elitist. Right? That was the time, Victorian England, right? We need to put things in perspective and context before we go making anachronistic statements like white supremacist as if he's walking around with a white sheet. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, slow it down.
Hey, that's the last statement. We've been on here for 7 hours a day, man. We overwhelmed it today. I'm glad y'all came through. There's a lot of material on here, yo. Maybe I need to split this shit up, huh?
Chop it up.
Might chop it up, yo. Until then, man, I appreciate everybody coming through. It was a healthy discussion. You had Enql drop through.
I missed that. I'm sorry.
Where was you at?
Man, I put a movie on and got lost in a movie because I was on Saw, and you know when Pastor Bennett starts preaching. I just had enough for a minute, so I missed the first half.
Enql brought up all kind. He was fighting all kind. Enql said he did not say the pangenesis debunked evolution.
Yes. And I'm going to say specifically because he was trying to do the flim-flam. Because pangenesis was debunked means that Darwin's whole theory of evolution is debunked because he was proposing that pangenesis was the mechanism. Natural selection is a matter of fact.
Hey, we got to get off for 7 hours. I ain't going to chop it up.
Yeah.
All right.
On October 3rd through October 5th, the entire debate world comes together for 3 nights, 1 platform, 1 spectacle. This is not just another debate event. This is the grandest stage of them all. Debate Mania is the premier event in the debate community, the Super Bowl of intellect, the WrestleMania of words. The brightest minds, the fiercest rivalries, the biggest stakes. Here, champions are made, legacies are written, and only the sharpest minds survive. Debate Mania is the grandest stage of intellect. 2 voices, 2 visions, 1 destiny. For generations, the fight for black liberation has taken many forms. But at Debate Mania, the battle is not fought with fists. It is fought with ideas. In one corner, the pseudo Hunter Haywood conscious, a fearless atheist, a relentless skeptic. He believes Pan-Africanism is an outdated ideology. And at Debate Mania, she plans to prove it. But standing in his way is the champion, the defender of the people, the voice of pride, power, and Pan-African unity. Super Pan-Man, the Pan-African atheist. 2 giants of thought, 2 unstoppable forces, 1 collision that will shake the foundations of the Versus series. This is more than a debate. This is the main event. This is Debate Mania. Only on Paradigm Shift TV 314. Be there for this historic 3-night event.